rating.
Yeah. So in paddle, we are going more on the individual ranking than the
30-15.
team ranking, because we have a lot of players that are changing partners during the year. It could be injuries. It could be that the team is not playing well. But I mean, these guys, for example, if you look at Lopez and Mambrini, they
40,
are, first
15.
of all, it's not only a good team, they are best friends outside the court as well, and that really is important. But I mean, this year we will have both it's the first year we will have both an individual
Game
ranking and
Tuazua
also a team
Garayo,
ranking.
Mambrini Lopez,
Because I think it's
Leitch,
important
Frichu.
that,
set.
you know, for us as a tour, this is a doubles game, you know, and we want to promote the teams, not the individuals. So, but sometimes, like I said, it could be injuries, it could be that they don't get along, it could be that they have some bad results, and they change. So that's why we are more focused on the individual ranking.
Right. And while we've been talking paddle, the Lautaro and Facundo have taken a 3-2 lead in
Yes.
the game, and they're serving next. So they've got a bit of an advantage of that after that service break
Yes.
earlier on.
Yes.
And you know, the scoring, by the way, is one of the things the sport takes from tennis.
Yep.
So for the viewers or listeners out there, they know that the scoring is exactly as tennis. So I always like to say that the three things really set about tennis in this sport is that you serve cross court,
Yep.
that you have a net,
Yes.
and the scoring,
Yes.
which are quite basic, but they're fundamental things to the sport.
Yep.
So 3-2 in the first set.
Time.
With the leading partnership to now serve from the further side of the court. And I think it's getting quite heated because as they begin to play, it's almost like they're warming up. It's getting better and better.
It's getting better, and also what they're doing here, Paolo, is
Mr.
also that
Mambrini
they're
to
trying
serve.
to analyze the team that they're playing. So in the beginning, you know, as you play, you have to try to scan your opponents, even though they know each other. They you know, in the beginning of the match, they try different strategies, and then they will see which one that works the best. So I think that, like I said, I mean, the level is just going to get better and better, more and more intense.
So this is an ATP tournament.
Yep.
Let's talk about ATP.
15 love.
Or
APT.
APT.
APT. That's a good thing about
is the
APT.
tennis, right?
Yeah.
So APT. What does it mean?
It means all paddle tour. Many people they are questioning the APT, but for me I think it's a good. I think it's very good. Wow,
Wow, that's a spectacular point.
that is a spectacular point. Yeah. So
15 all.
I mean, I think what is important here with paddle is that paddle tries to find its own path. You know, a lot of people they are comparing paddle to tennis, and we should try to take the best parts from that beautiful sport and apply it on paddle. But I really think that it's important that paddle finds its own path. I think that paddle is a little bit of rock and roll. I think that the
15-30.
people should be able to move around a little bit more freely than in tennis. So, but APT was founded in 2019 by Mr. Fabrice Pastor in Monaco. Fabrice Pastor is the owner and the founder, and he is the biggest paddle fan of the world, and he has done more for paddle than any other person in the world. So we're very happy to
30
have
all.
him as our owner and founder. He will be here in 1 or 2 days to have a look,
That's great.
and I'm sure that he will be super happy and very pleased by
30-40.
the setting of this beautiful venue.
That's great. So all paddle tour,
No, second serve.
but I'm told there are a couple more tours.
Yes.
Premier Paddle, the
Yes.
new upstart,
Yes.
recently started, had their first tournament in Qatar in the last month. And, of course, the famous one, the World Paddle Tour, that, anybody who's seen paddle has seen on YouTube and so on. From what I've seen, the
Deuce,
quality of play,
golden point.
there's really not much difference of the players that are playing.
Mr. Garayo to receive.
What is really the difference? What are the focuses? What are the changes?
Yeah, a small background is that World Padel Tour, they have been the only tour for, I would say, 10 years. They have done a great job. They have been more centralized in Spain, so most of their events have been in Spain. It's owned by Estrella Damm, which is a beer brand in Spain.
Game, Tua Garayo,
so they've done a good job,
games
but I
all
think
first
that
set.
what they have, what they could have done better, and they're doing better now, is that they're more global.
Mr. Garayo to serve.
Because this is, like we said, Paulo, this is a sport for everyone. So they have been there for 10 years. APT Padel
Lot
Tour,
15.
we've been here since 2019. Our strength of our tour is that we are global. And we also have a lot, like you see here, we have a lot of young players coming up. So
That's
that is
brilliant.
that
And
is
I
the
mean,
strength.
15 all.
Did you see that Garayo just finished that point
Yes.
with a beautiful recovery of a back wall smash and smashed it straight back out of the court?
And this is you see here, Paulo, is that smash in tennis would have been gone. Okay? But here you have the back wall that helps you. And that's what I'm saying, is that here power is, yes, it's quite
Second serve.
important, but it's not as important as other racket sports. Because here you really have to, when you have a smash here, you really have to be careful so you don't
No.
hit it with too much rebound. Because that's
15-30.
exactly what happened here when Garayo, when he made this amazing smash on the rebound from the back wall.
Correct. Back to the tours.
Yes.
So APT, a very international tour. Traveling the world. Tell us about some of the destinations on the tour.
So we are having this year, we have 14 events in 10 countries.
15-40.
Wow, that's
that,
amazing.
That just shows that, we want to be the tour for everyone. We want to spread this beautiful sport in as many countries as we can. So this is the strength of our tour, and also, like I said, that our players are
30-40.
very young. They're upcoming. We are trying to educate them not only with the language, but also with how you become a professional athlete. Because we have, you met Willie Laos. He's a legend in. Oh, look at that!
Wow, that's fantastic.
Game,
He's a legend in our sport,
Mambrini
and
Lopez,
he's
the elite.
trying to
Four
to
games
help
to
the
three,
players, guide the
first set.
players, educate the players with the paddle. The biggest challenge that we have, Paulo, is that this sport is very Spanish orientated, meaning that most of the players, everybody speaks Spanish. Not so many players are speaking English. That this is something that I'm working on, and since I entered as a general manager for APT, the players, they have to talk to me. They have to talk to me in English. So it's been a big improvement. I can see a huge improvement from between last year and this year.
Sure. So, listen, we could say that APT is almost the Formula One of paddle, because you're going to 10 different places in the world throughout the year. And I like what you said about that it's a tour for everyone, because it's a sport for everyone. So a point I want to bring here is that, especially in countries like South Africa, or a lot of the parts of Africa where the sport is expanding into, not everybody is like one of these guys here.
Time.
So, people are beginning to play the sport. How does the APT view development of the sport itself and players at a grassroots level? And do they do that, or try to do that, wherever they go in these 14 different locations
Mr.
in
Lopez
10
to
countries
serve.
around the world?
Yeah. So we this year we introduced a new concept that every event that we have is a 2-week event. So with the exception of Cape Town and a couple of more locations. So first week we try to get the juniors, we try to get the kids to play, and this is also where we can spot, new upcoming talents. And then the same first week we have a
15 lot.
future. So the winner, which is, for example, in Argentina now, when we had a 2-week event, Lopez and Mambrini, they won the junior event. So then automatically they got a wild card to the future event. Future event
low.
is an event where you have the next generation of players. Then they
So
won.
almost like in football in terms like the academy or under 21s or under
Exactly.
18s.
Exactly. And then they won that one as well.
Wow,
And then they
fantastic.
got automatically a wild card into the main event, which is the second week.
Right, against
So-
established players.
Exactly. So this is a concept. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, this is fantastic. So just for the viewers out there,
Yeah.
this is perfectly legal.
30-15.
Ball out of the court, provided it hasn't hit the ground, the ball is in play.
Yes. So here we have. You can see sometimes when
40-15.
they are smashing and the ball is hitting the back wall and goes over the side wall, and then the player is actually allowed to run outside and to get that ball.
Am I correct in saying that this is a requirement at tournament level, but at social level not? Because a lot of the social courts are built without sufficient space in between the courts. So it's a
Exactly.
requirement in terms of competition,
It is.
but not necessarily when I go play on a Sunday with my buddies.
You're absolutely right. And also to be able, look at this one.
Wow, this is fantastic.
No.
And this is perfect, a perfect illustration of what you said earlier about positioning,
40,
about
30.
building a point, moving the players, using your strategy to find the gaps.
Yes. But also, like you said, Paolo, on a social level, you're not obliged to have 3 meters outside the court. Because here, for example, on this professional level, the guys are running out. They are running out, and then they need the space not to hurt themselves. But also what you have to realize is that you need a lot of spin, you need a lot of power to be able to get the ball out.
Yes.
And then you have, some courts are very quick, some courts are very slow, and then on a slow court, it's a lot tougher.
Sure. Well, this is looking to build up into a great point. I think we're on a 20-shot, close to 30-shot rally, and very strategic with Alejandro and his partner trying to find the space, and Lautaro and Facundo controlling the net. And there we go. So the ball hit. We're talking about ball hitting the glass
Game.
and playing off the
Mambrini
wall.
Lopez,
That point
they lead
ended when
5
the
games
ball
to
hit the
3,
glass
first set.
directly.
Yes.
So hitting any service directly out.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
And
Because it can
also,
be
Mr.
quite
Tua
confusing,
to
especially
serve.
for beginners.
it is.
You know, they can play off the glass, but now here it hit the glass and you can't play it.
Yeah. And it's the same with the serve, Paolo, that you need to, if you serve, all the serves are diagonal, and you have to hit the serve with a bounce in the service box. But if you hit with a bounce in the service box and it hits
Law
the
15.
fence, the serve is out. So that's why you see that the guys are not hitting the serve against the fence.
But
Because
in
then
open play, it's
in
fine.
open play, it's fine. Exactly.
Right. And bouncing and hitting the glass is fair game throughout the game.
Yes.
Serve
Absolutely.
and
Law
throughout the
30.
game.
Absolutely.
Listen, it's not a difficult game, and I think once you get the rules in the first 5 minutes, you're in for it.
Yep.
So that's great. So back to the ATP Tour. So
Yes.
you're finding young players. We're developing, Africa, which is something
15-30.
APT is clearly interested in, as a completely different social demographic and an economic demographic
Yep.
than Europe, for example. So what are we talking about with APT in terms of corporate social responsibility? Are they looking to get involved? Do they get involved? Do they like it? Is it something that's part of the plan? Is it part of the fiber of APT?
30 all.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the beauty about this sport is that it really connects people, and it really connects people in, both men and women, but also in all ages. Look at that one.
Wow, that is a phenomenal shot. Great, potentially point-winning
30-40.
smash from the Jaroyo team.
Yeah.
And Facundo just controlled that, ran onto it, and smashed it out of the court.
So here you
True
can see
athleticism.
exactly. And just going back to this point is that you see here that if you don't hit your smash good enough, it's very difficult to recover.
Correct. You can
So you
easily
really
get punished.
have to, when you decide that you really go for it, you have to be sure that either you can get it outside, or you can get it with a bounce over to your own side. So this is very important, because
Game
you
on
saw
first
what
set.
happened here with
Mambrini
Facundo. That was a
Lopez
great
leads
smash,
6
but it's not
games to
enough.
3.
He jumped
Change
up
of
high
the
and
balls.
smashed it into the ground and over the court. So Here, it's like I said, it's not so much about power; it's about strategy.
Sure.
And as the week goes on, you will see. You will see how the game is really picking up. The players are getting more used to the balls, the court, the sun, the wind, and everything. So
It gets better and better.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Meantime, Lautaro Mambrini and Facundo Lopez have taken the lead 6-3 in the first set. They broke service twice and finished that set with that phenomenal serve and a forced error straight after that took them through the serve. Let's talk about the players that are here. You said the best of the APT Tour players are going to be here in South Africa. We've got a couple of legends on this roster.
Yes, we have.
We met Willie earlier on, so for listeners and viewers out there, Willie Lahoz, you can Google that, but do it after the tournament because it's a lot of reading. The man is an absolute legend of paddle. We got Willie, but he's not the only one.
No, Willie is, like you said, a legend in our sport. He was, the former world number 3. I think he's the oldest player that has won, I would say like an international title in paddle. So he's a legend. He's the nicest and the best guy in the world. And the South African people here has had the privilege of playing with him and got coached by him as well. So, like you said, he's a big legend in our sport. We also have a guy called Christian Gutierrez that is coming in today. Former, I would say, top 5 player in the world. Now he's a bit older, maybe some little bit of extra weight, but his hands and his tactics and his strategy is amazing. And the good thing about Christian is that he's playing with one of our youngest players, Maxi Sanchez. And Maxi Sanchez, for me, is a very charismatic, colorful player that is very flashy. You will see he's one of the guys that really jumps really high when he's smashing and like I said, he's
now
a flashy player.
Second set,
and this
Mr.
is also
Mambrini
good
to
for the
serve.
tour that we have guys like Willie and Christian that can they can guide, educate
Love 15.
Almost
our
like
players.
a mentor.
Exactly, like a mentor.
Well, that's amazing because, when I introduce people to the game of paddle, I always tell people that one of the good things about paddle is that it's age agnostic.
Love 30.
Because you can have a young person, 16, 17, playing with a 60-year-old, and you can both get along and you can both play a really good game. And so it's almost like of any ages. And I was really shocked to find out, because it includes me, that the senior tour or championships in paddle are for people over 35. So really people of any age can play the sport.
Yes. And that is the beauty. I mean, we had, I think it was 2 days ago, we had a gentleman. He was 60, I think he's 64 years old, Alan.
Yeah,
I think he's 64 years old, and he was actually, giving the young
15,
guys a big match because he is a former table tennis player. I mean, and he's a legend. He knows exactly where to hit, how to move, how to position himself, and not so much power, but a lot of strategy.
Sure, and yet he's in his mid-60s, which is fantastic because, people as you get older, you want to be able to still be active and play some sport and have some fun, which is what paddle provides. So that's amazing. Back to the player. So Christian Gutierrez, amazing guy, amazing player. Willie Laws. You have another young player, which I personally have heard a lot about and I've seen, and he seems to set the world of paddle alight from time to time, which is Lionel Aguirre,
Ferial.
Yes.
well known as Torito.
Yeah.
So he's going to be here.
Yeah.
All right. And, the back in his homeland of Argentina, they call him El Mago, which is, in English, he's the magician. Is he really a magician?
He is. He's a little bit of Diego Maradona of paddle.
40-30.
There is nothing that he cannot do with the ball and racket. He makes some shots that you can see on YouTube, which is just, amazing. He made a shot now that you and I spoke about the other day in Monaco, which is insane. First of all, how you can, come up with the idea of doing it, and then how you can execute it perfectly like he did. So he's a very vocal player on the court. He has, for me, the best hands in the world of paddle. So he's a lot of fun to watch, and he's been playing better and better. What he needs to do now is that he needs to
Golden point.
improve his physique.
Mr. Garallo to
that's
receive.
the last bit that is missing for him to make the next step for me.
Like Diego as a footballer.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's great. So we have legends, we have young, promising stars, and we have entertainment.
Yes.
I mean, what more can you expect from a sport?
Yeah.
And from professionals?
And here we have also, Paolo, we forgot to mention this, that so here in paddle, when it's deuce, you have
Game
golden
Mambrini
points.
Lopez.
Okay, that's interesting.
game,
Let's
yes,
talk about
second
that.
set.
Yes.
So when I play with you, because we're buddies, we
Yep.
can play, we talked about the tennis scoring, we can play juice, advantage, and we
Exactly.
can take hours.
Yes.
But in professional,
Mr.
paddle,
Tua to serve.
and in competition, there's this thing called the golden point. So tell us why it's there, and tell us how it works.
Yes. So golden point means that it's in. Whoa! Did you see that
Wow.
one?
That is fantastic. Again, what you said, if the smash is not right there,
15 love.
Yeah.
if you can be punished, and that
Yeah.
was fantastic. Out of the court smash, low. Facundo ran out and smashed it back
Yep.
into the net.
I think here, Paolo, I think he touched the net, which you are not allowed to do. And these guys are pure fair play. So Facundo said straight away that I touched the net when I ran outside.
That is fantastic. So that's
Yeah.
not like football where we have to go to VAR 50 times and have 30 arguments with the referee.
well,
Facundo said immediately,
yes, but
I touched the net, I'm sorry.
you know, oh wow,
Wow,
Yeah.
look at that. Lauti facing the
Very low.
wall, hitting it between the legs, and forcing actually a difficult return.
Yeah.
They did win the point of opposition, but not because Lauti's shot was no good.
no. But here also, I think that the future is going to be video replays because the sport is still new, quite new. I can see
40
that
love.
it's a different type of players that are coming up now. For example, if you look at Willie, if you look at Christian Gutierrez when they play very slow with a lot of thought behind, a lot of strategy. The young guys now, you will see,
Play with a
they
lot of
are
power.
more powerful. They play quicker, they move more, they try to
Game
interfere
Tua
more, they
Garallo.
cross more.
One game all.
So you will
second set.
see a big difference now in paddle, and that's why
Mr.
I
Lopez
said
to
that
serve.
probably in maybe a year or two, it's going to
No,
be video
second serve.
replays. Even though these guys on all tours are pure fair play. But as the sport grows and as the prize money increases, when it's 5-all and it's deciding a golden point,
Sure.
and maybe you touch the net a little bit, it's a very fragile situation.
Sure.
15 love.
Okay, listen, that makes perfect sense. There's a
Yeah.
lot more at stake. So, and you want to be sure, you want to be transparent, and make sure that everything is unbiased and
Yeah.
and as neutral as possible. This net,
Yes.
they've just hit the net.
15 all.
What's the height? Same height as a tennis court?
No, it's lower. It's
lower.
lower, and it's not as tight as a tennis net.
Okay.
And you also know that a tennis net is, you have the single posts on the
30,
side,
15.
which means that on the side of the net, it's a lot higher. Here you see that the net is quite the same height
Throughout.
throughout exactly. So this
40,
is a,
15.
this is a big difference in paddle compared to tennis. And here also that you're not allowed, you cannot touch the net either with your foot,
Game
with your
Mambrini
knee,
Lopez.
with your
They lead
leg, with your
2-1.
racket.
Second set.
But you are allowed to go over the net and hit the ball.
That's interesting. Are you allowed to go over the net all the time, or just when it's been played already from the other side?
Exactly. Just when the ball, for example, you will see this week when the guys are hitting, let's say, a smash, that they will go over the net and hit it outside or hit it back into the net.
But only once it's been on the other
Yes,
side.
exactly,
But if
yeah.
you, for example, just hit a very short return to me that just happens to be near the net,
Yep.
I shouldn't
No, you're not
go
allowed
over
to.
and go over the net.
No.
That's not allowed. But once it's been on my side, I can go over the net.
Exactly, exactly.
All right,
You're
that sounds
spot on.
fair. That
Yeah.
sounds good. Now, in South Africa, of course, 18 months ago, we only had one paddle court in
Yeah.
South Africa, and it was in Cape Town. We now have close on 30 courts spread throughout the country, and I know, because I'm fairly involved, of another 30 or 40 courts that are being built. So it's exploding very rapidly. It is accessible. It should be accessible. It's going to become more and more
Technical
accessible.
code violation.
But we're talking about
And first
maybe in
warning
a year there's going to
for the
be
pair.
100 courts in South Africa.
Tua Garayo.
Just for viewership and for the listeners out there, you said that in Sweden it's one of the fastest growing markets or places for paddle in Europe or in the world. How many courts are there in Sweden? How many courts are there in Spain? Because Spain is the epicenter of paddle.
Yes, now I just saw the numbers, and Sweden has actually overtaken Spain in the number of courts.
Wow.
I think we have around 3,700 courts now in Sweden, which is crazy. It's crazy, and most of them are indoors because of the weather. So, like I said, we have some emerging markets. Sweden is definitely one of them. Now in the Nordic countries, let's say in Denmark, Finland, Norway, Sweden, it's really growing fast. Then you have countries like Germany, for example, where it's a bit slower, even though Germany is a very big country. France, big country, growing very fast. I mean, this sport is going to come to each and every country around the world, I think. But Swedish people are quite fast of picking up, new sports and trends. So I think that's one of the reasons why we are, quite quick with new things that are happening.
Well, and historically, the Swedish nation has been very good with racket sports. I mean,
15-0.
Yourself in particular, Thomas, you won a Grand Slam
Yep.
in tennis, and there were many famous Swedish tennis players. I mean,
Yes.
tennis is a very popular sport in Spain. I mean, in Sweden, not least of all Bjorn Borg.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's natural that countries who play tennis are probably the first or the fastest to adopt.
Yes. Agree.
Why has paddle been more accepted in Spanish-speaking countries in the beginning than now?
Well, it's a very
15-30.
good question. But this sport started in Mexico, and the
But
big
it didn't take off there.
No.
It started
No,
in Mexico,
second
but
serve.
the natural thing that it would grow there
exactly
didn't happen.
No. So I mean, the big countries in paddle are Argentina and Spain, and if you look at the number of courts, of course Sweden. But most of the players, let's say on our tour, they are Argentinians. We have Spanish. We have Brazilians. We have very good Brazilian players. So it's at the moment it's more, how should I say, like centralized in the Spanish-speaking countries. But the beauty about our tour is also that we have a lot
40-30.
of different nationalities. For example, we have a Portuguese player that is coming here now. He's very, very good. Italian player that is coming here is super, super good. But I also think that the longer paddle is going to exist, the more different nationalities we will have. And what I've seen here for the last couple of days, South Africa might
Yes.
enter soon.
Golden Point.
Well, the APT has been very kind to offer local
Mamrini
players a
to receive.
wild card entry into the tournament at early stage, and they're going to be playing. So later on this afternoon, we actually
Game. Tua
we have a South African
Garayo.
pairing,
2 games
and
old.
from what I've
Second
heard,
set.
there is actually a second pairing being allocated to
Mr.
the
Mamrini
tournament.
to
Is that
serve.
correct?
Yes, that's correct. So we have we had a late withdrawal yesterday from one of the guys that
15
he hurt himself in his last event, so unfortunately he couldn't make it. So and then I spoke to PK, which is the I said that I'm more than happy to give, an alternate spot if something. Or it could be also that someone gets injured here or sick, because for
So
me,
like a substitute in
Exactly,
football or a...
and for me it's important that we. I mean, it's the same
15
in
all.
tennis. If you have a tennis tournament here, we should have 1 or 2 wildcards for South African players, because that's also how you grow the sport and grow the interest wherever
yeah,
you
this
go.
is the development we were talking about.
Exactly. And it's going to be very fun to see, because what's good here also, Paolo, is that we will have a South African team in the second round.
That's correct, because the
15-30.
alternate team is going to be playing the wild card team.
Exactly.
So whichever team wins is
Yeah.
going to be in the next round.
Yes.
That's remarkable, because off the bat you've got a last 16 South African team
Exactly.
representing South Africa.
Exactly.
And we South Africans like to believe that we don't only represent South Africa, but we represent Africa as well. And funnily enough, 2 of the guys that are playing that have got that wild card, they were recently played a club invitational representing Africa Paddle, which is one of the South African clubs in Egypt. And they did themselves
Whoa!
proud. That is a phenomenal
Did you
point.
see that
A
football save?
magnificent
15-40.
shot there from Lautaro, which looked like a winning shot, and Oya Zuazua was able to retrieve that with a little drop shot in the corner. That was absolutely
Amazing.
Even Lauti was looking at that and thinking, "Wow, unbelievable." Here we go again. The smash was
That was a
left
30-40.
a little bit behind.
yes.
and,
That was a little bit of
and
a mistake.
Alejandro nearly got it back. It was
exactly.
really close. But that's exactly what you spoke about earlier. If you don't get it exactly right, it is retrievable. So there's nothing to fear of being the opposition smashing a really hard shot at you, because you've always got a chance to get it.
Yeah. And now it's a break point here, huh?
This is a break point.
Yes. You see how effective it is to hit against the fence, because you don't know how the ball is going to come out.
Very much so.
Now
And
they are
you
in
can see they're trying to gain ground and find the position in the net.
Oh.
Now,
Now we have the golden
Yes.
points.
we have a golden,
Golden
point.
point.
Now, that particular shot,
Mm.
Mr. Garayo to
Edge there,
receive.
this is the fair play we were talking about.
Yes.
In a social game, you and I would be arguing over a beer whether that was in or out. But there's absolute faith in the geometrics behind that between the players.
Yes. And sometimes that one is.
Oh,
he
that was
almost has
terribly unlucky. He got there and he just couldn't turn
Game,
it back in.
Mambrini Lopez,
So-
they lead 3
But
games,
that's
The break
2-2.
point didn't become a break
Second
point,
set.
and they held on their serve.
Yep. So
Uh,
it's 6-3, 3-2 up.
6-3, 3-2. And Lautaro and Facundo look to have the edge right now at moving on to the next round. But I'm sure that Alejandro and Oya have got plenty to say still.
They were the favorites, I think, going into this match. I mean, this young team is for me very interesting to see. And this is just the beginning of a big journey for these 2 guys. So I think, I mean, they were the favorites coming into this match. They played in Monaco. They played well. Now they're getting more and more experienced. So, and this team that they're playing, I don't think they have been playing that much together. And this is also a key, in paddle, is that you need to have a good communication on the court. You need to know how you hit your shots, how you move together, how you attack, how you defend. So if you find a new partner, it's most of the time it takes, maybe 2-3 events before you get really well connected together.
Sure, so that's quite important. Because you want to have, it's like anything, I suppose. It's like a dance partner or even a partner in life. You need to have somebody you can communicate with and that you can work well together, move together well with. So that's really important. Probably almost as important as the skill level.
Yes, absolutely.
Mr.
And
Tuatua to
in
serve.
this sport, for example, if you have 2 right-handed players that are playing together, the player that has the deuce side, so the right side of the court, is more the solid player, the player that makes a lot of balls, that
15
plays a little bit more defensive, I would say, use a lot of lobs. And then you have the other guy that is playing on the ad side, which is the left side. He's more of a finisher. So he is the guy, for example, to if it comes a lob, he's the guy to try to finish the point.
Oh, there was a series of really delicate touches there at the net
Yes.
between these guys. Really nice interchange.
And you also see here, Paolo, with the volley, is that they try to hit the volley with a little bit of slice. And why? It's because
15
the
all.
ball is skids off the ground, and then if it hits the back wall, it goes down. So it's very, very difficult to defend against those shots.
Those type of shots,
Yes.
sure.
And this is a common mistake that you see from, let's say, tennis players, that they hit the volley too flat,
15-30.
too hard, meaning that the ball gets a lot of rebound. So sometimes you see these guys, they're hitting quite soft, but a lot of slice, and that is extremely tough to get
get
hold
to.
of. Yeah.
Sure. There we go, gaining some ground. I see something very important, or something.
Oh, whoa.
Wow, what a beautiful shot, and well defended.
Oh,
well
yo, yo.
defended. That looked like me.
Yeah.
That was very unlucky.
30 all.
It would have been a beautiful shot. He had the opposition on the run. So one of the things that I find really interesting is that it's almost, the game becomes almost like a strategic seesaw of backwards and forwards, with both teams trying to dominate the net position. So
Oh, did you see that one?
wow, that's fantastic. Beautiful lob.
Yes.
40-30.
In paddle, you try to take the net. You try to be, to be able to play volleys, because this way you put a lot of pressure on the opponent.
And hence
Game to
a lot of
Azua
points,
Garayo,
because
3 games
as you
all,
try to
second
gain
set.
position at the net, you try to get the guys to
Mr.
move back,
Lopez
so
to
you're
serve.
lobbing them so they can move backwards, and as they move backwards,
Wait, please.
you move forwards to try
Exactly.
and gain that position.
Exactly.
So the key thing here is to keep the guys at the back while you stay in the net.
Exactly.
Easier said than done for
Wait,
us,
please.
but for these guys, it looks almost too easy forwards.
Play.
It's now 3-3.
It's 3-all. Yes.
Yeah, 3-3 in the second set. And Lauti seems to have lost
Love
a
15.
little bit of his eye there. It's almost 3-4 forced errors in a row.
Yes.
And his concentration seems to be slipping a little bit. And yet they're still holding on 3-3, having the privileged position of being 6-3 up in the first set. Wow, what a recovery.
So what he did there is that he said that I touched it, because sometimes it could be very difficult to see
15 all.
if he touched the ball or if he didn't touch the ball.
Okay.
So it's again it's fair play, and this is the most important thing in the sport.
So lots of lobs.
Yeah, you see
Few
here
forced errors.
there's a few forced errors now from Mambrini.
15-30.
And this is also what you're going to see now. Most likely is that the opponents are going to try to
Focus
know,
a little bit on him because they feel
exactly.
him losing a little bit of his
Exactly.
edge.
Exactly.
30 all.
Okay. So we said lots of lobs. Let's talk about other types of shots. So,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of them have Spanish names, so we know about the bandeja.
Yeah.
And for the English-speaking viewers and listeners out there, a bandeja is a tray, almost like a waiter's tray or a tray to serve drinks. And that sort of mimics, the shot mimics the action of holding a tray up above your shoulder and trying not to spill the drinks.
Yeah.
And then we have the bajada and
40,
we have
30.
the víbora, which is
Yes.
a viper. And that's sort of self-explanatory about the power in the shot.
Yeah.
So we have all these shots. Are we going to get a shift on this terminology to English or to other languages, or are we going to almost stick to it like in tennis where we have égalité
Let first serve.
still being used today over
Yeah.
deuce in many places?
I really hope so, Paulo, because I mean I've been playing now paddle for I would say seven years. I still cannot keep track on all the Spanish different shots. So yes, I think that as the sport grows, you will have English names to all those shots that you just mentioned.
Because it's quite a repertoire. Eh?
Yes, it is. And then you have the Chiquita, which is like a very
Game,
soft
Mambrini Lopez,
drop
the
on the
elites,
opponent's
4 games, 2-3,
feet.
second set.
So, but like I said, this sport is still very, very new. So it's going to take a while for us to, to get, first of all the names that you said on the different shots, but also to get all the players to be able to speak English, because this is also how you grow the sport. I mean, if you look at Rafael Nadal, for example, he came up and he was very young in the world of tennis. But I mean, his team around him and the people, his friends, they said, you have to improve your English. And look now, I mean, now he speaks English
He's
almost.
super fluent.
Yeah, exactly.
So this happens in all sports, if you take a look at football, in particular the Premier League, which is probably the most famous of all the football leagues in the world. There are a lot of foreign players from all over the world, and a lot of them arrive and they can't speak a word of English, but slowly, either the club or their agents or their team around them start getting them lessons, and because they're mixing with other guys who speak English, they start improving. And a year or two later, they're doing interviews, and they're able to spread the sport to a wider audience because of that language, overcoming that language barrier. So this game is really becoming tight.
Yes.
4-3 now to Lauti and Facundo. Oya and Alejandro are going to serve. I think Alejandro Jaroya is going to serve. And this guy is another huge talent, eh?
Mr. Garallo to serve.
Yes, and
he's not going to take this line down.
No. And he also, for me, he has the better serve out of the two. So now it's like you said, it's a crucial game now, and they got onto a bad start. So Love 15 straight
Love
away.
15.
Now they're going to put a lot of pressure. So Lopez and Mambrini, they're going to put a lot of pressure on these two now.
Because a break now puts them in a very commanding position. And there's another forced error.
That is actually a little bit of a sloppy mistake, I have to say. Now it's a crucial moment of the match, you really have to try to keep it simple. You cannot go for the, you cannot take too much risk.
Second serve.
Especially at 30 love down.
Exactly.
On a service break, that'll take the team into a two-game advantage.
Now they will play smart here. That was an attack point for Lopez.
15,
that is the right shot to do, because it was a lot of rebound off the wall that he could have done.
Unfortunately, the execution let him down a little bit. Eh? Oh, and they're back in the game, 30 all.
30 all.
Now, that was the simplest of serves, and yet he forced an error. That's quite remarkable, eh?
Here you see he has hit 3 lobs in a row.
Oh, and he's forced the error, taking the lead now, 40-30.
Yeah. 40-30.
They made 2 sloppy mistakes when they were love 30.
But they've recovered well.
Yeah. And here also you have to understand that if you go to love 40,
second serve,
you actually have 4 break points, not 3.
Ah.
Because you have the golden point as well.
Correct. So I mean, that's very important. So as opposed to in social paddle, it almost becomes super crucial. That is a spectacular point. I think right now Facundo is wondering if there's a hole in his racket on
4
that
games
one.
all, second set.
Yeah, you have a few holes.
That's
but
a
maybe
great
not.
bounce
Mr.
back
Mambrini
to
to serve.
4. Lambrini to serve.
Yeah. I actually thought that they were going to take that game break of serve, and then they could have served for the match here.
That's brilliant. Now that smash
15 all.
was not powerful at all.
No.
And yet it hit that glass and it bounced out of the court in a way where even with Oya attempting to run out of the court, he just couldn't reach it.
No. It's a lot of spin on the ball, and you see that it's almost like a second serve in
30
tennis,
loss.
where you put a lot of spin to get a kick, and as soon as the ball hits the ground, it kicks, so it makes the bounce higher, and then it goes over the fence.
So in fact, that's the term, isn't it? A kick smash.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
And for that, contrary to
Love.
popular belief, you don't need a lot of power. You
No.
need a lot of spin and placement.
Yes, exactly.
So,
So
it's
in-
an art. It's almost an art
So
form.
instead of the racket going more forward, the racket goes more up towards the sky, and that's how you get the kick.
In the interim, these guys who were 30 love
40-15.
down earlier and on the at great risk of dropping the set quickly or set advantage quickly, are now
It's 40-15.
at 40
Yeah.
40-15, looking to break the serve.
So there, you just have to apologize, and
Game, Mamrini
and this
Lopez,
is also the
they
thing
lead
in paddle
5
is
games to 4, second set.
that when you play against a team and you see that one of the guys are struggling, maybe he doesn't have the position, maybe he's too close to the net, or maybe he's too far back. You try to continue hitting the balls on this player. You're not changing the directions. So in tennis, most of the time, if the player is out of the court, then you go to on the other corner. But here you really have to reprogram your mind a little bit and really try to hurt the opponent that is not in the position.
Sure. Listen, Thomas, for me especially, and I'm sure for listeners and viewers out there, watching a game like this and listening to somebody as involved in the sport as you are is very eye-opening and very, very, very exciting. I want to go back to the tournament while these guys are taking a break, because the game is really now coming to a climax, because this could go either way.
Yep.
I mean, Lautaro and Facundo could win this right now, or we could be watching a third deciding set. But let's go back to the tournament. So ATP, Cape Town, once off.
All my colleagues, all the
Mr.
players,
Tua to serve.
they are so impressed by, first of all, the setting of this event is just amazing. We're in Camps Bay, probably one of the most beautiful places in the world, and here we have a paddle court. So we really want to come back, and we will come back, and also next year we will really try to have women as well.
15 love.
Maybe it could be, as a first step, it could be like an invitational event. But since the sport is quite new, here we decided to try to make, like you saw the other day, Paolo, we did a lot of clinics, we did a lot of pro-ams. We want to connect the kids, we want to connect the women, and of course the men as well. But this sport at the moment is a little bit bigger for the men than for the women, and this is something that I want to change.
Fair
I want
enough.
to bring in more women into the game. I want to bring in the next generation of players. So I think we will come back here for the upcoming 3 years at least.
That's fantastic. So 3 years of ATP at a minimum in Africa, in Cape Town. Very, very exciting. Just going back to the girls, wow, this is a fantastic point. Lots of smashes, great defending, and great finish there. Great
40 love.
finish there by Oya, who finished a series of incredible shots and defenses. Back to the ladies paddle. So, I play a lot of mixed paddle, and I see a lot of girls playing. I regularly watch ATP girls and WPT girls. So I imagine that globally, because we said
Game.
that
Tua
paddle
Garayo,
is age
5
agnostic.
game all,
It's also
second set.
for everyone,
Yep.
kids, women, men.
Yes.
Is it growing? Because if you look at a sport like football, the fastest growing sector of football is women's football.
Yep.
Golf, same thing. Women's golf is literally exploding all over the world.
Love
Is
15.
paddle going to be the same way?
I think so. I really, really think so. I see more and more kids, I see more and more women playing this beautiful sport. So I think that was a tricky one.
Very tricky.
Now all of a sudden there are a lot of pressure now. Huh? It's 5-all,
Love
love
30.
30.
5-all, looking at a service break. Love 30. We could be looking at a third set here.
Yes. So I really think, to answer your question, Paolo, I think that this is a
15,
sport
30.
for everyone. Like I said, not only for for the guys. This is a sport for the women. It's a sport for the kids, and we want to grow the sport everywhere we go.
Oh, that's terribly unlucky. or rather lucky.
15-40.
So lucky on
Yeah, now
low
now there are
position.
three break points down here
3 break points down
for being in, I would say, in very much control of the whole match.
to being under pressure.
Under pressure, exactly. That is
That's a great smash.
yes.
Forced an error.
30-40.
And it's 30-40. They've recovered one. So we might get to see a golden point here where we can show our viewers and our listeners.
Wow. That's smart.
Here we go. Great spreading of the ball.
Yes,
from left
golden
to right.
point.
And
Now it's a golden point.
That's
This is
what we
probably
receive.
the most important point so far in the match.
Take us through how does this work?
So, the receivers, which is the, in this case, it's Zuazua and his partner, they choose who's going to return. Okay, so most of the time you pick the best returner.
To the guy.
Exactly, and this time is Zuazua that's going to return this serve. And he does it with no risk. He makes a lob. Wow, they were lucky there.
Very lucky. It's great defense work.
Yes.
Oh, unlucky with that bounce. So that's it. No
Game
advantage.
Tuatua Garayo.
No, that's it.
They lead
End of
6
point.
games to 5.
And they drop
Second
their
set.
serve.
Yeah.
Change of
6
the
games
balls.
to 5.
Yep.
Which means that Zuazua and Jarayo are
Serving
back
for
in
the set.
game.
They're serving for the
set.
serving for the second set.
Serving for the second set.
Yeah.
In which case we'll watch a third. If they do fluff their lines, then Lautaro are back in the game, and the next step would be a tiebreak.
Exactly.
All right, and the tiebreak works like tennis.
Yes. Copy paste
Fantastic.
of tennis.
Copy paste of tennis. That's fantastic.
So,
So
but
this is a really exciting game for the opening game of the tournament. We're on the edge of our seats here.
Yes, and this is something that is this is how quick it can turn, and especially now when we and all the paddle world has added the golden points, because it puts so much pressure on the server. You know, that, like I said, love 30. If love 30 becomes love 40, all of a sudden you have 4 break points against you, not 3. So I think this is a
And
game.
naturally it speeds it
Yeah,
up as
and
well.
this is a game changer, and we have the same concept in tennis, but only in doubles. And in tennis, it's called deciding point.
Okay.
Receiver's choice, they say.
I like
always.
golden point.
Yeah, golden point.
Yeah,
I
a lot
like it.
funkier.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. I like it. So now the guys are back on the court. They must be feeling, Jarayo right now and Oya Zuazua must be feeling quietly confident.
Yes,
You know,
I mean
they've come back from behind.
exactly.
They are serving for the set.
I would.
They've got to be confident.
Yeah,
Certainly confident.
I would have said they were halfway into the locker room at one stage.
Yeah. And yeah, they
time.
are.
Yeah, and now they're serving for the second set. But that just shows how quick this game can turn. And it's the same
serve with
in,
the new
in
balls.
tennis, especially in doubles.
Mr. Garayo.
Doubles with this golden point or deciding point, it is a game changer. It is a true game changer because you also serve against the best returner when you're under pressure, you know?
So it equalizes things
Yes.
almost. Wow, I didn't
Here
really
you
got
see-
that back.
Very smart of Mambrini. You saw that Zuazua was
15.
in big problems and he continued hitting on him instead of changing direction.
Correct. And open up the gap there.
Exactly. Oops.
Oops. That is unfortunate.
This
Yeah,
happens
that's great.
many
15-0.
times in
Sure.
paddle, but it's a part of the game.
Sure, and it's not malicious. You can see,
No.
and the guys apologize immediately, and apologies accepted, and on we go. Oh,
He almost got it.
almost got it.
Yeah.
Almost
15-30.
got it. Very tight, 15-30.
Sloppy mistake.
That was very sloppy.
30-all.
Directly against the fence.
Exactly. That is a very sloppy mistake, especially in this time of the match. Just hit the fence.
Just hit the fence.
So now all of a sudden,
30-40.
30-40, you are 2 break points down.
2 break points down, and we could be.
That is an amazing get.
Oh,
Amazing get.
that is an amazing get, and he forced the error.
Deuce.
I'm
Golden
Forced the
point.
error from Lopez, and we have a juice, and we have a golden point again.
Yep.
Again, this deciding factor.
Mr. Mambrini to receive.
You
And
think
here
we're
you-
going to have the same thing?
Here
We
you have Mr. Mambrini to
Mambrini
receive exactly.
receiving.
I'm a bit surprised that they don't go more
Whoa.
lobs on
we
Zuazua
have
because
game
he
on
doesn't
second
do
set.
much with the smash.
Suazua
And
Garayo.
as a
7
net,
games to
net guy,
5.
you can really take good position. It's more problems when Alejandro is smashing because he can go soft or he can go with a lot of power. So I'm a bit surprised with their strategy from the
Strategy.
youngsters here. But like I said, they learn every day. If they would have a coach here, I'm sure that if, for example, if Willie Laos would have been their coach,
You would have been here telling them all.
he would have been here telling them all of this, what I just say here. So let's see if they can come back to the nice level that they had in the first set.
But they're not out of it yet. We're at 6-6. We're going to see a tiebreaker.
No, it's 7-5
Is
for
it
the
7-5?
yes. So now we are in the third set.
All right. So,
Yes.
so third set. So
Yes.
almost blank slate. And
So
we
one set all.
One set all, blank slate, and this will decide it. So exciting for fans, viewers, that they're actually seeing the opening match, 3-setter, hard fought.
Yes.
Lots of really interesting points. A lot of strategy involved. Upper hand on one side, pendulum swing into the other team over the next set. Do these guys struggle fatigue? I mean, I know they're young,
no.
they're eternally fit, but it is hot.
I don't think so. I don't think that this game has been that physical yet. No, these guys are young. I saw them practice the other day. They were practicing for 2.5 hours. So they are used to, and they're also used to the heat as well. So I really don't think it's going to be a problem
Time.
for them. And it hasn't been, like I said, for me, it hasn't been that physical game.
Okay. All right. Here they go. They're going to start the third set now.
Now
And,
starting the third set. Mr. Mambrini to serve.
Mambrini to serve, and we've got Zuazua receiving. I see they haven't changed positions. Is that something that rarely happens, or does it?
They rarely change position, meaning they change side. Because here you have, like I said, you have a left-handed guy and a right-handed guy, and this is the perfect position for them. But for me, I have to say that I am a bit surprised by their strategy because I see
15 love.
that, I mean, Zuazua is a tricky player. He doesn't have that much power, but he doesn't do much. While Alejandro is very, very dangerous for me.
Yeah. Well, Zuazua is probably the more defensive player.
And we have
in the pairing.
we have the perfect.
Oh,
Yeah, very
that
good.
is positionally brilliant.
Yeah.
They pushed both players out to the
30 love.
side, including one out of the court, and left a raging gap on the side there to
Yes.
be exploited.
And here, you and I, we have the perfect position here, Paulo. We can see when they lob against Zuazua.
40 love. 40-0.
When they lob over Zuazua, in this case, Mambrini could go a lot closer to the net because he doesn't have the power.
Game.
That's-
Mambrini Lopez.
And that was a beautiful,
First game,
clean
third
game.
set.
First game 2-0.
Yes, solid first game, I would
Solid
say.
first game. I think Mambrini and Lopez are going to step up the game a little bit more now.
Yes,
See Lopez self-meditating there in the corner, psyching himself up, which I think is good. You know, when you often you're in the game and you start getting distracted, it's easy to get distracted and to lose focus. So it's good to refocus. A lot of sportsmen do that. I think these guys heard you, Thomas, because I see quite a lot of directional play towards Zuazua's angle.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's great. But again, they've exploited a positional gap there.
It's out. Oh, it's in.
No, it's in. That's fantastic.
Now
You see a lot
that
of
a lot more balls are going.
to Zuazua,
Yeah.
particularly from Lambrini.
There you saw exactly what I was actually looking for. You see that as soon as you lob
Love 15.
over Zuazua and you see that he's reaching the ball, they can really go close to the net and punish, in this case, Alejandro.
Yes, we saw that, and I think that's the first real show of power that Lopez has given us in
Yes.
the game, because he attacked that on the double smash, and of course Zuazua was able, or Alejandro was able to get it once, but not twice. Unfortunate forced error.
15 all.
Zuazua strikes me as a bit of a hand player. He's got some beautiful positional play,
Yes.
but lacks the power to exploit the gaps. Oh,
This
that
is
is
a beautiful.
majestic.
It's a beautiful shot because here you see that it looks like he's going to
30-15.
hit very, very hard, and then he fakes, and then he takes all the pace off, and then both players are, they are trying to cover the power smash, and then he just drops it. And this is
30 all.
something that you will see more and more during the week, because as soon as the players they see that the opponent is loading up, like you say in paddle language, for a big power smash, they all run in. They all run forward.
And I imagine then deceit becomes, in the shot, of course,
Yes.
becomes a real important tool in
40-30.
the arsenal of a player.
Exactly.
Because if you can fool the player into believing that you're doing shot A and you're doing shot B, it's got to be very powerful.
Yeah.
Game to
So
Azuagarayo. One
that,
game
that
all.
point for
Third
me was
set.
very interesting, because one of the things that
Mr.
strikes
Lopez
me
to
about
serve.
watching paddle at this level is that the ace almost seems to be like the stranger at the party.
Yes. I mean, here you don't. You never see. You never see aces in paddle. I mean, it's.
15 love.
I think when I was in Monaco, when I saw the matches, I didn't see one. They are so good returning the serve. So, I mean, sometimes you try to put the returner in a tricky position, and you really try to help, your partner at the net to have the perfect volley after the
Very low.
return.
But even a simple serve like that, I mean, he forced the error. Obviously, he wasn't expecting a soft
Yes.
serve like that. But generally, as you
Second
say,
serve.
it builds the point.
Yep.
And that is ultimately what the game of paddle is about.
Yep.
And probably on a social level, why it's so enjoyable is because there are a lot more rallies than in other traditional racket sports. And more rallies means more enjoyment for the players. Because there's
Exactly.
more action, there's more activity.
Exactly.
30-15.
And also, I would love to see a little bit more, how should I, like, a little bit more attitude, a little bit more intensity from the youngsters. I mean, now they're playing. We are in Cape Town. It's a very, very big event. It's a not
40,
only
15.
money, but it's a lot of points that they play for. So I would love to see them fire up each other a little bit more, and I think we will see that most likely quite soon.
So points. I imagine points in their
Game,
ranking which
Mambrini
allow
Lopez.
them
They
a
lead
higher
2
level
games to
entry
1.
into the next
Third set.
tournament, which may be with higher financial status.
Absolutely. We have, so it's good that you brought it up, Paolo, because we have 3 different levels of events on APT Paddle Tour. We have the Grandmaster, which is, I would say, the equivalent of a Grand Slam in tennis. And then we have the master event, which is Cape Town. We just finished our event in Monaco. Monaco is also a master event. And then we have the open category, which is, I would say, the equivalent of a 250 event in tennis. So here in Cape Town, there are a lot of points to play for. And these guys, I mean, Mambrini and Lopez, they can really secure, a quite good ranking, in the beginning of the year. So they can really gain a lot of points here. And that's why I'm missing a little bit of the, of the fire in them, because now they had control of the match.
Time.
They lost the second set, and now it's the time to really, try to help each other to push off.
To pick up the pace.
Exactly.
We might still see that. And of course, because they're favorites, we're talking about expecting the fire from them. But they're not playing alone. And the opposition has got something to say about that. So
Mr. Garallo to serve.
I have a feeling we're going to see fire from both teams. And I think this last set is going to be an exciting finale.
Here you can see that as soon as they lob of Zuazua, they always have a chance on the next one to either enter the net or to really push them back.
Yeah, they seem to have lost
Now-
the net
now-
now, but here we go. Now the chance comes.
This is a dangerous. Lopez could have attacked there
Oh.
easily. He could have attacked. He
could have-
should have attacked.
15 love.
But like I said, this especially for me, Alejandro is an amazing player for me. Zuazua is a guy that he doesn't make any mistakes. He doesn't do much, but he's not missing.
He's a reliable player.
Yes.
Thomas, one of the powerhouses of any sport,
Yeah.
one of the driving
15 all.
factors of any sport is sponsorship.
Yes.
Now, in paddle, and I imagine in your tour, you have the tour sponsors, but then there are the player sponsors. As it's a new sport, are sponsors beginning to wake up to paddle, are beginning to see that there is potential and reach
15-30.
for their product and for their offerings using paddle as a channel? Is
I-
that becoming more prevalent?
Yes, it is, and at the moment, I would say, since this is, like I said, it's a quite new sport. The biggest sponsorships that the players are getting are from the clothes
30 all.
and from the rackets. I think that it's changing a bit now, because now companies are, they see the growth of the sport. They see also the exposure that we have. And more, big, famous companies are entering the sport, which is great, because these
40-30.
guys, we are still not close to, the prize money of tennis, and it's going to take a while, but we are moving forward, and we're moving very quick. So that's why it's important that companies are trying to enter our sport, and also our players, they are quite accessible, if you know what I'm saying. They are happy like they did the other day. We had a look at this point.
This is looking great. A little bit of
Yeah.
taka-taka, and only ended by a forced error.
They are
Really
all very
exciting.
friendly, very
Yes.
social, even
Golden
though we
point.
have a
Mr.
little
Lopez
bit
to
of a
receive.
language barrier sometimes. So, I mean, people can really get access to the players. Now we're in golden point again here. Now let's see what they're going to do. I'm a bit surprised by Mambrini's position, I have to say.
Oh, he's a bit,
There is
bit
no
wide.
exactly. There is no reason for him to
Zuazua
go.
Garallo, 2 games
If
all.
you play
Third set.
a player like Zuazua that doesn't have that much power, there is no reason for you
Mr.
to
Mambrini to
come in a
serve.
position in no man's land, which I say, which is middle of the court. Either you can go in here, or you can really.
That's an amazing return.
Now it's. Yeah, that's a
Oh.
good one.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot. It's a very good point, this one. And there you also
15
see
love.
that as soon as you don't hit your smash perfect, you get punished right away.
You know, what Zua Zua does really well is get back into
Yes.
defensive positions.
Yes.
Which
30
is
love.
great. Just going back to the sponsorship. So sponsors are starting to get paddle, to
Yep.
understand it, to see that there's potential reach to a new market for them, that the sport is growing, the audience is growing. Now, let's go back. If I'm a player, or rather not me, because I'm too old for this, but I have a son, and my son loves paddle, and he just happens to be quite good at it. Can he make a living playing paddle?
At the
30,
moment,
15.
I think that you have to come to a level where you are, a main draw player in APT, you're a main draw player in WPT, or you're a main draw player in the Premier Paddle Tour. Then I think you can, together with the sponsorship, you can make a living out of it. So, and like I said, we're just in the beginning of this amazing sport that is growing faster than any other sport in the world. So I think that if you give this sport another maybe 2-3 years, money's
40,
going to
15.
grow, more sponsors are going to come, we're going to have a more global tour. Of all of the tours are going to be more global. So people are going to see this sport a lot more. So I think this is the key, but also
40,
to
30.
not forget to build the sport, meaning attracting kids. This is the key for the sport to grow, because now you also see that you have some older players, and the beauty about, I would say, APT is that we have a lot of young players.
So that was
Game,
my next
Mambrini
question.
Lopez.
That, by the way, was an
They lead
incredible point.
3-2
Yes.
in first set.
Mambrini,
And Lopez is
and
3-2 up
Lopez was
now in the
3-2
third.
up
Yeah.
in the third set.
Yeah.
So my 17-year-old son wants to become a professional. He can earn a living, just basically etch out one, going to get better in a couple of years. And is his career going to end at 32 or 33?
No.
You know, like in football or rugby or in traditional sports? Or can he play till he's 40 or 50?
I think in paddle you can play until you're, I would say 45, to be honest, because we have, you're also playing doubles. So if you're 45, you might you might team up with a player that is 25 or 30, that is very physical while you are more tactical. And this is the perfect team to see this is Gutierrez Sanchez. You know, Gutierrez is, I think he's like 43, 44, maybe even 45. Massive experience, massive knowledge in paddle. And then you have a young guy like Maxi, I think he's 20 or 21. And they are playing together, and they can really help each other. Christian can really guide Maxi to become, one of the best players in the world.
So for these players,
Time.
career longevity is a real thing. You know, they could
Absolutely.
be playing paddle. You know, if you take Lautaro Mambrini, he's 17 years old today.
Yes.
He could be playing for the next 25 years.
Absolutely.
No questions asked.
Yep.
Easy peasy, provided his physical condition is injury-free.
Mr. Tua Tua to
He could
serve.
be playing till he's 45.
Yes.
Easily.
Yes.
That's amazing, because longevity in sport is important, especially from an earnings potential for professional players.
Yes, I completely agree with you, and I think that if we get an even more global spread of the sport, the interest is just going to grow, a lot quicker.
I just want to touch on another thing while we're talking about sponsors and we're talking about money and organizers. Coming to Cape Town,
15 love.
the APT you guys didn't just wake up one morning in Monaco or in Buenos Aires somewhere and say, I've been on holiday to Cape Town once upon a time. Africa sounds quite cool. I hear they're building some paddle courts there. Let's take the tour there. I'm sure it didn't happen that way. How did it go about?
No, I
15
am involved in a project here in South Africa called Africa Paddle, and I've been involved with this project now for a year. We are a few paddle freaks that have entered this project to try to grow the sport of paddle, not only in South Africa but in Africa. I'm very good friends with Philippe, which we call PK here in South Africa. We spoke
Second
about
serve.
this when we entered the project of Africa Paddle to, one day maybe bring an international paddle event to South Africa. And here we are in the most beautiful venue, I think, in the world. I mean, you have
3015.
Lionshead, you have the 12 Apostles here, you have the beach just around the corner. I mean, the players, they absolutely love this place. So it's been a lot of work, to be able to bring international, like a professional paddle tour to South Africa. But I'm
40-15.
super happy that we are here, and the interest is just gonna grow, I think.
That's great. So, and you guys planned it one day to bring it here, and here we are, because I know Africa Paddle is only maybe a year and a little bit old. So that one day dream became a reality really quick.
Yes, I mean PK has a strong team here that has been working, and I'm so
40-30.
impressed to see what he has done with Africa Paddle. With this beautiful court we have in Rotunda, which is, I mean, the players that are coming here, they've seen a lot of paddle courts, I can tell you, but they said, Thomas, this is one of the most beautiful paddle courts I've ever seen in my life. So I think it's a good team. We have a lot of fun together. We try to grow the sport, like I said, not only in South Africa, but I mean, in Africa, all over Africa. So.
There's that aggression we're looking for
This
from
is
Lopez
the thing,
and,
yeah.
and Mambrini.
And now it's a golden
golden
point.
point.
This
And it's a
is,
golden
Mr.
point.
Lopez
I would say, the
Tourist.
second
And
most
it's
important.
potentially a
Break point.
break point.
Yeah, it's a break point here. So let's see. Good return. Great lob.
Great lob, pushing them back. Great positioning at the net from both of them.
I really think that Mambrini could get closer to the net. What a point.
Wow.
Wow!
What a point. This is a fantastic point. That aggression is there. Great break.
Game
4-2
Mambrini
up now in the
Lopez.
third set.
They lead
And about to
4-2.
serve.
First
Yes.
set.
So this is really almost a pivoting point in the set. In the match.
Mr.
in
Lopez
fact.
to serve.
Back to Africa Paddle. So
Yes.
Africa Paddle is a paddle club. Organization wants to grow the sport of paddle. They build some paddle courts. They establish some clubs. They have a club in Cape Town, in Camps Bay. 5 beautiful
15 love.
courts, including the only indoor court in South Africa. They also have a beautiful center in Johannesburg at the German Country Club. 4 courts. And growing all the time. Lots of plans are here, lots of courts going up at different locations, really trying to spread the game of paddle around South Africa.
Yes, we have, and we also have a beautiful venue in close to Waterfront where we played the other day. There we
30
have
love.
4 courts. I would say a beautiful club with a very nice clubhouse. Great juice bar. I tried it the other day. Very nice. So no, we try to bring this sport so more and more people can try it out. And like we spoke about this morning, Paolo, it's also important that we have to involve the kids. We have to involve kids all over
30-15.
Africa to be able to try this sport. We had a kids' day here yesterday, where I saw amazing talents. I mean, I would just love them to start playing paddle and not any other sport, But I think paddle is also a good sport to
40-15.
start if you want to start playing tennis, or if you want to start playing badminton or table tennis. it's a very good hand and eye coordination sport.
That's correct. And also,
Let
less,
first serve.
as it is less taxing on all the players because of the way the surface is structured, I imagine it's a lot lower impact for youngsters as well in their formative years. So, where you want to
Game,
maybe
Mambrini Lopez,
minimize,
they lead
your-
5-2.
your- the impact on
First set.
joints and so on
Yes.
for longevity. And if it's kind to older people, it's certainly beneficial for younger people.
Yes.
So for kids, it's almost an ideal sport for them to get going with if they want to play a racket sport.
It is, and also the surface is quite nice to play on. It's quite good for your joints, like you said, for your knee. The only thing is that it's quite a lot of turns in paddle. So, it's quite tough for your glutes and for your lower back because you have to get down low sometimes, and then you go up high, and then you go down low again. So. If you get the chance to play with a good player, it's very physical, very, very physical. Not many people they think that, but it's so tough because it's a lot of up and down all the time.
As a player, not a very good one, I can completely agree with you that it's a very physical game. Back to the game, yeah. Lautaro and Lopez are 5-2 up.
Yep.
They're receiving now, but they've taken the upper hand in the set.
Yes.
It's almost
Time.
like they controlled the first set. They lost their way a little bit in the second set when they should have been punishing. Lost 7-5, but now in a really commanding position.
Yep.
5-2 up. I think
Mr. Garayo to serve.
Alejandro Garayo is going to serve. I think Mambrini to receive. And this could be the beginning of the end
Yes.
or the beginning of a great recovery.
Let's see if they can hold here, because this is what you want to do when you're down. You want your opponents to really try to finish the match instead of they're breaking your serve. Oh, that's a beautiful
Oh,
shot.
that's a beautiful, beautiful shot. But did you see earlier than that, we had two through-the-leg shots
15
from
love.
Mambrini. One where he let the ball pass and then hit it back
Yeah.
between the legs. Really trickery circus stuff, entertainment stuff.
Yes.
And it's amazing that a player at that age can do something like that.
No, they're so talented, these two, and then, all the players that are on the court now. But sometimes you have to, be creative, because sometimes you are in a bad position and the ball comes exactly where you don't want it to be, and then you have to be creative.
That's an unstoppable
Yes.
smash. Really good shot. And that
15 all.
takes it to 15 all.
I think they really want to try to finish the match here.
They do,
So they are,
And they have the advantage because the other guys are on the back foot.
yes. That's a
an
great shot
amazing
from
return, forcing
yeah.
the hard
15-30.
return.
Now they are under a lot of pressure. 5-2 down and 15-30 down. That's not an easy lob.
Not easy to deal with that at height, eh? And exactly that. He forced the error.
There he made for me, he made a mistake. He
30
should
all.
have, you saw how close Zuazua was at the net. He should have gone a lob there and then try to
regain
exactly.
the advantage. And I think Zuazua is taking advantage of that because that's a second really high lob
Yeah.
in a row that he's sent up there, and it's created
40-30.
forced errors. And they've now all of a sudden taken the lead in the set.
Sometimes it's better to, when someone is lobbing that high, sometimes it's better to let it bounce. That are two.
And there we go. They've won the game.
Game.
So that's
Joshua
5-3.
Garayo.
But still,
Mambrini Lopez lead
Lopez
5
and
games to
Mandrini
3. Third
still
set.
in a commanding position.
Yes.
They're still leading 5-3. Mandrini to serve to Zuazua.
Now he has overhit twice, Mambrini.
Love 15.
And you can see now that Zwazua and Karayo are getting confidence out of these mistakes.
Yes.
You can see a new spring in their step in the last 2 points, and they are almost electrified at the prospect that they might recover a little bit on this.
Amazing.
What
volley.
an amazing shot from
volley.
Lopez. Now, this is what you were talking about earlier, that you
15
were
all.
looking to see a little bit more aggression, a little
Yes.
bit more attack from
Yes.
Lopez.
Yes.
And every time he has put that aggression into place, it's turned into a point.
Yeah. I really think that they could have been way more aggressive in this game.
If as the tournament continues and if they do get through the round, this
15-30.
is something he needs to
Yes.
be
Yes.
almost honing for the next games,
Yeah,
because
because-
the next games are not going to be easier, they're going to be tougher.
Exactly.
So that aggression is going to really be needed.
No, it's not enough.
That is a spectacular shot. That is the second time he's
Yeah.
done that. The other one cost him a
30
point.
all.
This one has won him a point.
Oh, this is 30 all, 5-3.
5-3 at 30 all.
Very important stage of the match.
Very, very important.
Oh, there he was lucky
They're
because
very
Alejandro was waiting for it
40-30.
outside.
correct. Everyone was in the right
Yes,
positions.
exactly.
And the bounce literally won them the point. So good fortune. But you know, fortune favors the brave. And it was his bravery of attempting that type of smash that led to the winning the point.
It's finished.
And there we go. There's the aggression for a match
Game
winning
set at
smash.
match. Mambrini Lopez leads
So that's
6-3,
Mambrini Lopez
5-7,
6-3,
and 6-3.
5-7 and 6-3. Commanding, but could have been better.
I think it could have been better. I think that they could have, maybe finished this match in 2 sets if they would have been a little bit sharper. But a win is a win. This is their first match in South Africa. I think they're super happy to go through. It was not an easy one, and especially with the combination between Zwazua and Alejandro, because Alejandro is more more attacking player. Zwazua tricky, very unorthodox technique as well. So it's not easy,
Yeah, and of course onto the next stage for Lautaro and Facundo. But the next stage is not going to be so easy.
I don't know who they play. Tell me.
So on the next stage they got Frederico Chiostri
Oh,
and Gonzalo
Oi,
Alfonso.
okay.
Now these are two top players.
Yes.
Who got a bye in this round.
Yeah.
Because of their past record.
Yes.
Their ranking.
Yes.
And their achievement in the previous rounds of the tour. That is as tough as it gets.
yes, and especially now, Chiostri, Alfonso, they were in the final in
In Monaco.
and had big chances to win that one. But like you said, Paolo, these two guys, Alfonso and Chiostri, they are top players of our tour. It's going to be extremely difficult for this team, even though I'm really looking forward, to this. But they really have to lift their level to have a chance.
Yeah, we're talking about the fourth top-rated pairing
Yes.
against these young guys. I mean, it's a test of fortitude for these guys. They're really going to test their mettle here.
Yeah.
And anything they can get out of the game is going to be so valuable for their careers.
Yes, it's a big test for them because, like I said, they're very young. Excuse me. And but they really have to lift their game to stay any chance against Alfonso and Chiostri.
So tough game coming forward for them. I think that game is on Thursday, so they get a day's break tomorrow. Some nice rest, a chance to breathe some sea air here in Cape Town, and they've got a really top pairing to face. The other guys, of course, they learned. What
Yeah.
do they do now?
Well, I think that they will most likely stay maybe 1 or maybe 2 days to enjoy this beautiful country that we're in. And of course they're gonna watch their friends and to play. But I think that they will stay for sure.
Well, there we go, ladies and
2 more
gentlemen,
days.
Camps Bay, first match
And
of the
then
Open
it's,
Tournament of
our
the
next
main
event
draw
is in a couple of weeks in
with
Sevilla, in Spain.
Lautien Lopez
So they
Ambrini
will,
and
go back
Lopez
home and,
taking the victory and
practice
passing on
work on the
to
things that
the legend
they,
of William
they lost
South,
on today.
taking over
That's
on the
great.
Spanish interview of what they had done.
Hola a todos, perfecto. Nada, vamos a hacer una pequeña entrevista después de esta primera victoria. Bueno, ¿cómo habéis visto el partido cambiante? No sé si las condiciones del sol, de un poco de la velocidad de la pista. ¿Cómo os habéis sentido en este primer partido, que siempre es un poco el más difícil de abrir un poco de conseguir esta primera victoria y un partido tan cambiante? ¿Cómo lo habéis visto, Lauti?
Bueno, primero que nada, hola a todos. Un partido, la verdad, que nos costó adaptarnos a la pista, pero bueno, por suerte pudimos sacar adelante este partido. Felicitar a los chicos por el partido que hicieron. Bueno, felicitar a mi compañero también por sacar este partido adelante, y yo creo que, bueno, por suerte no hubo viento, que ayer decíamos que en una de esas corría mucho viento, pero bueno, por suerte estuvo espectacular el clima y ayudó, y hay un lindo clima para este espectacular torneo.
Facun, hemos visto un gran duelo en cruzado de reveses. Creo que ha sido, bueno, dos generaciones que venís pegando muy fuerte, chicos jóvenes con mucho talento. ¿Cómo te has visto al final, ese 5-3 al final, en ese momento que hay que cerrar el partido 0-30? ¿Qué se pasa por la cabeza en el momento final cuando ves que lo tienes tan cerca y que en un momento dado cualquier error se te vuelve a igualar todo y hay que volver a empezar?
Bueno, primero que nada, hola a todos, a la gente que vino. Es un placer jugar en esta pista acá en Sudáfrica. Y sí, como dijiste vos, nos costó por ahí cerrar el partido. En el segundo set también lo teníamos y son cosas que bueno, nos vienen costando, pero para eso estamos entrenando juntos. Y bueno, los chicos jugaron una barbaridad. Felicitarlos a ellos. Y nada, pensando en mañana ya en el partido que tenemos durísimo. Y bueno, para prepararnos con mi compañero. Con todo.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias a los dos. Bueno, el jueves seguimos con vosotros. Mucha suerte en el torneo. Y bueno, nos vemos.
Now you're going to give us the translation there, Willie.
Yeah, well, it was a tough match. They were very excited to play in this unbelievable court. They at the beginning was so nervous, but finally they have a lot of problems to close the match. And they has his opportunity in the second set. Finally, they can make it at the third set. And obviously, they are now working a lot in this job to try to find more solutions and not make so many time on the court. But well, they enjoy a lot and they enjoy it with all of you. And they say that on Thursday they are very excited to play again.
Super, thank you very much. And again, to the players, a fantastic example of what the paddle actually can be doing. I mean, we had some few crowd members here that were watching it, yourself included, on a very competitive game, but identifying exactly the importance of being able to close the game out early. But both of them, young players, still learning it, and obviously with the nerves out of the way, they said they love the South African environment, enjoying the temperature, and very much so enjoy playing on this court.
Yeah, for sure. They are normally the younger guys are so nervous in the beginning. The first match always is difficult to close. But the next generation, I think in the future, these guys, we have more news about him.
Beautiful.
Them.
Looking forward to it. Lucky Lautien Facundo and their victory, moving on to the next stage tomorrow. Thank you very much, Willie. To everybody else, we're getting ready for our game number 2 on the first day of the APT Cape Town Masters. Looking forward to welcoming you all on board.
5 minutes.
Hi, welcome back to everyone. We move on to match 2 on the first and opening day of the APT Tour Cape Town. And we have Lucas da Cunha and João Pedro Flores, all the way from Brazil, playing against Redis Ferreira and Juan Manuel Arganares. In the toss, Juan Manuel Arganares has chosen to serve first. And while the players are warming up, we can talk a little bit about their schedule and where they've come from. Lucas da Cunha comes straight off a tremendous set of matches, straight off the Monaco Tour. Is a Brazilian player from Balneário Camboriú in Brazil. Normal stature, not quite a tall player, slightly shorter than his partner, who also Brazilian, João Pedro Flores, and they've joined the AP Tour some time ago, and have started to build up a points tally, which has brought them into the master setup of the APT Tour. Opposition to them is Redis Ferreira and a newcomer to the APT Tour, Juan Manuel Arganares, both from Argentina, and looking to establish themselves as young up-and-coming partners in the game of paddle. Previously, Redis Ferreira would team up with somebody else, with another player, but they now have found each other in what looks to be a very promising partnership. The game will be underway shortly, and the winner of that game will be playing tomorrow what could potentially be a really tournament-deciding match.
Good morning and welcome to the APT Cape Town Master. This is a first round match. The match will be played at best of 3 sets with tiebreak in all of them and golden point rule. The balls will be changed every 9 and 11 games. The pair Ferreira Arganares won the toss and elected to receive. 1 minute.
for the viewers, in the all blue, we have Juan Manuel Argonares and Relis Ferreira. And in the white, we have the Brazilian pairing of Lucas da Cunha and João Pedro Flores. Closest to your screen, João Pedro and Lucas, and furthest to your screen, Relis and Juan Manuel Argonares. As previously mentioned, Argonares won the toss and will be serving from the furthest point of your screen. And I'll remind you that Argonares previously played with Rolla and held a pairing ranking on the APT Tour of 24. This is quite a high ranking, a partnership rated ranked 24, where the Brazilians were ranked below that level. Although Argonares is, and the partnership with Relis is a new one and quite an exciting one, he's looking to improve on that position with the pairing, and basically they're into this round on the strength of Argonares' rating on his pairing. The Brazilian pairing has a relatively lower ranking, but has recently come off some incredible wins. So we're looking, in fact, and they won the Future 500 series last year in Comburu, and held the main draw spot at every single APT tour after that. Lisbon, Portugal, Hungary, Monaco, Sevilla, the Swedish Grandmaster, the Torreon Open. They were semi-finalists in the APT Master Final, last 16 on the Assumption Open and the Buenos Aires Open, and reached the quarterfinals of the recent Monaco Master, which is very exciting. Relis Ferreira on the other side, this year alone has reached 2 last 16 rounds in Ascension and Monaco Master and the quarterfinals in Buenos Aires, earning a whopping 304 points for his ranking. He was a finalist in 2021 in the Coppa Monte Carlo International Sports, where he was a losing finalist, but a finalist nevertheless. And he's looking to improve that setting in a big way in this new partnership with Argonares.
Mr. Flores to serve.
Just a correction that Argonares pairing did not start serving, but Mr. Flores and Mr. Cunha began the serve. And are love 15 down.
Love 15
in the first set. Hailing from Brazil and Argentina, these two pairings are very likely to not find these conditions abnormal. The heat out there right now is around the 22-degree mark with 0 wind and very, very light sea breeze coming from the eastern side of the court where the sea is a mere 200 meters away. And that's a great comeback after a really exciting rally. With Flores killing off the shot onto the top left-hand side of the court after moving the players positionally onto the opposite side.
15-30.
Right next to me, I've got Rudy Kyle.
Hi, Paolo. How are you, my buddy?
Good. Welcome, Rudy.
Thank
Rudy,
you very much.
Thanks for joining me in the broadcasting booth. We're watching two really exciting pairings. We got two Brazilian guys who are looking to improve on their standings in the APT Tour. Reached quarterfinals. The one of them has reached a final of a regional tournament in Argentina of very high level, usually a champion-making tournament, in fact. Unfortunately, was a loser there, but really, really a great performance by them. And
And still getting that experience, as we were moving on discussing earlier, just that experience of a player like that.
wow, and you know they finished in the they played in the quarterfinals just last week in the Monaco Open, and they play against an Argentinian pairing, an experienced guy, Argonares, who has changed his partnership, and it's his first tournament game with his partner.
Another rallies.
Deuce,
Pereira.
golden point.
Correct, with rallies. And
Mr.
they-
Argañarás to
Rallies,
receive.
of course, has several quarterfinal appearances in the APT.
Yeah, he's got
and a
the
semi-final appearance.
experience
Um,
on a heavier
But
belt.
yet,
so to say.
Argonares' rating is what gets them into the draw, because he's got quite a high ranking. He's got a
rankings.
lot more experience in the game, and he's slightly older than Relis. And of course, together they bring quite a bit to the party. So it's almost a prove yourself type match.
Game
It is,
Ferrer
it is,
Argañarás.
bit of a
First game,
first
first set.
a first dance together, if we may put it at that, with what thank you very much, with what the experience and the youth coming together, and then the combination on the court. I mean, obviously, regardless on all of us being rather young in the sport, and still identifying and getting used to so many different dynamics.
Mr.
of how
Ferreira to
special
serve.
paddle is, and reaching a higher level, and when we're watching more and more international games for the duration of where we've seen it being
Second serve.
originally with the WPT and the World Paddle Tour, is the sensitivity of the relationship. That it is so fundamentally important that the players have more than just a knowledge of where they're moving on the courts, but actually to identify what the other's thinking. It's that sort of telepathic relationship that is needed, and the more intense the games get, the more that
Law
they're going to
15.
rely on that. But right now, like you said, it's their first match in this competition together, and it's going to be their first dance.
Absolutely, and you know what? The previous game sort of set the tone, because Lautaro Mambrini and Facundo Lopez won a very exciting three-setter against Oya Zuazua and Alejandro Garayo in a really seesaw type of match.
Yeah, it
where,
was. It was.
You know,
Law 30.
Mambrini and Lopez had the upper hand, and
That's
they looked
it.
comfortable. And the
Yeah.
next minute, the opponents came back, put them to the sword in the second set, and in the third set, it was almost touch and go at one stage. And Mambrini, being sort of the young up-and-coming upstarts of the game and promising stars, they really came back into the game strong and won decisively in the end. But so these guys have got a lot to live up to. You know, being the second on court on this beautiful day, it's not easy. And they're the ones who are setting the tone. But so far, so good. I mean, these
Love
guys are
for it.
really up in the ante here.
True. And just to touch base on exactly what you're saying with Mambrini and Facundo, because we were watching them and obviously spent about the last 2 days with them, and having spent a bit of time watching them playing in Monaco. It's a great step up when any sportsman maybe has slipped up before one competition and then overcomes a hurdle. So for them, as you'd said, that seesaw battle that was going on in the earlier match, where they'd sort of stipulated their foundation in the first game, lost in the second set,
Game
first
Dacuña
set,
Flores,
lost in
one
the
game
second,
all.
and then to
first
come
set.
back and fight that is a great thing for the psychology of them as youngsters. And I think
Mr.
this is
Dacuña to serve.
what Willie Lowers has said as well is this is the future of paddle. We know the legends. The legends have been around, Willie being one of them, to what they've done and been able to achieve in their careers. But when you're seeing these youngsters making these small steps together, is what's again another part of the paddle world that I think is going to bring a lot of excitement, not only to the South African viewership, but to watch these legends literally grow up in front of us, to watch how it happened, to watch it on our own stage right here in Cape Town, to see where the development is going within their individual careers, their individual games. And like you
Law
said,
15.
second match here, we've got more experienced players. We've got the Brazilians against the Argentinians. You know, I think that's always going to be a bit of
Always a
joke,
bit of
country-
rivalry.
there we
Always
go.
a bit of
And, you know,
rivalry.
we love that. Love
In
that.
Second
every
serve.
sport, you know, it's that River Plate, the Rio de la Plata, that
Yeah,
splits the
that's
two
it, yeah.
countries is, you know, that's thick water, and it's
Exactly.
a massive rivalry,
Exactly.
albeit often a friendly one. When it gets on the sports field, it becomes very serious.
There we go. Friends are few and far between when it's down to victory.
Uh,
But,
love
but
that
that's what is also so lovely to drive home is that competitive nature. Competition always gets the best out of all of us, and it doesn't need to be done with an angry face. Again, another thing that I'm going to continually repeating is within the sport, it's so beautiful because as fierce and as competitive as these games are, these guys are just the most beautiful human beings. They really are friendly to each other. They're on tour together. So as we've got that background
15:30.
of Brazil, Argentina, big battle going down here. Off the court, they're just as lovely and as gentle and as most definitely the most humble sportsman I've ever had the privilege to meet. So I'm hoping that's also going to rub off. And I say that with a bit of a tongue-in-cheek, that it's going to rub off on our South African sportsmen, is for us to learn how magnificent these athletes are, both in athleticism, but also as in spiritual and nature, of that they are just so lovely, humble, and grateful and appreciative of everything they've got and what they're experiencing here.
Well, they're living the dream, aren't they? They're young and they're playing a beautiful sport that they love on a professional level. 10 years ago they couldn't be
15:40.
doing that, but here they are in a growing sport, playing professional sport.
Well, big guy, we're going to be living the dream. I mean, that's what I thought.
We're living the
I think
dream.
that's
We're
why
watching this. I mean, we are
I'm talking about
watching
us getting
this.
on the court. What do you mean?
Oh,
There's an old man's league.
they
I'm still
they
thinking
have
we
to
got a
they have
chance
to
there.
invent a senior tour for us.
Senior. We've got the over 45s. That's just actually happened in Las Vegas, where Pedro, with Cork Paddle,
Game
was taking
Ferrer
part.
Algañaras,
It's an over
Daily
45.
Correct, and
21.
our own
Which is okay.
Willie Laws was
There we
right
go,
there, and
there we go.
I believe he
Exactly.
cleaned up. So,
Right, easy
Rudy,
stuff.
what I want you to tell our viewers, because you talk with such confidence about how wonderful these guys are on and off the court, I want you to tell our viewers, how do you know that? How do you know that? To tell us what you're doing, how are you involved in this, and what brings you so close to these players?
Paolo, for me, let's not bore too many of our viewers, but at least we're in between games at the moment. My background's professional health and wellness. I do it for the top end of the sports.
What are you
around
doing
the
at
world.
APT?
With APT itself, I'm the press officer. This is my involvement of obviously delivering the awareness, the first, some cases, the explanation of it. Obviously dealing with all the journalists and the radios and TVs that we've done. We've had some beautiful coverage of the NCA. We're getting coverage of the Espresso on Thursday. We'll be doing Super Sport. We've covered across SABC as well, just to be able to engage with as many people who might not be aware that this is being shown on the Supersport live streaming, which is obviously very, very appreciative to Supersport opening up
Time.
their channels to us to deliver this. But my position on the time that I spent with the players, both in Monaco, France, and wherever they're traveling, being involved with some of the competitions, whether it be playing in the pro,
Mr. Argañarás to serve.
it's where I've been able to share with them, as broken as Spanish is,
Second serve.
the communication, but on my side as a professional, empathy and things is in body language. 70% of it is all body language.
So, Rudy, you are APT Paddle, press, get the message out, tell the world about paddle, tell the world about APT. Am I correct?
Are you playing games here, big guy? Yes, with the one side.
No, but I think you
No,
tell
no,
a
you
good
are.
story.
No,
So
bless you,
I think
bless you,
that's,
bless
you.
that's very good
Um,
because the world needs to know about APT. The world needs to know primarily about paddle, and the world needs to know that there is an opportunity for players to turn pro and play on the APT tour. There's an opportunity for players to play the game on an amateur level, on a social level, and have a lot of fun. And you are largely responsible for a great chunk of that message, which I think is amazing, and I think
Thank you, my friend.
our
That's
viewers
very
need to
kind
know
of you.
about that.
No, thank you, and bless you. I really appreciate you bringing the attention towards that. As I said,
15 all.
besides being thrown into the mix, I've done professional emceeing before, so even on that side, the voice might become a bit hoarse as the week goes on, but I think you're going to be side by side. We'll make sure we lubricate it well with ginger and lemon. No, but the true message
Second
is
serve.
exactly that. Paddle is a very, very special sport. APT started by Fabrice Pastor and Monte Carlo International Sports, which you'll be getting him on here, I'm sure, or at least I'll be doing interviews with him to make sure, again, that we're getting it from the horse's mouth, so to speak, with all respect to the people mentioned, that what APT, how it's developed from the
That's
America's
an
paddle
amazing
to
shot from
insane.
Reddy's. Did you
30,
see
We'll
15.
that?
start focusing on
So
that as well.
that, for the listeners out there, is called a vibra,
That's right, everybody.
a viper in English, which is almost a hyped up bandeja from the back of the court at maximum
I'll try
strength.
it again there.
Low shot to the back of the court, coming off the glass low, and usually a deadly point maker.
And exactly that, we're both learning about striking both the side window and the back window, which again makes it so terribly.
Wow, look at that
That
round of-
volley.
this-
When
a
you're seeing those
Spanish
places,
commentator will call that a
30 all.
taca-taca.
there we go. You
And a
got you on that,
beautiful
the
taka-taka that was, leading to a beautiful point for the Brazilian pairing of Cunha and Flores.
And from those are the players that actually joined in the coaching facilities given by Willie and Thomas. The taka-taka, exactly where it's a kill shot. I mean, when they're finishing that kind of a volley with that intensity and pace, it's giving you absolutely no rebound, and it's a kill shot.
Absolutely.
30-40.
Tell me, Rudy, APT, Cape Town, Africa. Of course, you being South African and being very passionate about both the continent and the country, this must be something you could only dream about when you first picked up a paddle racket.
Oh, big guy, too true, and that's why you give me goosebumps just even saying it. And those who know me, I love my goosebumps and wait for them every day. So thank you for bringing that on. Paolo, exactly that. I was just, in every way, it doesn't
Golden
matter who,
point.
what, where. It's a sort of collective consciousness where when I did get exposed to the sport, I was like, oof, I can't wait for South Africa to sink their teeth into this. Not only knowing our competitive nature, but both our sportsmen and sportswomen and
Mr.
sports
Da Cunha to
children,
receive.
that they'd absolutely relish in the sport. It's just an amazing sport, the way it can be played, and again, how it's been delivered here with APT, and to give credit to Africa Paddle on what kind of a show they've actually put on here.
Game Ferreira Argañaras,
The
daily
terminology, I don't
3-1
think
first
world
set.
class does it justice. It's
Mr.
otherworldly
Flores to
because
serve.
you've got everything going on here, and for South Africans to be exposed to this kind of a sport when it's been in its infancy stages here in Cape Town, where it is a bit of a micro bubble, but Johannesburg, where the players from the German country club come down, Ruben and Greg Swanepoel coming down to enjoy the game
15
as
love.
well. It really is just an absolute blessing that we've been able to see this evolve from the visionaries that, as I said, is a collective consciousness on experiencing, there it is again, there's that shot, experiencing paddle for the first time, and now seeing it just suddenly come out within 5 to 6 years is a dream, and even more grateful and appreciative that I can be a part of it.
So, meantime, while we're having a chat, we're having a brief chat, the Argentinians are 3-1 up in the first set, and it's becoming a really exciting game.
30 love.
It's 30 love. They won 3 down, the Brazilians.
Yeah.
And it's becoming really exciting. You can see that both teams are really in it, with slightly the advantage of Argonautes' experience at getting the edge at this stage. Although the Brazilians are not sitting back
40
on
love.
this, they're coming back with some, building the point, trying to create spaces, opening up the centers, and they seem to be making a little bit of headway.
Well, this
let's
is
see
the-
how it evolves.
That's it, exactly. Very much like tennis as well. It's the mental game on strongly on obviously not losing your serve. And that first break, we'll see how it evolves, if they can break back on where they're going to find their change of strategy, or if they've actually accumulated enough information from where they've gone wrong. So interesting, a lot of paddle to still come.
Just back to your role as the press officer. Obviously, dealing
Game
with the
Da Cunha
press.
Flores.
Yeah.
Ferreira
Are you
Argañaras
starting
leads
to notice
3-2
a
first
larger
set.
interest from the press at large? I remember when I first got involved in paddle, often I used to have to explain to people that paddle was played with rackets and not on a board in
Well,
the water
no,
with,
exactly.
with an oar, with a set of oars. So is the press starting to be more receptive? Are they saying, wow, this is a new sport? Are they getting as excited as we are? Are they being cooperative and getting the message out there? Because I think once they understand the message, it's a natural thing, and they will want to talk about it as much as
Yeah,
we do.
precisely, my friend. That's it. The
So
wildfire.
are you finding that different? Are you finding that momentum beginning to build?
It
in your
it
dealings
is.
with the press?
It is, and I think exactly that's where, everyone, when you get explained something as eloquently as you want to put it on paper and write it down for them to understand, comprehend. Okay, it's got walls, like you said, and we can touch on that actual original, the original story of how the paddle actually started. I don't know if you've ever heard that. We'll discuss in the next break, but the press are definitely becoming more receptive to it. Especially tonight, we've got a lot of press that we've invited to come and experience and see what the setup is here.
Time.
And then to be able to sort of identify what the words were to what the actions are. They've obviously done their research. We've sent the videos and stuff. So yes, they're getting into it. But again, the more people that
Mr.
come,
Ferreira to serve.
it's sort of chicken egg scenario. They'll get interested when their readership gets interested. The more the interested, the readership and the listeners are interested, the press then start to push out more content. But very much more receptive.
Let first serve.
if we can build momentum, that's the main thing. And obviously dealing with the press and getting the paddle message. You know, obviously APT's now been here. They're here in South Africa. They're on the continent of Africa. The competing tours or not, I think, you know, they first to market. Certainly, we are very receptive. We're
15 lot.
excited about it, and I can see in the next couple of years that we're not only going to have people from South Africa watching this and participating in pro-ams and clinics that are part of the ATP experience, but I can see people literally flying in from different countries in Africa and participating in that, because, you know, Africa is
Absolutely.
one of those continents that tends to do things together.
It is, and that's where, once again, uniting us in the sense of the entire Africa continent, to be able to bring people here and together. And look, we're blessed, obviously, with how beautiful and stunning Cape Town is, but this is to be a destination point for the whole of Africa
15
to
all.
experience this. And again, with the movements, to never take away the appreciation. You've obviously got the APT. It's not like we're trying to hide away from the fact that there is the WPT, and then we've also now just been introduced to the Premier Paddle. So the excitement around
30-15.
the entire world is something that I've tried to sort of stress with the media as well, is that with this happening now, and with the speed of and the receptive nature of the South Africans, we're not going to be left behind. We're going to be involved. We're going to be up there with the top of the runners. So this is, again, that momentum that we're so enthusiastic about. And for the group of people that it is a very contagious sport. But the greatest thing in the long term is somewhat of a vision, whether it be for the so-called South African Paddle Association, but is that this is going to become an Olympic
30 all.
sport. This is what's going to be so phenomenal. It's earmarked on 2028, but if we look here at 2032, South Africa is going to be up there in the running. We've got one of the best competitions in the world happening right here, right now. And again, just so much appreciation and gratefulness to be a part of it, but the excitement of what now the South Africans need to know is come here, come and watch us and see how tangible these
30, 40.
athletes are, this sport is, and obviously to our own sportsmen to drive that energy through those channels.
Oh, it's an amazing thing that we are involved in, that we are making these strides. Just back into the game, just in the previous point, we saw Argonaras with an incredible vibra, incredibly defended by Cunha. And these guys are literally not
Beautiful.
giving each other any slack.
Yeah, no room for error there.
Yes.
They are
Golden point.
and here we have a golden point. I
Mr.
think it's the
Cunha
first
to
one of
receive.
this match.
Great.
And Cunha has chosen to receive. He's receiving from Ferreira, who has been serving extremely well. And you can see them exchanging notes in terms of what the strategy is on the serve. You know, these points are crucial because it's, as Thomas said in the previous game, they're almost a double point.
True. And that's exactly where I think in a lot of ways, with before we have golden point, you've always got that sort of you've got half a foot in the grave. Here it's done and dusted. It's 1 point for the double points. You either win it or you lose it.
And it's always a little bit of a conundrum whether you play
But
safe and
it's just straight out of the
risk-free.
court
Oh,
there.
and
Sensational
Argonara
smash.
smashes it, smashes it out of the court, and that's the game.
And they are
Game
ruthless.
Ferreira
I mean, you know what
Arganharas.
it's like.
They
And-
lead
and
4-2
hopefully we've got
first set.
a lot of the people that are watching us and have tuned in. It's to get that type of a smash straight out of the court, and these boys just do it with such
Ease.
And
They do it with such ease. It's the technique. So Argonaras and Ferreira are now leading 4-2 and find themselves in quite a commanding position, having broken the serve earlier on. They're 4-2 and receiving now in the first set. And this makes this game critical because a loss for Cunha and Flores here makes it almost impossible to come back to.
oh, good attack.
Oh,
He
that
closed
is
that space
amazing.
beautifully. He knew that
So
as he had turned
15
it,
low.
he could close that space and attack the net.
That's almost a double attack. Cunha attacked it from both sides with low shots to the glass that are almost, you can defend one, but two is extremely difficult.
And even I love the as you've got the
15 all.
Portuguese, which I'm so grateful for, and helping me with some of the pronunciation. Still trying to get a grasp on the the Spanish thickness and the Granados and everything else. So without sounding too vulgar or rude, but big guy, I mean, as you'd seen, the nastiness of the Vibra and the Viper, the players will pick on one player. Oh, there we go. Straight away, got it on our head there. Another smash
30-15.
right out
So
of
I
the
can
court.
sense that Cunha and Flores have taken it on board that
Yeah.
they're under pressure in the
That's it.
game, that they're 2-4 down, and they need to become more aggressive.
They
So you
picked it up.
found in the last couple of points
Yeah.
that their aggression levels have picked up.
Yeah.
The
Second
strength of
serve.
the power in their shots has increased. They're attacking the ball closer to the net.
Exactly, they've literally taken it to the
And
net.
Ferreira and
more
Argonares
aggressive.
have been almost forced to defend almost for the entirety of those 2 points. Whether they can regain that or not is another story. But again,
Ooh.
when you that was a
30-all.
really basic forced error.
It was. There was a bit of a schoolboy error after the
Awful.
attacks.
Correct, and especially when Argonada left that lob a little bit on the short side, it sort of dropped it weak. But that's what this game is about. I think we were discussing it with Thomas earlier. One of the key things in this game
Second serve.
has got to be consistency, and getting those shots right over and over again.
Every time. That's
Um,
exactly
and-
where.
and that's what costs the points.
But that's as players and as any professional sportsman, it's that absolute consistency and constant shot that they got so much confidence in. I mean, as we've spoken about those ruthless lobs. There we go. You're seeing it. I mean, they're landing 10 centimeters from the back wall every single time. But that's where then it's so evident. Not that we're in any formal manner judging, but after we're seeing an unnecessary error, there it is again.
Another forced error.
30,
Just a
40.
forced error. It's that concentration. That's my heart bleeds for them, because you know that literally out of 1,000 times he'll be hitting 999. But in the pressure that was building up there, unforced errors and a turn of the game where as you very beautifully point out, they jointly put on such a front foot of attack, and now suddenly that energy's dropped. There we go.
There we go. Another forced error.
And lost
Game.
And lost
Ferreira
game.
Argañaras,
and
they lead
Argonares and
5-2.
Ferreira are now in
First
a
set.
really commanding position at 5-2 up. With the serve coming their way, they're in real commanding position to win the first set. What I've noticed here is Argonares has really added value to Ferreira's game. He's a strong attacking player who has bounds of technical ability. So he's equally able to attack and to place shots delicately into the side of the court, which I think complements Ferreira's defensive style.
That's exactly it. Well, I think the finesse is the beauty of this, not just the sport, but especially a player like Aguilera's. They've got the ability to choose and pick and choose which weapon they want to bring out at the right time. And again, that goes hand in hand with their wisdom and the experience, and when the confidence comes in, because in the real terms, this is still just round one.
Sure, but
So
it's
new
important.
environment.
So round one
nonetheless,
gives them a
never-
lot of points, gets them into the next round, into the last 8,
That's it.
and on their side of the draw, which is the last 16 overall.
That's it.
And that's decisive. But that finesse is what is causing an amazing amount of forced errors on the Brazilian side. So Argonares is attacking them. And switching it up with his fine shots in order to create irregularities.
Mr. Argañaras to
And
serve.
that's what's causing the forced
Exactly.
errors.
It's almost creating the slip up.
Correct.
is
Argonares
because
now
they want-
serving for the set, 5-2. And again, they've taken control of the net.
And mixing it up first, just giving a decoy smash.
15
and the
love.
second one, knocking it straight back over the net without anyone coming close to it.
Another
I
forced
didn't
error.
quite
30
see-
love.
catch the side there. Thank you. I didn't get
Yeah,
the glare.
it hit the
Okay.
side wall. Another forced error.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot, great intention, almost perfectly placed, but just marginal. So in paddle, as you know, margins are incredibly critical.
Save that. There we go. Oh, it's
Whoops,
back in.
and
There we
it's
go.
back
That's
in,
real love.
beautiful out of the court, but left the gap open, and there's really nothing we can do that. And
30-15.
And Flores punished that mistake very effectively.
Slightly short on the lob. There. Oh,
Another Viper. Well defended by
picked
the
it up.
Brazilian
Yeah, he
coach.
picked it up nicely. He picked it right up off the feet there.
You know, a lot of players
Yeah.
choose to be, they're able to and make that choice to attack from the back of the court, but not all players.
Here we go.
Because it's quite a skill. Not everyone is able to reach from deep as effectively as possible.
There we go.
And
Bit of the
Flores
energy.
again with a magical
30 all.
smash into the side fence.
They
and-
did
and-
seeing if we're getting a little bit of energy back up, because you can hear them trying to root each other on. They're trying to sort of
They
get
are
they're talking
indeed.
each other. They know full well they've been trailing. They've made their errors, but trying to just get back or grasp at a little bit of a short string, because we're sitting on a dominant 5-2. Up.
And
Here
forcing
we
the
go.
error.
Here we
and
go.
Forcing the error.
What do we got
30,
here, big
40.
guy? 30,
And all of a
40. Nice
sudden-
break. Nice break.
Around a break point, and Argonadas went from serving for the set to possibly losing a serve.
Let first serve.
So it's amazing how the game turns. A commanding position, serving to win the set, and you're now under pressure to lose your serve.
Oh,
and another
Golden
really
Use
point.
golden point.
point.
Mr.
Serve
Flores to
mistake.
receive.
And
Flores.
Argonadas and partner are back in the game.
And here we go, back to that double point on the golden point. Nice approach shot. The patience.
I think both teams are trying to avoid the error.
There it is.
Be
There it is. Oh,
conservative, and
Pop,
that's a
pop, pop, pop.
great
Game on first set.
Unfortunately,
Ferreira Argañarás
directly against the
leads
player.
Yeah.
Again,
6-game,
no
2-2.
malice in it.
not at
Part
all.
of the game, and it just happened. So 6-2 in the first set for Argonadas and Ferreira, and let's see how the second set goes. We're poised for either a two-setter, a two-game match, or a three-game match. I think the Brazilians have been playing well enough to come back on this. If they avoid the forced errors which they've been making in abundance, I think they can get back in it. They're playing well enough. It's another thing in this sport is that often the score doesn't reflect the game.
Too true, because exactly that, especially with golden points as well. And I think that's also evident, very much so in tennis, and not too related to that, because I like to try give paddle the respect it deserves as its own sport. But with that deuce and advantage being taken out of the picture, it doesn't show the dogfight. And the dogfight's still happening all the time, but it's just that ruthlessness of golden point ends it. So it's a new concept for people to buy into, because we've been playing it overseas for a while, but it does throw a cat amongst the pigeons to identify, well, they've gone down 6-2, but it's by no means been a walk in the park.
Absolutely not. Majority of points have gone to into the 30s, into those golden points. So definitely no walk in the park. And off they come. I see the temperature meter has now increased another degree, so we are now at
Now
23
starting the
degrees.
second set. Mr.
With
Flores to
still a
serve.
slight breeze from the ocean, but the conditions are beautiful. You couldn't ask for better conditions for this match. And as we said, the
15 love.
Brazilians again hyping themselves up. A lot of communication on the court, really getting up there. And it's 15 love in the second set. And again, finding the gaps.
30 love.
They really seem positive and intent on really making a comeback in this game. Really,
30-15.
Ferreira finishing that point off, almost saying, in play, whatever you can do, I can do too.
Exactly.
As
And
he
I
got
love
he got the short lob and finished it off exactly like Cunha finished off the previous
Oh,
point.
Beautiful shot there of both the windows.
40-15.
But the Brazilians seem to have found their magic, at least in this first game. So at 40-15 up, well in control of this first game.
Important for them to just stomp
Important.
at least a little bit of not necessarily authority, but get back into it. You know, that's the first thing you want
Very
to do.
much so. Psychologically, it's a
Exactly.
big
Up,
turner.
up.
And you know, this is called the commentator's
40,
curse.
30.
As we
I'd say that
complement it, we have a forced
Fundamental
error. Look at that view on screen, viewers. Welcome to Cape Town and Camps Bay Beach.
Absolutely stunning. I mean, really.
For viewers out there, that is 200 meters from this court, one of the most beautiful settings in the world.
And if you are in Cape Town, that should hopefully entice you enough to get down here, to not even just have that view, but the paddle, as well as the amazing villages that we've got with the food trucks, the beer tent, the bars, the everything else for the children. There's a few other things that I'm waiting to identify as an ice cream truck or if it's candy floss, but I'm going to sink my
And that's
sweet
game
Game
tea
da Cunha Flores.
Game,
first
sorry
game,
to interrupt you, that's
second
game to
set.
Lucas and
Happy.
Flores.
Change of the balls.
That's 1-0 in the second set, and we have a change of balls. But yes, Rudy, you're right, the event. So as much as we'd like people to carry on listening to us, to our dulcet tones over the airwaves and on streaming
part
and
of the
all
new
over
application, putting
Supersport,
people to sleep.
we would really like you to get out here. If you can get out here, it's a fantastic event in a fantastic venue with a lot of things going on. As you said, food trucks. Some of our sponsors have put on some activities around the court, and you're watching some of the best paddle players in the world live in Cape Town, in Africa. That is goosebump stuff.
It is. Straight up there. I mean, as I said, couldn't be more grateful for us just sitting here loving your company and having a chit-chat while we're watching a most magnificent sport. But here we go, going into that second game. Going to be important to see on
Second serve.
the aggression, because that's something that I know our South African players love. And it's going to be more exciting when we're going to be watching our own boys going to battle today.
So Rudy, that is so exciting.
Oh,
that,
buddy, I'm
you know,
sorry.
at this
I'm pumped.
stage of our of the South African evolution of paddle, or the
Yeah.
African evolution, because remember, a couple of our boys were very recently playing in
Egypt.
in a club invitational.
That's right.
In Egypt.
And I'm happy you said that. It wasn't invitational. And again, to just clarify, you know, everyone, up. He didn't get that out the court. He needed to, and that was great defense. Just super
Rudy,
counter-attack.
invitational
Love
or
15.
not, you know, you don't get invited if you don't know what you're doing.
Oh no,
Um,
it's just too sorry with
So
getting overexcited.
It's amazing that they were there. They were
Too true.
invited. You know, playing against guys who've been playing paddle for 10, 15 years,
Yep.
7 years.
Egypt, Morocco, something, you know, they've had it
some-
around.
Correct. As North African countries
Yeah.
have got a lot of experience. There's a very large
Oh, lovely touch.
and substantial
Lovely.
Spanish and Italian influence
Massive.
in Morocco and,
Yep,
and in
yep.
and in Algeria.
Algeria.
A lot of coaching, a lot of Spanish players playing out there. So their level is quite advanced, and our players went out there and held their own.
Very much so,
Um,
and that's where in not invitational, not on the national selection, or there was just also to encourage the entire country of where people had maybe
Love
thought
for
that
it.
there was something else happening, or not necessarily the FOMO situation, but it was in the invitational side where the desperation to just get us exposed and as much exposure to the game and a theory, or at least a concept that was discussed earlier with Thomas and Willie and myself on how you learn when you lose and how valuable those lessons are. So in no ways did our teams in any form of manner embarrass us. It was the fact that they were playing against some year on end champions, or at least very, very strong, dominant countries while they were in Africa. And that what they really
Game
brought
da
back
Cunha
here, we're now going to
Flores.
see.
They lead
in the
2
South
games
African
to
Listen,
love.
They
Second
played
set.
incredibly well. I watched some of those videos.
Mr.
They
Da
played
Cunha to
really
serve.
well. They
Yeah.
held their own. And again, the score doesn't always reflect the game.
Absolutely.
And what I know a couple of the guys because I play against them, and their games have improved. The quality of the game has improved dramatically since that experience.
Amazing, isn't
and
it?
it's
'Cause
justified
that's-
by their participation in here today.
Totally.
So I'm really excited to watch them play. They're playing against each other, which was coincidental and odd.
15 love.
But what that does is guarantees one of those teams a place in the next round.
Exactly
now,
that.
what it really excites me about that next round is that whichever team gets through in that next round, they're going to play two
smash.
incredible players,
Yeah.
really
15
incredible
all.
players. And if you're going to watch any match, and you've got to only pick one other than the final, that's the match you should watch, because they're playing against Miguel Oliveira
That's right.
and Jan Melgrati, who are two absolute
And-
legends of the game.
And lovely guys again, just
Really
reiterating, they're
experienced,
just
they're
sort of
great
quality
players.
people.
And they're going to win or lose, but they're going to do it at an incredible level, and that is super exciting. That in such a short space of time, here we are.
That's it, and reiterating and in support and love exactly what you're saying. The amount of confidence that the boys who went to and the ladies, obviously we're not seeing them in their competition today, but
15:30.
by traveling over to play in that Africa Invitational clubs, they've come back with a different confidence. There's just a different air about them on the court. They've got more sort of decisiveness in their shots. They back themselves, and that again, I think it all just comes from the great world of what sport is, and the greatest thing of we put ourselves in South Africa under a lot of pressure on just having to win, and it's an old adage of saying you don't necessarily learn when you win, you learn when you lose, and so in more cases than other, I'm
30 all.
joining in that enthusiasm. The identification of where it is going to be two South African teams playing against each other. It's just one of those logistical factors of how the one team dropped out. So
Frente
it was
iguales.
the alternate that then takes that position. And it is, we're going to have a South African team in the second round. Therefore, they're going to have APT points, international APT points. That's just phenomenal.
40-30.
is
That's like a
phenomenal.
record within its own right.
That is phenomenal. And the most important thing for me is that they're not there because they got a freebie or
No.
it's a token
No,
place.
no, no.
It's fully deserved. These guys play a great game, and I can't wait to commentate on that game. I can't wait for our viewers to watch that we've got some amazing players locally who are only going to
Yes.
get better.
Golden
Exactly. I just want
point.
to bring your attention to that beautiful shot.
That
and
was
that
a
Mr.
beautiful
Argañarás
Chiquita.
to receive.
Exactly, Lord
Right
Chiquita.
through the middle
Through
of
the
the
middle.
gap.
There we
It
go.
was
And-
beautiful.
And we've heard that so many times by coaches, and the majority of shots in paddle, because it's not necessarily just the safest, but it's
Second
also what it
serve.
does to your opposition. It brings them tighter together by threading that little ball, that little Chiquita down the middle line is just so disruptive in the opposition, but it also keeps them honest on what they're trying to think and where they're going to be moving in the next game to come. So again, every shot has got its influence on the entire game. So knowing that they've got that finesse, that softness, Chiquita coming in and just trickling down the middle to take a very valuable point as always. Great lob, beautifully distanced, the pace.
This game is very critical, Rudy, because we're playing a golden point, and we're playing a golden point
On a 2-0.
with the serving team 2 games down.
Oh, there it is.
and-
He's got the return. Sorry to interrupt you out of enthusiasm.
Oh, that's
Game,
amazing. That is a
Ferreira
great
Argañarás.
point. But what this
Da
does
Cunha
now
Flores
is
leads
it
2-1.
it takes,
Second set.
This makes it really tough now for the Brazilian pairing with Argonaras and Ferreira at 2-1. Apologies, I got that score wrong.
Other way around, yeah.
So actually, the Brazilians
Have
are,
led,
are in
are
a
lead the
commanding
lead.
position.
Precisely.
So
Sorry, I
correct. So
double
they-
check. I can't see
yeah,
past
so-
the umpire's chair there.
So they they held their serve.
Yep.
And it's at 2-1. They lead in the second set.
There is.
With the Argentinians, Argonaras and Ferreira about to serve.
And just
So
interesting on those
still
things
very
as well,
competitive.
That last shot is to reiterate on those that are watching and are, again, notifying with those that are already paddle players to hopefully people who have tuned in to just sort of be tempted or whet their appetite on what paddle is the shift of energy. You just had a massive smash come in from the one side. It was then counter-attacked, which was then great, but then the return shot was forced because of this speed of the attack versus the counter-attack, that it did end up being a little bit of an overzealous volley directly into the back window. So here we go, going on for serve. Okay. Big game to serve to identify on an important game, sitting at 2-1. Because it's just whether it's going to go down to a seesaw battle of each team holding their serve. Great, powerful smash straight out the court. That's just lovely to see, and we've seen a few of those.
Love
Yeah,
15.
we have seen a few of those, and you know, we know how hard those are.
It's like I say that with a very thin lip. I'm going, why do they do it so easily?
Yeah, it's crazy. So you know, I've been trying those for the last, I don't know, 6 months,
Yeah.
and I think I've gotten one right. So and a lot of net.
You know?
No, it's spectacular how consistently they get them,
Yeah.
and with such little effort.
Nice, some angles being played, keeping them both on their toes to cover their sidelines.
Some of these rallies become almost like chess games.
Yeah, totally. Opa, has he got the rebound? There it is.
Does he need
There it is. He jumps over it.
15 all.
Did someone claim a touch? Was that the net, or did it touch clothing? I didn't quite see.
Either way, I think it touched the net. He touched the net
He
himself.
followed on the follow through.
Yeah,
a
on the
pity,
follow
'cause
through, yeah.
we just saw beautifully that a lot of the times they jump over it, knowing full well that they've not necessarily given the best lob. The big smash is coming, so the defending player actually jumps over the big smash ball to then be prepared for whatever they can get back on the counter. Getting nice and tight in. Oh, there we go. But there was a good pressure
15,
shot
30.
there, like you said, the strategy, the build-up. He was pushing it down the line for a forced error.
And you know, like racket chess,
Yeah,
which this could easily be.
true.
It's also so much about the margins.
Mm.
You know, it's literally millimeters. And there we go. He missed the ball, but he would have touched it. He touched the net
30 all.
anyway. It's millimeters between bouncing before or after the
that,
glass.
yeah.
Or before or after the fence. So everything has to be so precise.
And in all due respect, I think my buddy, I don't know what temperature he said. I obviously did the emceeing and a few of the introductions. It's hot out there. I think we must be sitting at
30,
least about
40.
28 degrees. Or I don't know. Well, maybe what do
The
you say?
weatherman
22?
says 23 rising.
23? Okay,
till
then
just
I
now
thought-
it will reach 26.
Oh, is it only
I
okay? I
thi-
thought
yeah,
someone
I
had
think what
maybe
increases
shot
it
the
is
gun.
that we have absolutely zero wind, which is fantastic for playing paddle.
You don't see as many forced errors, but it is the testing game. As many times said, not just the poetry in motion, but the strategy, the chess game, the temperature, everything putting tax on the player to force him.
Incredible change of pace
There we
by
go.
Flores there.
He's just stepping back, buying time.
Light bandeja, lob, another lob, soft bandeja into the corner, another lob,
Here we go. Now it's just feeding
and
out.
a little bit more power on the bandeja.
Opened himself. Oh, unlucky. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
But the
And
the
Flores
pressure,
is
Game
now
Dacuña Flores. They lead 3-1 second set.
thriving on that.
and a big
little
turnaround. This
bit
is
of
where we
confidence.
said the Brazilians knowing full well that nothing's left unsaid until, well, we don't have any final whistle here, but a good fight back. They had a
Mr. Flores
solid
to
break.
serve.
Absolutely. and
3-1.
3-1 up.
That's an important break, and as I was saying earlier, the distance. A game at 2-1, you know, is it going to be a seesaw battle on just holding serve? But there you've had the break, and it's now all open for our Brazilians to get back on top and claim back that first set. That I still don't think they would have been happy to go down an easy 6-2. But beautiful
That's
shot,
a beautiful
Just
shot. On
stunning.
the turn from the corner.
Love 15.
stunning.
And from a defensive position.
That was a
which
solid
is-
lob, yeah.
Which is quite important from the back of the line. The other team was at the net.
As Luko could have maybe just been a little bit of a caught out. Oppa,
Oh.
oppa. Unforced that.
That's a
15 all.
What are you going to say? Unforced?
completely unforced. Completely unforced. Especially for a player of Argonada's class and finesse. I think, in my opinion, his shot placement has been tremendous the whole game. And that was something I think even he's surprised at. Whoa, that was amazing vibra from the
30-15.
Brazilian guys.
Lucas, that was just coming in with some heat in there. That was off the back wall, and what we've learned so much with those lobs, if they sit closer to the wall, it's more difficult to the player to get underneath it, but he got beautifully underneath that and executed a ruthless cross-court smash.
And this is the story of paddle. A
30 all.
beautiful shot like that, and a basic forced error follows that up.
Bit of miscommunication there, could have been a finish, but good solid shot. And
40-30.
forcing
Still nothing to worry about, and they
lob.
can take a commanding lead here.
Oh,
And
well
they do.
left. There we
And
go.
they do. So the Brazilians back
Game,
in this
Da
game
Cunha
in a
Flores.
serious way.
They
4-1
lead
up in the second
4
set.
games to 1, second set.
And it looks like we're going to watch a third set.
Happy to do that with you, my buddy.
Are,
Happy with that.
are we going to be confident on that?
Well, as you just, we've been caught up with a few of the curse of the commentators. But no, 4-1's a good stretch. And this is exactly the love of the game. Just a bit of an emotional change. The boys are sweating, so they're changing tops as well, which is nice to see because it does mean that there's this professional element of where they're wanting to reset, in my humble experience, just as sportsmen. They're not happy themselves having a 6-2
It's
dominant.
almost like a fresh start.
There we go, and even we had Willie talking about it, so I'm always going to be loving to quote him because anything that he says we'll take as the Dinkum truth. But it's even in the points, this is where mentally it is to reset. So holding momentum, going forth, seeing what's coming up, 4-1, there's daylight between that score, but important for them to now go in and close it out. And this
Close it
also
out,
shows the maturity of the players.
Sure, that they can come back.
To the Argentinians on are they going to be where they're going to find their footing? Are they going to be able to scrape it back, or are we going to step it up another level and try and force that dominance to close it out? And this is what's so exciting to share and to experience together with you and me, buddy, here in the, behind the screen and with our viewers is it's an unwritten story. There's two sides to it, and we're going to see it happening right in front of our eyes again.
Mr.
And
Ferreira to
why
serve.
This is such a magical sport. So let's see what we've got going here in this.
I think tactically you're going to find that Algonares and Ferreira might just say to themselves, you know what, we're 4-1 down. Let's use these next couple of games to steady ourselves, get ourselves back into the game and into some consistency. We might lose the set, but it will steady us and bring us back into the third set, confident and strong. They might adopt that approach. Personally, I
15
think
love.
it could be a good approach. But these are competitive guys, so they might actually just believe.
Paul,
Never
there-
mind
there-
that, we
there
can
we
come
go.
back from this.
Yeah, and it is.
And
and
the
there
shot
it is.
like
there it
that.
is. It shows there's
30 love.
There's proof that's the intent.
It's
is
like-
to actually we can get back
Yeah.
to this 4-1.
I like
We can
your
get back to
approach.
that.
I liked your approach, and it was an intelligent, conservative energy saying, okay,
Oh,
We-
that is an
there we go.
amazing
Look at that
drop
touch.
shot by Argonares.
40
that
love.
ratio. You just had a thumper of a smash, dominant, aggressive. Aguinaldo's coming in with a cheeky drop shot. Boom, it's 30-0, 40 love, straight flat set already looking at a love game. How does it pan out? Oh, lovely touch down the sideline. Solid in their volleys. Oh, there we go.
That's a beautiful shot.
That was
Low,
nice.
40-15.
low slice down the middle. Those
First-
don't often
first-
come back.
No, and with these skilled players, it's just
Second serve.
beautifully
40-15,
executed.
they're still in control.
That's at 45. Lot of spin on that. Just sticking the ball there. Rush the net. Oh,
And that's the game.
There we
4-2.
go. And
Game Ferreira
This
Argañaras.
is critical.
Da Cunha Flores
If they can
leads
break the
4-2.
next one.
Second set.
They're
it's
back in it.
it's a must-be break if they're
At
going for
5-2,
it.
it might just be a mountain too high. But at
Mr. Da Cunha to
But
serve.
if they can break this at 4-3, they're back in the game. So
Exactly.
very interesting game this
And
next
it's
one.
and it's every point. It's every point that's going to be fundamental. So where they might not go for the riskier shots,
A
they just want to
beautiful
maybe.
bajada
Oh,
from the
he's
back
got
of
it
the
there. He's got the
court.
confidence. Oh, it's come back and too well answered.
So again, we spoke
Just
about
too well
margin.
answered.
15
That's
love.
it.
So that's smash into the corner, just left it slightly short. And when you don't get it exactly right, you can get punished.
You
and that's
open
exactly
for
what
that's it.
happens.
That's it. And Freud's done that a few times because he jumps over that. He's
15-0.
got that smash. He's read that smash. Obviously, whether they've played against each other before, but he's done it a few times. It's the third time today where he's jumped over it and been able to put in a.
Those jumps are amazingly athletic. You know, I often wonder if having a gymnastics background is not an advantage.
I think loving that you're looking for. Oh, straight through the leg. It's just the physicality that is demanded of the sport at the levels that you play at is just so beautiful because it calls on everything. Agility,
beautiful.
coordination, hand-to-eye coordination, but the agility, the footwork. We've said it. It's poetry in motion. It's dance moves. It's everything. Bring back the 80s. Boys need to start getting a bit of footloose going here.
Oh, that
Going for
was
the
almost-
boast, but that was just too
crazy.
30-15.
too tight, too low. Beautiful. Catching his breath there. There's a bit of fatigue
Well,
showing
they're
it.
working
Yeah?
hard. Some of these
No,
shots
that's it.
are 20, 30 shot rallies of really intense running around. So these guys are getting a proper workout here.
And big guy,
in
that's
the
it.
sun.
And knowing whether this is what we'd spoken about, that conservative energy factor, they don't want to spend too much unnecessary time out there. So it ain't no. Has he got enough of it? Nope. There is the return again.
Oh, and that's a
lovely
beautiful
touch.
comeback.
Lovely touch.
Again, we said
Yeah.
30-all.
smash is not 100%. You can get punished, and that's exactly what happened there. Left a smash, slightly slow, slightly short, out of position,
Yeah.
and they were able to exploit it. Argonautes placed that beautifully in between the
He
two
did.
players, and
And-
that's all it took.
And that softness of his hands, they're just so magically soft because from the
Second
smash
serve.
that came from his side, then counter smash, but then for him to have that bravery and that speed of reflexes to be able to just touch it back into the corner, exposing the player who was trying to counter attack. Oh.
That was unfortunate.
As
40-30.
discussing the soft hands again.
And again, you know, at how these margins are so minimal, and they make all the difference.
Oh, he's done
That
it
is
again.
a
He snuck it
phenomenal
by.
shot.
That's the second time he's
That
actually.
is you're correct. It's
Yes.
the second
Golden
time
point.
that
He's
Redis has
caught
pulled one of
Mr.
us.
Ferreira to
one of
receive.
those, and it's incredible. And here we have now another golden point,
There we go.
very crucial because
Crucial,
it can
right.
mean a dropping of a serve,
Yeah.
which puts the
Mr. Ferreira
Argentinian
to
team
receive.
back in the power seats,
And
or a holding of the
extends it.
serve, which extends the advantage.
This is, you can feel the pressure here on this one. It's big. Oh. Oh, too much. Oh, still in it. Still in it. Oh, and they knew it. There we go.
I knew it.
They knew it as they celebrate
Game,
that with the
the
big
Cunha
roar.
Flores.
The
They
boys
lead
knew
5-2,
that they were just gonna
second set.
open up.
And there we have. So that's 5-2 to the Brazilian pairing, to Cunha and Flores,
And that,
and that puts them in control.
there we go. But then, as you're right, I'll now be late back on that horse, saying, "Damn right." I think we're looking at a third set here.
We are looking at a third set, which is great.
It
Great
is.
for viewers.
It is.
Great
It
for
is.
all of us. And I can't wait. I can't wait. You know, if these guys didn't need the rest, I'd kick their backsides to get back on the court. I want to watch more.
I know. What's this? This is an outrage. Why are you giving us a minute's break? But no, I think, as I said, hydration is going to be key.
Hydration
It's hot
very
out there.
important. It's hot out there.
Yep.
And you know, we're sitting under a beautiful umbrella brought to us by one of our sponsors. We've got a
Standard
nice
Bank,
cold,
very much so. Thank you,
we've got a
Standard
nice
Bank.
cold water bottle in front of us. Those guys are out there in the sun and running around.
And thinking the brain work, the amount of left brain and right brain hemisphere work that is coming in, again, only supporting from my professional physiotherapeutic background and conditioning, where it's just such a great sport because it demands every angle of the body. I was not joking. Kevin Bacon, Footloose. I mean, no, jokes aside on where we've got
Time.
Robbie Williams himself, a big paddle player. I was supposed to actually play with him last summer, and hopefully, being a big fan of his, we'll be able to get onto the court with him. But from the music side, the dancing, the rhythm of the movement, the legs. This is something that is a phenomenal sport
that at any level
Mr. Argañarás to
will
serve.
only amplify your physicality. The deep squats, the lower back. These are things that we've been coaxed into suffering from COVID, and here we've got a sport that is going directly opposite to the posterior chain that needs to be activated, which I will carry on talking about at a later stage. But this is just getting too hot here in the last game. Up. Not what
So
15 love.
Argentinians we serving. Argonadas actually taking the mantle here, and it's 15 love. They're desperately trying to get back into the game. Not going to be an easy task, particularly at 5-2, but they're trying. And it looks like they're not going to give up the mantle, as I thought that strategically might be a good option.
No, I think I supported you in the thinking of that, but
30 love.
but again, it's that the animal instinct, the nature of the beast. I think
Correct. They're
the competitors.
You
Too
know,
true.
these
Too
guys
true.
are-
Too true.
These are racket gladiators, you know.
Absolutely.
Modern day racket
40 love.
gladiators. And that's what they are, you know. No disrespect to other racket sports, but the level of physical exertion and combatant that you get in paddle, to me, is unequal.
I do like that. I do like that as the weaponry of our rackets, and I might work on the Greek mythology later of the legendary scenarios that we'll hopefully nickname a few of our boys throughout this week. Some great shots. I mean, back and forth rebounds, the movement from the angle that we can
That's an
see.
amazing attack.
Got Flores is just still covering that middle. He knows that Argañarás has got that soft touch through the middle. Up.
Game Ferreira
Trying a Vibra
Argañarás.
again, as we said, this is
Laguna
not an
Flores
easy
leads
shot.
5 games to
Trying a
3.
Vibra from the
Second
back of
set.
the court, just edging the net on the top of the. I think it was between the P and the T of
Mr.
the
Flores to serve.
on the net there.
It was.
But
Right in that, but and forgive me to bring it back. He had just literally, I mean, we're talking about 20 minutes ago. He had already done that textbook shot so beautifully. But the boys are tired. There we go. The hands are being wiped down. It's getting warm. We you know, this is exciting on knowing that this is going to pan
Second
out
serve.
as a closed set, one apiece. We're going to have a serious battle on our hands in this last one with the heat, the temperature, and what's gone down in these first 2 sets.
correct. You're starting to see it on the amount of second serves. In the first set, there were no second serves.
There we go.
And now we're starting to see the guys having to serve out the second serve
Yeah.
because fatigue is starting to settle in.
And they go, oh, nice cheeky little return. Back out the back doors. We put it in various ways with rugby and our reverse passes. Coming on, holding his time there. There we go, straight through the middle. Up they come. There's that shot again. He's gone for the softer option. Beautifully placed. Going for the big shot. He's got the return.
The return. Oh,
Open game is still on. No need for jumps there. Loading up. What we need as South Africans, just having that patience and the value of the lob. Going in hard for the attack, dominating the front. Putting it away. Great defense. Oh,
you know, that was a 20 plus
50
shot
lost.
rally on 1 point.
on 1 point. Now,
Welcome
if that
to paddle.
doesn't please you as a viewer of sport, then I don't know what does. That is what the Spanish call a barbaridad.
Barbaridad.
This is
Value,
fantastic.
return of value
This
is
is
just
incredible.
next level, big, and I love it that I'm learning the words from you. But just exactly that, the value that you're getting on
and
each
some
point.
taka-taka, look at that.
Ish, we're
and
going to have to
some
bring in the
more.
taka-taka. We've got a few things happening, but this is just where it's from point to point, dragging on longer. And this is in full knowledge that we're sitting at 5-3. 15 love up. Bit of a sting on the
Another
points.
magical vibra.
Yeah,
And look at that, how he changes
That's
that
it.
incredible pace of a vibra
into a
into a
lob.
little delicate lob over the
Soft
player's
touch.
head.
He's opening Flores on the right here. We've got that gap where he's keeping his. Already got 2 massive shots coming there. There's the big shot. Oh, unlucky,
And
unlucky.
there's another 20-point
Unlucky.
plus
15 all.
rally. An incredible point.
And interesting just to share, as I said, just because of note, bringing attention to the heat, as magical and as beautiful as it is, but the energy exertion that's gone through into the end of the second set. Floor is opting to not jump over the ball and then getting contact with the ball against the foot. So this is where, again, that energy expenditure, the players feeling it out there, and obviously the build-up.
No, for
to-
sure. It
to what's
must,
still to
be
come.
building highly.
Let first serve.
But you know, let me tell you something. We've had two 20-plus shot
Back
rallies.
to back, yeah.
And the score's only
15 all, 15 all, there we go. And please, people, ladies and gentlemen, this is as Paolo beautifully pointed out, get down here. When I'm talking about what's going on between Wednesday and Thursday,
30-15.
this is where the electricity that starts flowing between not just the players and the crowd is because this is what's going on. You've got those phenomenal rallies, and we're sitting at 30-15 in 3 points. In 3 points, we've had that amount of paddle going down.
And you know, Rudy, it's just going to get better, eh?
It is.
Because
It
this is
is
the
Andre.
first round.
And that's it. All due respect to these players, but this
You
is
know.
starting round, yeah.
40-15.
Tomorrow, it's another level. And
Yep.
the following day is another level.
And we've got the big boys who are finishing off in Monaco on the semi-finals, the
Correct. Those
quarterfinals,
guys have gone
semi-finals.
to buy
So
into the next round.
that's it. The higher ranked players, they only start sort of kicking off tomorrow.
That was
Unlucky.
so
40-30.
well thought out.
Exactly, the
so well
intention was
planned.
beautiful.
The intention was beautiful.
And where we seeing it, I don't know the view from the camera is he had him, but again, this is the sport. Regardless whether you had him or not, you got to execute the shot.
Correct.
A cheeky tip for our South African paddle lovers that I'm so endeared to, on saying, we
at that
celebrate a lot of
beautiful-
things.
You know,
Soft,
there was
soft.
the
smash.
seat
Use
that
its
it
golden
is.
point.
It looked
Mr.
like it was gonna
Argañarás to
smash
receive.
it straight through down the middle, and it was a touch. It
Rolling
almost,
off
the
the
second
bat.
bounce was
Yeah.
almost just before the glass. It was. There's no coming back from that.
And that's exactly, again, where we've heard it in the coaching sessions with Willie. It's the techniques by keeping that paddle high in preparation. You've got the options of whether you still want to unleash a ruthless smash, or you just then hold it up there, as we've just seen beautifully done, and roll it down the middle of the court.
And we're into another golden point. You know that.
It has pushed the level on asking an important question at 5-3. Thank you for bringing my attention back to that. Dory does have its moments. Patience, there it is. What's the answer? A massive lob. Massive lob, putting it up high. They've got the sun behind them as well. Bit short to that side. Is he there? Oh, they got it.
And that was a
They've got
decisive.
it.
So
Big,
margin
Game
big,
on
again.
second
big.
set.
Lob was just a
Dacuña
touch too
Flores
short.
And-
leads
and he got punished.
6-3.
Exactly it. And exactly it. And paddle was high, so we'd seen a few shots prior to that where he was going for that sort of soft roll. But boom, there he was like, I'm finishing this.
Correct.
We're going to lock this down. And we're going into our third set.
Third set. So that was, so 2-6, 6-3. We called it. Third set we got. And it's going to be exciting. The guys are in, hopefully, for a lot of water there. And it's going to get better.
They are. Debate on their enthusiasm. Being in the African continent, the weariness of not getting too excited on our camel loading up. They're glugging that water in a big way, so I'm hoping it's they're still going to keep their light dancing feet on.
So, this level, as we were saying, is just going to get better. So today, we've got these young guns just trying to get through.
Yep,
They're
yep.
promising, rising stars of the paddle world, coming out there trying to get into the next round. Tomorrow, some of the more established, higher-ranked players who have had bye through the first round
That's it.
are going to be in action.
They will be up.
And those guys, the next round after that is going to be completely another level. By the time we get to quarterfinals here, we are going to literally be feasting on paddle. It's going to be the creme de la creme, and we're going to be salivating.
Salivating. That was
We're
exactly the
gonna
words
walk
I was looking for.
around
Yeah.
with tissues,
That's it.
just wiping all the salivation down because it's going to be off the charts.
It is, and again, just to see that improvement level, because again, what we've experienced here in South Africa, this little micro bubble that's grown so beautifully and so quickly in Cape Town, and obviously we were wanting to get the Johannesburg crowd. We've got the Johannesburg Country Club, the German Country Club, We've got another paddle hub. We've got Action Paddle. We've got Africa Paddle. We've got all these clubs that we want to be in support to, saying to them, you know, obviously if you're
Time.
playing, getting here, seeing where we've got our local paddle, seeing the entry level of the first round paddle, then stepping up to the next level of where it's your regulars that are stepping in, having their quarterfinal
Players ready
experience.
to play.
As for them, it's not a foregone conclusion ever in sport, but for them it's like they're the seasoned warriors. They're the ones that are expecting themselves to be there, and we've got some nice little upsets as well that are going to be throwing some curveballs in over the last three to four APT. I'd say the top four teams have rotated. We've had some regulars,
Now
we've got
starting
some,
the third
some
set.
curveballs, and that's where we're going to be
Mr.
seeing them.
Argañaras to serve.
So again, as you said, you've got the youngsters of today, Lauti and the boys earlier, the youngsters. So they're also wanting to establish their career performance. They want to be, you know, putting in the quarters every time. They want to
15
get their rankings up. They want to be there.
Correct.
So
They're hungry. They want to
Hungry,
move
hungry,
up, and
hungry.
they can move up, and
They
you
can.
know they can. So you know, I want to really put the cat amongst the pigeons here. Is that
you're not that kind of a guy, are you?
no? I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there.
Do it. I love it.
And-
We're all
and-
together.
And-
I want to
and-
feel
and
that.
You know, Rudy.
Yeah.
We love this obviously because
Yeah.
we play paddle and we are madly and desperately in love with the sport. And you know, a lot of the guys who have come here in the last couple of days are paddle lovers just like us. And of course, we're trying to promote the game, so we've got people who are coming who get to love tennis, to paddle, or come from another racket sport. But I put it to you like this: I think that as we grow the sport, people who have never played paddle, who have never played a racket sport in their lives before, are going to fall as madly in love with this game as we are.
Absolutely.
Because
Ooh,
it is just that, you know, this
Super
is that
smash.
girl at the end of the dance hall that
15-0.
everybody's looking at. That's paddle, you know.
As loud as I love-
Everyone is looking at her because it is just that. I mean, Rudy, I never played tennis. I
Yeah.
never played squash.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know anything about racket sports.
No, the
And-
ability of I'm gonna strategically avoid your beautiful analogy, but in the sense of besides the amazing paddle that we just seen
30-15.
over there, but there's a very unique. We've had this conversation for the last 6 years of my life, but I love sharing it with you as well, and on having the different analogies, because it's exactly that. There's so much that this sport delivers that other sports don't. I mean, people even asked it as a joke, saying, "Well, let's be real skeptics. Let's really try analyze on is this just a
30
fashion fad?" And there's so many reasons why it's not. It's because it's the best of a variety of all sports. It brings in that ability for people to not need any other form of a racket sport experience. And I think it's the entry level. The entry level is at such an easy stage, and not to disrespect it. Once you get on the court, you can play. And that's straight
Second
up for
serve.
children who have never even held any form of a racket. Hit the ball over the net and boom, you're playing. You're a paddle player, you're loving it, and you're enjoying the environment. As you improve, obviously the game just increases. So there's not anyone that is not able to enjoy the sport and reap the benefits from it, because it's exactly that. We're not exactly any part of the inventors of paddle, and it's just such a special sport that we are so desperate. Oh, there it is.
There it is again.
He's done it, but he was beautifully covered there by
But you know, he's
Flores.
done that shot now
He's
3-4
done it,
times.
and he's had the success in it.
Yeah.
And his partner, this again, so special to see your partner covering your back.
Absolutely. But that's
40,
what it's
30.
about, isn't it?
100%. The
One
trust.
complements the other.
That's it.
Trust. So
Trust,
correct.
trust and love for each
So-
other has to be there, because you've got to cover each other's back no matter what. You've got your partner. This is where it's so special, community based. This is the philosophies and the fundamental ingredients of what makes us human beings. You know,
So
is to cover that.
one of my better lessons of paddle, and I get them every day almost, was somebody told me, said to me,
great
somebody,
return.
a really good player, an international player, said to me, 3 things. He said to me:
Deuce, golden point.
Trust the
Mr.
wall.
Dacuña to receive.
trust the bounce,
And
trust your partner.
Beautiful, beautiful.
and if you can do that,
Those-
you're on your
Yeah,
way.
you should be a head start.
Correct.
Mr.
And I
Dacuña.
think these guys, even at this level, do exactly that. They trust the bounce, they trust the wall, and they trust their partners. And
That's
that
it.
is That is incredible. And if you can take that principle through life, I suppose.
Very beautiful. And this is another
Because
great
life
synergy
has
of sport.
life does bounce you, and life does have walls.
And puts you against the wall, puts you in a corner. So in all the above areas, I'm just going to go back to my Patrick Swayze that no one puts baby in a corner. So let's see what's going on the big answers, because we're sitting on a golden point here.
On a
On
golden
the first
point,
game, he went for it again.
he went
Game.
for it again.
But
Da Cunha
unfortunately,
Flores.
This time
the
it didn't work
execution,
out.
First
that's
game.
it.
And
Third
this,
set.
and this puts them under pressure off the first game
That's
of the
it.
set.
That's
They
it.
drop the serve, and they are now 1-love down.
And with that turn of events from going from the second set,
They've
and
got the momentum.
that's the thing is just that mental element of going, did we really need to have, or did we not focus enough? I mean, this is it's just an observation. It's playing with the philosophy of sport, and in no ways
Mr. Flores
having
to
had,
serve.
16 years in professional sport, armchair critics, not necessarily my best friends, but in the sense
Let
of where
first serve.
it's intriguing and it's beautiful to see on what could have been different, but we're going to see their actions speaking louder than their words, or before our assumptions of what was planned. Oh, there is another mistake.
Another
15-love.
mistake. The Brazilians are definitely on the ascendancy here
Yeah, that's
after coming back to win that second set.
They're
They-
holding
they-
the dom, or at least the
And
momentum.
the momentum is
Yeah.
with them for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see what Argonadas and Ferreira can come up with to counter that.
Interesting to see they actually hesitated together, but they communicated the hesitation to not rush the net on the shot before, and then the second shot they've gone for it. So communication that we are
30 love.
seeing coming is very clearly through on the Brazilian team. They're communicating to each other, and they're also mixing up their strategy to pull out of not necessarily just storming the net. It was very evident there that they held back on storming the net to the second shot. We can hear the communication from this side as well, where the talking is going. Also, as a sportsman, that's very encouraging when you've got your partner speaking to you the whole time. He's left it open on the right. Lovely off the wall.
I'm surprised that Argonadas didn't take advantage on the right-hand
On
side
the
of
right
the
there,
court
yeah, but we both saw that. It was quite noticeable. Both of them covering it. There it comes to the right again. Just magic how they do that. Not only is the first player going out of the court, but the second player is covering his inside line. Can he get that? Oh, just too good. Just too good.
That's an amazing shot. Finding the gap
30-15.
and taking it through. So one of the dynamics of the sport, as you know, is while the players are moving, there are constant gaps opening up. Whether they one of the challenges in defending the shots is to narrow those angles so as to minimize those gaps, the size of those gaps. So it's extremely important and skillful when you're able to find those gaps, especially the ones down the middle of cross court, like that
Exactly.
one, that
Exactly.
particular one.
40-15.
And that was just magic, because again, it's that tempo. It was not only, as you very aptly put, is that finding that line, firstly, and then secondly, letting the ball just die in the back of the corner there. It's just unanswerable. Very frustrating as a player when you're desperate to try
Game
sort of
Da Cunha Flores.
gain traction, and there it is
They
again,
lead
2
2 games to
games.
love.
Those
The
are now
boys are
2-0
dominating.
First
Exactly.
set.
They're
And what I've noticed is that Da Cunha and
Mr.
Flores
Ferreira
have
to serve.
identified Ferreira's almost momentary a decrease in productivity,
yeah, yeah,
and they are targeting that side of the court
yeah. Because
quite aggressively,
and
and they're causing the forced errors. Oh.
Lovely smash. Lovely smash.
50 love.
Clearly, Ferreira is not listening to me, and he's having none of it, and attack that with the force of Thor.
But I'm going to support you from both of our sides. That exactly there's their fatigue seems to have just dropped. They're not necessarily dropped their heads. I don't like that term too much because the sportsman never would. But their mistakes that they've been making is now hopefully going to be picked up at the concentration side. But the dominance is there. Big shot. Has he got it out? Oh, there it is. It seems like the fatigue's creeping
15-0.
in on their
As
movements as well.
Argonadas hit that, and that's exactly what we're talking about margins. that lob was dropped just slightly short, and it just opened up a gap for a killer shot.
Still strong.
Nice
quick
drop
movement,
shot. That's
nice
the
feet.
second drop
Oh,
shot
he's
we've
open in the
seen
corner.
to very good effect from Argonados.
There's that slow ball into the corner. But our Brazilian team are looking a lot sharper on their feet. They're moving together. They're knowing which move. There we go. Opa.
You see that Argonados
Little
eating
bit
that
of
frustration. A little bit of frustration setting
Code
in.
police, violation, Mr. Argañarás, and fair warning,
Oh, lo.
Argañarás,
There we go.
Ferreira.
As much as I do laugh about it, I do support the upset, and then thank you to Jose for violation. Justified, but showing that our boys, the Argentinian guys, are getting frustrated. Things are not going their way. They by no means are there errors because they don't have the skill set. It's just the fatigue, the concentration, and the execution that's off center.
I think the Brazilians, since losing the first set, have really upped their game. Their positional play has really improved. They're working better
Oh, they are.
together.
Yeah, the energy
and they become more consistent. So you
Totally.
remember we talked about
15-40.
consistency in the first set, where they weren't, particularly Acuna was doing a lot of unforced errors, and they've become really, really consistent in the last few games, and that's led to winning the second set and
Very much so.
leading the third.
dominating the third. Exactly that, because we're sitting now in a scenario now 45, 2-0 up. They're moving together. They're moving faster. They're talking more. There's been totally.
They've been controlling that net in a very positive way.
That's it.
You know, we talk about this game being a percentage game, and clearly the percentages are definitely on the Cunha and Flores'
Yeah.
side at the moment.
Well, it would be very interesting because of where you had identified just on the second serves. The entire almost looks. They're just more in tune with each other as well. They seem to be just playing a whole different game
Okay,
from the
that's a
second. and
tired
third
shot.
shots.
Game, the Cunha Flores,
That is a tired
Exactly,
shot.
it's a tie. Yeah.
they lead 3 games
And
to
they're now
love.
leading
Third
3
set.
games to
3 games to
love.
love.
Change of the
And
balls.
again, a little bit of frustration coming there from Redlis Ferreira. Changing balls again. The balls are taking a pounding with the heat as well. So we're on a third set, and they're hitting them properly. So you know, the heat is obviously affecting them. So talking to the players, some of the players earlier today, they told me that, you know, they were warming up on the court yesterday, and with the exhibition games and some of the pro-am stuff going on, they were unanimous in the quality of the surface as being one of the best they've played on. So this is a fantastic court with a beautiful even bounce. So there's no excuses from a court perspective.
Absolutely not.
Holding up to the conditions. At this time of the year, as you know, in Cape Town, we've got a little bit of frost in the mornings and late at night, and the courts is holding up really, really well. But the balls, of course, take their pounding because they're getting smacked all over the place. And these guys are doing it. But I think the Argentinians are starting to struggle.
Time.
As you said correctly, with fatigue. And I think the momentum is firmly with the Brazilians, and I'm tipping them to go on and win this.
Yeah, and I think on the sense of on where it's identifiable, and this is where, not to contradict ourselves, but this is the score has been dominant. I think we've had. I'd love to one day when we do get to that ability to have the statistics up. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think the Argentinians have won a consecutive 4 points.
To serve with the new balls,
5 points
Mr.
in this,
Dacuña.
in this third set. That's how strong our Argentinians have been on stomping their foot down and creating that distance.
You can see Argonados has even changed shirts again.
Lovely
So
play.
that's
Again,
his,
there we go. So
like
he's
the
in a red
balls, it's
now.
his third shirt.
Yep.
And that shows sign of quite a bit of perspiration. And that is a fantastic shot
It was.
from
It
Flores.
15-0.
It was, and important because we thought suddenly we had a
Nice
bit of a,
slice into the bottom corner.
we thought we had a bit of
No,
a tail.
second serve.
unfortunate bounce off the net there.
30-15.
Brazilians. Unfortunately, that's part of the game, and it counts.
That's it. Yeah.
And it's frustrating.
It's frustrating. It's just like really.
But it is one of those shots, and it
No,
happens.
second serve.
And you're starting to see a lot more second serves in the game. I think the temperature is affecting both sides. But the Brazilians, for sure, in a much more dominant position at this stage.
And absolutely where you're saying it's not just say that one team struggling more, he jumps over that clearly. Oh, there's a return. Oh, this is
What
stunning.
an
Is it in?
amazing get. by
Oh,
Argon.
unlucky.
That is very,
Unlucky.
very
40-15.
unfortunate.
And that was a beautiful, beautiful turn and a double up. We had a big solid smash. Was leaping over that again. And it being answered on the third shot off that big smash. Big lob. There was a really difficult service in the corner. Just keeping it so low. Just on the sound of the ball in the racket, we can hear there's still a bit of a spice coming in on the boys. There's a big shot. Is he back up? And there it is. Oh,
Nice finish by Argonado there.
as
And
I was
again,
saying,
if you don't finish it off,
40-30.
Yeah.
you will be punished.
that's it. That's it. Just as I was saying, there's spice on it. I thought he had enough distance to clear the net, but Iniero's just too good in perfect preparation for that.
And that point's got to give them a little bit of confidence and a little bit of hope, because that takes it to 40-30. And
Pushing for that golden point on their side. They want to get to that.
they want to get to that, yeah.
They
do,
need
'cause
to. They
wanna
need to get
on
to
the
that.
board.
They want to get
wanna
on the board. This has been a this fourth game and third set. Keeping it to a love set so far. Going for the hard shot, not getting his return. Oh,
And that's the set. And again,
Game the
4-0.
Cunha Flores.
and you can just see the body
They lead.
language.
yeah, that's
for games to
debilitating. Shame.
Third
That
set.
was
You can
harsh.
just see the because that
They
was a really hard work point.
They were, and at
Argonado's
40-30
got
they were
some
fighting for
amazing
it.
reach.
Mr.
Yeah,
Argañarás
they
to
did.
serve.
and then you lose it like that. And
And
at 4-0, it's just going to be a
Yeah.
really serious uphill battle.
And for players again, that chicken wire, it can go anywhere. So ruthless, because we saw the head
Low
stop.
15.
As
That's
soon as he
correct.
made contact,
Because not
it
only
kicked
was that
off.
4-0, it was also a service break.
it was a break. Exactly.
And
No,
and
second
that's- Psychologically, that's a breaker.
But you did on it. That's what we were just saying, a psychological
Low
break
30.
in a big way. And this is where it's now just, is it a clear runway to the end? 4 love, 30 love. Just appreciating these guys on still holding it up, keeping it big shot straight out the park. There we go. Bit of
Argonado
frustration.
just showing them, telling the guys, I'm still here.
No, too true.
15-30.
You might be
And-
winning 4-0, but I'm still here.
There we go. And this is just the sportsman, the animal, the beast, the sports spirit coming out on Never Say Die. Here he goes again. Yep, there it is. Stunning shot, stunning shot. Keep
30
it
all.
going, 30 all. Not just still here. Let's see, 4-0 down. They're hot, they're tired. They took that first set. Mentally, they just want to close this game out, get onto that scoreboard. Oh, stunning. Absolutely
That is
beautiful.
a spectacular drop shot.
Beautiful,
So
beautiful,
that's
beautiful.
his third or
40,
fourth
30.
shot like
Oh,
that.
that exactly. That's that.
And I think is probably 3 out of 4 on success on them.
Too true. A lovely little cheeky dig. Ball just tips over the net. Without answer. Back and forth. Lovely push through.
Game.
As much as that was a
And they're on the
Ferreira
ball.
Cañaras.
there we go. They're on the ball. They're on the
Acuña
ball.
Flores leads 4-1. Third set.
Wow, at 4-1, that's got to give them a lift.
It is, and I think it deserved a lift. Shane, my heart really broke, and it as does for any sportsman or sportswoman. When they are, it's not like they're not putting in the effort. And this is where, as a commentator for any sport that I've been involved with, these are professional sportsmen that spend their dedicated life to their skill and what they need to do, and they're doing their best out there. Their intentions, we can see. This is what's so beautiful about paddle. You can identify and see what their intents are with a shot, and whether the execution is delivered or not. But the Argentinian team is not lying down, even though they've been making the mistakes. These are not a skilled mistake. These are forced by the heat, the environment, the concentration, the speed, and this is where the level of sport in general is just so beautifully appreciated. And here we go.
Tell me, Carl, at 4-1, are they coming back?
Turn on. I heard at breakfast this morning. I liked it. You said openly you like to push those. What's the word I'm looking at? You want to force, prediction. You want to force a prediction. I'm a lover of sports and a lover of an underdog.
Mr. Flores to
So
serve.
you'd like them to come back?
I don't sit on the fence. I do. I just know being not on the side, being on many times on both sides of that coin, where a comeback is beautiful and enjoying that win, to where dominance is beautiful and carrying it through.
Come on the
It's-
spot, Carl. Are they coming back? It's 4-1. Are they coming back? Are we going to see a
It's a tall
4-4 and a
ask.
fight to the end?
I think with the energies going in now,
Look at that.
Look,
Look at that.
this is why we
15
love
love.
sport. It's the unknown. It's the unknown, and dive into the abyss without fear.
Well, from a neutral's perspective, that's what we want to see. We want to see it at 4-4,
Yeah.
and we want to see
Fighting it out.
really go on.
And because I was going to tell you which of the players I've had a nice chat with when they arrived, and we had a little coffee and shared a bit of stories. So no, I'm not going to share that intricate information, nor are we now seeing
Let's love 30.
Love
Love
30
30.
on break serve.
Love
So,
30.
so it's a big thing as well.
Big
Is
thing. Maybe you should have gone for that comeback.
I'm not a betting man. I enjoy the journey of the unknown and applaud it either way. Oh, clever shot.
Very clever shot.
15-30.
Had them chasing, they were sort of caught in a bit of an I formation, and then just opening up their backcourt to have a soft touch on letting that sit at the back of the court. And it's finished.
Yep.
There
Just
we go.
left it too short.
That's it. And we saw the
15-40.
movement. We saw the movement. He was very quick to rush at that net. And that's just something that I think is also felt. You do feel your opponents rush the net. You hear the feet, you hear the rush, knowing full well that they're going to be there. And then if you're not executing that perfect lob, he's going to put it away, and not just put it away, but put it out of the park. Boom, that's a big smash there.
That's a big smash.
Here we're seeing a bit of
30,
an
40.
answer. Like we saw, like you said earlier, everything you can do, I can do better.
Wait, please.
So on a 15-40, on serve,
No, second
not
serve.
liking,
15-40.
for 30,
You think
sorry,
Cunha's
30,
feeling a
40,
little-
30, 40, my bad,
30,
my
40
bad, yeah.
now.
It was on that side of
You
the
think
court. I
Cunha's
listened to
starting
it.
to feel a little bit of the pressure? Or he's got it handled?
I think he's got a handle, but it's what gets put in front of him. I think that's the biggest thing of you. He's a strong one. Oh, there it is. Put pressure.
They've become
Put
ultra
pressure.
consistent.
Use
Put pressure.
and
there.
golden
that's
points.
Golden
held
point.
them in
Mr.
good-
Argañaras
in
to
good
receive.
stead. The Cunha Flores partnership has really been coming to their own, and their consistency levels have improved.
Totally.
As we go into this golden point,
Golden points on his serve. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful touch.
Game, the Cunha
That's
Flores.
just
They
and
lead
that's
5-1. Third set.
and vital. I mean, that's a high-risk shot on the right-hand side.
Mr. Ferreira to
Fortunate,
serve.
but well planned.
What's that?
Well intended. A little fortunate in the execution. But fortune favors the brave, as we said earlier.
Beautifully said. Big answer. Oh! Got out of the court, made contact.
15 love.
Got out of the court and made contact, but on that previous shot, just to again, like you said, not just fortune favored the brave on where he had a fight from being down in that game on his serve and just putting it into the chicken mesh. Outstanding skill set. Oh, good pressure.
30 love.
Good pressure.
The Argentinians are not going to go down easily. They're reminding Cunha and Flores that they're here. They're very much here. They're very much competing. And as we said before, the score doesn't.
Oh, just beautiful. You've got a
That is
massive
beautiful
smash,
shot.
a counter, and
40
then
love.
another return off the back of the wall. Yeah, that's just.
Off a full 180 swing.
That's it, exactly. On paddle, you've got to just a turnaround from both ends of the court. Opening himself on the beautiful drop shot, then pushing it back there. They've got a switch. Going to the answer. Great defense.
That is incredible defense.
The reaction is just stunning there. He's going for a big smash again. It's out the park.
And-
Can he get it back in? Oh, good effort. But again,
Game Ferreira Argañaras.
the Las Pumas bringing in a
Cunha
bit of a
Flores
heat
lead.
there.
5-2.
They're not
Third
just on
set.
the scoreboard, but it's
I really think Argonaras in this
5-2.
new partnership has shown himself really to be worthy of his position. Yeah, he's played phenomenally well, and he's really, I wouldn't say carried the partnership, but he's certainly been the dominant partner in the pairing. He's had some incredible shots. He's
Maybe
forced the
even
hands of
stronger.
Cunha
Yeah, I
and
think
Flores.
Ferreira's
Yeah.
got. I mean, we've seen that he's got some power. I think in his direction of finding a bit more of a sweet spot. They still got a lot of ruthlessness in them, if I may put it at that. Sitting 5-2 down, it makes it that much tighter because we're going on to.
But you
the
can see,
Cunha
as you
serve.
watch Argonaras play, you can see why he was ranked 27th in pairings.
That's it.
Or
Why
he is ranked
why he's
27th
got
in
that
pairing
high
in the
ranking.
previous. Correct.
He's got that high
He's
ranking.
got that
for a
high
reason.
ranking because you can see the technique and the
Time.
power. And you know, I spoke about this earlier with Tom with regards to other pairings that are on the APT. Is that Argonaras as a senior player is almost a mentor to Rallis Ferreira in this instance.
Mr. Da Cunha
because,
to serve.
Rallis is only 22 years old. He's a young player, clearly talented, but with lots to do still. And Argonaras is holding his hand through it, which is fantastic, and it can only get better from there.
Very, very true. Very, very true. Yeah.
Love 15.
So this could be the set ender, and but at love 15, there's a lot of work to be done still.
Oh, unlucky. That was just
Beautiful
beautiful
Vibra
from
from the back of the
Yeah.
court.
15 all.
It's not the first time. It's not the first time that Flores has done that. He's done quite a few of them successfully.
Yeah, it's a
in the
beautiful cross
game,
court
and
one.
it's an important weapon in his arsenal.
Bit of a disjointed movement here, which we can see now. Oh,
And there goes the unforced
30,
error
15.
again.
it's unfortunate because
So Cunha and Flores form part of a really emerging generation of paddle players coming out of Brazil. You know, as you know, there's quite a few now on the APT tour, and in
Yeah.
other tours around, there's some high-profile
yeah, for sure,
Brazilian
Lima.
players.
Yeah, I mean that's Pablo's
and,
been a phenomenon.
Yeah, I mean, and this is, it's great that a country like Brazil is now producing this sort of talent in a sport that is probably not yet mainstream in Brazil. You know, football is so dominant in Brazil that every other sport almost takes second or third sort of
40,
spot in the
50.
Position,
ranking.
for sure.
But quite far down. It's not.
Yeah, it's not close. It's not close. It's not knocking on
so
the door.
it's impressive that all of a sudden there's this new, quite a good number of Brazilian players that are coming through the ranks and joining the tour and holding their heads up high. I mean, these guys have put on a really good show, good fighting spirit after losing the first set, and they've been dominant ever since.
Exactly
in their
that.
comeback.
Exactly that. No, it's again just showing how beautiful the sport is and how wide and far it's reaching. Big smash, big
And
smash.
that's the game winner.
unanswered.
Game,
There it is,
set,
let's
set,
take
set,
an
and
answer.
match.
Lock it down.
Cunha
There we
Flores
go.
leads
Lucas Cunha and
2-6,
João Pedro
6-3 and
Flores
6-2.
2-6,
Thank you.
6-3, 6-2.
Solid,
After losing the
solid
first-
victory. Yeah, to go down in the first set, coming back
Correct.
on what has been seen as it was some very, very solid dominance without saying it was unanswered. There were 1 or 2 games, but really they knew which direction they were going and they weren't even wavering.
Correct. And, you know, for me, pleasantly surprised, Juan Manuel Algonares, to me, you know, showed a lot of mettle, came back, never gave up. His partner, really, can see clearly he's a young talent in the making.
And that's it. I think the excitement is it's going to come.
Correct.
First dominance, and there we go. It's their first dominance. Outstanding. Pablo Barry, as always, a person special to Ryan, ourselves, and our both back viewers, thank you and enjoy the rest of the beautiful panel.
Right, coming up now, we have match 3. The playing approximately brings together Mauro Agustin Salandro and Nicolas Cruz against Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez. Jacobo Blanco, one of the more senior players on the tour. Again, with a nice young partner. And we look forward to seeing you on the court.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, just witnessing a phenomenal performance by our 2 champions on the first day here at the APT Cape Town Masters. Gentlemen, congratulations on your win today.
Thank you. It was a tough match. We won the first set and Hellis played very well. But we come in the second and third strong. And
There we go. It was a very solid victory. It was very identifiable. You can see the momentum change. How did you enjoy it? Was the court nice? The temperature? I mean, obviously you went down the first set.
but it was very, very evident that together you had changed the energy coming forward into the second. How was the court, the temperature? How did you feel with that?
No, it's a very good court, and the day is amazing. But it's true, in the first set we don't play very well, and for the second and third set we play hard and motivate a little bit, and we I don't know.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Obrigado, obrigado. It was fantastic. And really, again, to both you say the first set wasn't good. We all were just with our jaws on the floor. It was absolutely spectacular to watch. Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your passion. Both you are dominant players to be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And like we said, I think it was when I was talking to you in Monaco, we were saying, like, Viva South Africa. So on that side, thank you for having it. Thank you for being here, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow in the next round.
Thank you, and congratulations for the amazing tournament, amazing city, amazing country.
It's all for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado, obrigado. And there's to the victors of today's second match. Again, wanting to get as many people down here to what is turning out to be a phenomenal environment of beauty, players, athleticism, and a sport that we just want to grow as wide and far as we can throughout our beautiful country. All the best.
Yesterday my life was filled with rain, sunny. You smiled at me and really eased the pain. Now the dark days are done and the bright days are here. My sunny one shines so sincere, sunny one so true. I love you, sunny. Thank you for the sunshine you gave, sunny. Thank you for the love you brought my way. You gave to me your all in all, and now I feel 10 feet tall. Sunny one so true, I love you. Sunny, thank you for the truth you let me see. Sunny, thank you for the facts from A to Z. My life was torn like windblown sand, then a rock was formed when we held hands. Sunny one so true, I love you. I love Sunny. Sunny, I love you. Sunny.
Good afternoon, Camps Bay and Mark Copeland. Welcome. Bit of a delayed arrival. Thanks for joining us. One of the ambassadors of paddle in its entirety. Mark? Yes, I'm talking to you. Thank you. Raise a glass. Raise a glass. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Going to our third game here at the APT Cape Town Masters. The first two games already phenomenal performances, different flavors. We had some youngsters. We had the experience. We had a nice turnaround of gentlemen going down in the first set, coming back strong in set number 2 and 3. And right now, we've got Manolin and Jacobo. Manolin and Jacobo. Manolin and Jacobo from Spain take on Augustin Bubu with Nicolas on the Italian side. As we're going into our third match, everyone can feel the sun is well up in the sky. It's a beautiful day as it is. Temperatures are soaring and it's nice and warm out on the dance floor. So ready and awaiting our athletes to get on and have their warm-up. And Jose will take over from having a coin toss. A lot of what they already know.
Socialize, raise the bar, not come to the side.
Seems like August and Nicholas have won the toss. The Italians have chosen to serve. To receive. There we go. So I'll be receiving with the Spanish Manoli and Jacobo taking the first serve.
Five minutes. Three minutes. Good afternoon and welcome to the APT Cape Town Masters. This is a third match. The match will be played at best of three sets with tiebreak in all of them and with the golden point rule. The balls will be changed every 9 and 11 games. The pair Salandro Brusa won the toss and elected to receive. 1 minute. Time, 2 minutes to start in the match. Time. Now starting the match, Mr. Fernandez to serve. Fifteen love.
And we're back on air again. Welcome again, everybody. And it's match 3 of day 1. And we have Mauro Agustin Salandro and Nicolas Brusa playing against Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez. Mauro and Nicolas, Italian, and Jacobo and Manuel, Spanish. These are two exciting partnerships, both with Mauro and Nicolas having both reached the main draw and the pre-qualifier quarterfinals in the last at the Monaco and the ATP Monaco Future tournaments, and we have them playing together for the very first time. Mauro Agostini not having played with Nicolas before, but having practiced and really worked together well in the last few days to get the partnership going. They, of course, faced a very experienced Jacobo Blanco, all the way from Spain, and Manuel Fernandez. Manuel, having been a semi-finalist in the Hungary Future 1000 last year,
1540,
and showing the incredible promise that's got him into the ATP, and then participating in 5 other master tournaments and getting into the quarterfinals of every single one of them, earning points, and of course even the quarterfinals of the qualifier of the Monaco Master. They're both right here in beautiful Cape Town, where the temperature has soared since we last spoke. It's now a full 26 degrees and counting, with no wind and just a light breeze emanating from the seaside. This looks to be a very competitive match, and
Game
as we
Salandro
look,
Brusa.
as
First
we look
game,
to
first set.
see the Italian pairing going 1-0 up in the first set. So an exciting start, very dynamic first game. The players pre-match not very concerned about the conditions, loving the court on warm-ups, and really looking forward to a great session on the court this afternoon. Nicholas is actually Italian-Argentinian player who enjoys
Mr. Salandro to serve.
a lot of height compared to his partner Mauro. And as they begin serving in the second game, they're looking to take full advantage of Nicholas's height. Nicholas, of course, likes to be called Bubu, Nicholas Brusa, so he's very well known on the circuit as Bubu.
Love 15.
And he's looking to improve on his points total in the APT, where he stands right now at 203, ranked 47th on the individual ranking.
all.
The winner of this pair up brings together an exciting prospect, because whoever goes through on this will
second
play
serve.
the winner between one of the South African wild cards and the very experienced Maximilio Sanchez and Christian Gutierrez pairing. So we look forward to having them on board.
30-15.
That was a great finish after a
40-15.
wonderful rally by Nicholas Abruzzo, finalizing the point with an out-of-court near-net smash to take the game to recovering the game to a 30-all draw.
Game Salandro Brusa. They lead 2-love. First set.
And that's the game for
Mr. Blanco
Salandro
to
and
serve.
Brusa, who now take a
15-love.
We have Jacobo Blanco now serving to Nicolas Brusa. And it seems we have a scoreboard malfunction once again. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we're trying to resolve some technical issues with the scoreboard. But I'll try and keep you up to date as much as possible.
30-love.
That's an incredible
40-love.
incredible serve by Jacobo Blanco on the near side of down the center to Mauro. That's an amazing
40-15.
Vibra from the back of the court by Mauro. Medium pace Vibra to take the score to 40-15. Jacobo Blanco now serving to Mauro. And forcing the error
40-30.
from Manuel Fernandez to take the game to 40-30. And the experience of Jacobo Blanco forcing the error on the blind side.
Game
of
Blanco
Mauro.
Fernandez. Salandro Brusa leads 2-1 first set.
The score now 2-1 for Salandro Brusa, leading 2-1 to Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez. And with me, I have Elisna Volken, one of our South African players who recently went to, was part of the invitational ladies team to go to Egypt and represent Africa Paddle in an international tournament in Egypt. So welcome, Elisna.
Thank you,
What an
Paolo.
amazing setting we've got here. What a blessing we have to have an African Paddle Tour in Cape Town, in Africa. And we're watching world-class paddle. What do you think?
It is absolutely incredible. I mean, just sitting here, Leeuwkop or Lion's Head in the background, the mountains, the ocean. I mean, we cannot be more blessed to watch paddle in this landscape, and then the quality of paddle is absolutely incredible.
Right. So, Elisna, I've known you for some time. You were one of the first players in South Africa to play paddle. How's that journey been for you?
It is absolutely incredible. I really enjoy it. I saw it on Instagram one day. I just moved to Cape Town, played one game, and I was hooked. So I've been playing a little bit more than a year, and the journey is just amazing. The challenges, it feels like there's a challenge every day you go on court. There's something new to learn. So, and watching these guys, it feels like we are absolute beginners.
Right. So, you played the exhibition match yesterday, and unfortunately ATP doesn't have a ladies competition this year. But of course there is ATP Ladies Tour. And that opens up a whole lot of opportunities for women who want to play paddle. Do you think, because you come from a tennis background in South Africa, now you've been playing paddle and you do a little bit of coaching, do you think that South Africa has got amongst its ladies talent enough to have players on a tour like this?
They pick it up so well. So from a tennis background, it's incredible because you've got the basics already there. But I think definitely we'll have a few ladies that will be able to start playing on that level. And if we can expose them at a young age, I mean, then it will be exceptional if they can play on an APT.
So, APT is quite committed to development. And I think perhaps not
50,
although they
30.
did some clinics with us, with people in South Africa this year, I think next year they're going to really raise the ante and do a lot more in terms of development. And that, of course, as we know, is going to include a lot more lady involvement and even children. How do you think our progress in South Africa has gone? I mean, you've gone to Egypt recently and you've played against some of the best in Africa, and we've only had a game for 18 months. How do you think our progress has been from the time you started playing till now?
When I started to play, we were 4 ladies that could play, and I mean now we really have a lot of people
30,
coming
40.
in now. So I think the progress is incredible. Weekly, when I watch games, some of the guys improve every week. So, and I think us South Africans, when we get hooked, we spend a lot of time. So I see a lot of players every day on the court, and I mean weekly they just improve incredible.
Okay, but ultimately it's going to be, we're not going to the Olympics as much as we'd like to.
Game Blanco Fernandez, 2 games all.
So not you, of course, but
I'm
myself.
Fernandez to serve.
I'm senior, so we need to get the young people playing, and not just in South Africa, in all of Africa. Do you feel that bringing the APT Tour to South Africa is going to help that? Do you think that we've got reach to get the kids involved and to get people starting to think, wow, I'd like to do this? Because, a lot of kids they all want to play for Manchester United and be professional footballers or professional rugby players or golfers. But you think kids are going to be starting to say, Wow, I saw the APT
15 love.
tour. I was there. I loved it. I watched it on TV. I watched it on YouTube. I want to be a professional paddle player.
I think it's possible, and I think this gives so much more exposure than. I mean, we only in Western Cape and in Gauteng currently, and yeah, I have a few kids classes we coach, and they absolutely love it, and I think it's a very accessible sport. So the opportunity for a child starting now would be. They will be able to do this if they start now and start early. And this, of course, I mean, watching it on TV, what a great event. So hopefully in 5 years' time, we will see South Africans play at the APT.
That's amazing. So you obviously went to Egypt and you saw quite a
30-15.
marked difference in level there. All those guys have been playing for 7 years, 5 years, a lot more than, or longer, 5-7 years longer than what we have in South Africa. What was your major take back? What did you learn? If I have to say to you, give me 2 or 3 things that you really learned there that has changed your outlook or the way you approach your paddle game. What would you say to us?
The biggest one for me is I think in South Africa we play a lot of tennis still on the paddle court, so we play with a lot of power. The first thing I saw there is they just set up the points so perfectly. I mean, they don't play as hard as we do. We want to finish every point we can get, but they set it up and then they'll finish. So their rallies are incredible. So that was one of the biggest thing. And the other thing is their angles. They play incredible angles. I mean, we never use the mesh because, I mean, it's a little bit difficult to get there, but they just go to the sides, to the sides, to the sides. So my knees were so sore in Egypt because I had to turn around and fetch a ball, turn around and fetch a ball. So, yeah, the way they just know the court and the way they place their balls were incredible.
And would you say that's just an adjustment on how we play? It's not necessarily a skill level. It's more an adjustment on what we know.
Absolutely.
Oh. Okay, so now let's go back to the APT tour. So we've been very fortunate that Africa Paddle has been one of the main instigators and promoters of getting Africa Paddle to South Africa or to
Golden
African
Point,
shores.
Mr.
And you,
Salandro,
of
to
course,
receive.
work for Africa Paddle.
Yes, I'm a coach for Africa Paddle.
Wonderful, and you spend a lot of time with Africa Paddle. And it's amazing what they've done. I mean, they, in a very short space of time, they've got 4 or 5 centers already around the country and growing. And that can only be good for you as a coach and to be for players who want to be coached and want to learn about the game.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's incredible what what they could do, and it's it's great to see how fast this thing grows and how many courts we can build and put up across Cape Town and then hopefully across the country. So it's a great opportunity. And I mean,
first set.
the interest just becomes more and more every week for people needing lessons because they realize there are a lot of things you need to adjust.
To learn, of
Yeah,
course.
absolutely.
Okay. And back to this game, I mean, we're watching an amazing match between Mauro Agustin Salandro and Nicolas Bruza. You're talking about guys rated 12th in the world and 47th, playing, a newcomer to the game, rated 127th, and another guy who is really an emerging talent, who's at the moment is only rated 104th, but highly competitive. I mean, how do you feel? You're watching this game. What do you learn from this? Is it a similar experience to what you had in Egypt?
Absolutely. I think this level is just higher than ever. I mean, for me, just being part of this and just watching the games is incredible. Yeah, you just get so many tips, and how they read the game for me is, I mean, running outside of the court, I think in South Africa would be all of our dreams just to get one ball back. But for these guys, it's just natural, and they read the game so well. So, yeah, it's incredible to see them play. They are fantastic. I mean, everybody should come out and just watch live.
Mr. Salandro to serve.
It's such a great opportunity for South Africans to come out and watch.
So you're talking about guys here. There are 4 guys on this court, and 4 of them are regular quarterfinal players in major tournaments around the world. And what that means is that they're in the last 8 of a major tournament each time they play. They haven't won one, but they're in the last 8. Now, having played tennis, how difficult that actually is to get to the last 8 when there's I mean, if you count pre-qualifiers and wild cards and rounds, how many players are actually below that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Below
you are
15.
in the last 8.
Sure.
I mean, the scope of this is amazing, and we almost are. You know, I'm sitting here in the commentary box and I'm pinching myself at what I'm seeing.
That is so true.
You know, and of course it's easy from here. You watch how these guys play these shots, and I'm sure it's not so easy. It's a little bit hard. But when you watch a 360-degree turnaround like that, followed by a hard-played bandeja into a corner, followed by a reversal into another corner, and a match, a point-winning smash by
Love
Manuel
that.
Fernandez there,
Yeah,
you've got to be saying to yourself, wow.
absolutely.
Okay, all right. And this is a tough game. Eh? These
Yeah,
guys are going.
it's
at
a
it.
good game.
So Salandro and Bruiser are 3-2 up. They're serving. They love 30, and this is really the ups and downs of paddle, isn't it? When you play, even when you play socially, that's how the game changes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
1 minute you're up, and the next minute you're down, and
Absolutely.
the momentum changes. And
Yes.
am I correct?
15-30.
Absolutely, and it's such a mental game as well. As soon as you're down, I mean, you have to fight for the next point, and just to because it changes so quickly. So, and I think that's what makes this game so much fun as well. It's never the same. You must never think you've got this, because it's so easy to just lose or go down a little bit. So yeah, these guys are they're fantastic. It's beautiful to watch.
So think about. Let's forget the pros for a while, okay? They're playing right in front of us. The game's
30 all.
exciting. It's 30 all. Salandro and Bruiser are 3-2 up in the first set. But let's talk about the amateur. Let's talk about the me. Who just wants to be fit, wants to do
40,
some
30.
exercise, wants to play 2-3 times a week. Why should I do that? Well, why is paddle so exciting? Why should I do it? Let's just say I've never played paddle before, and I need you to sell paddle to me. Why is it so great?
I think the first thing that I've seen, it's so accessible. It's a sport that you can start
Golden
playing in
Point.
your 30s, your
Mr.
40s
Blanco to
without
receive.
having great ball skills. It's possible if 4 people come
Blanco to receive.
together with no experience at all, and they can have so much fun. They run around, they laugh, and the great thing about paddle, as you can see, it's always 4 players. So the
James,
social
Salandro,
aspect
Brusa,
of
David,
it, for me,
4-2,
I love.
first set.
I love being with people and just having fun with them. And then on top of that, you exercise without knowing it, because I
Blanco to
mean,
serve.
you run for the ball. I don't like leaving the ball or letting it bounce twice, so I make sure I run. And at the end of the game, you realize, oh wow, that was such a great workout. But you're having fun while you play it. And for me, that is paddle. Paddle is accessible for anybody. You can be 80 and start playing, you can be 10 and start playing, or you can be someone who has never done sport in their lives. And you can still have so much fun. The ladies I coach, some of them started in their 40s and they playing 3 times a week and having a great workout. They look like athletes already, because I mean, this is an accessible sport. So I would motivate anybody to come play.
I'm sold. Where do I sign up?
15 all.
Just here.
That's amazing. So while we're talking, Sandro and Bruiser have taken a 4-2 lead.
Oh, awesome.
It's 15 all. And Jacobo Blanco is serving.
Second
And,
serve.
You know, did you see that serve? A lot of these serves, so, you know, because I'm an amateur, I think I've got to serve to the glass every time.
Yeah.
Exactly like that. But these guys are serving a lot straight down the line. I'm also always trying to put so much spin and speed into my serve. These guys are pros, and
Yeah.
they're serving literally like my granny. Isn't that amazing? Why is that?
I would love to meet your granny. I think, or what I've experienced, I mean, that's the point to start the game. It's not the winner. I think for me as well, I mean, you quickly want to win a point. So we serve for the glass, or we try to serve a
40-15.
winner. But these guys, they can return any ball. So I don't think the serve is the most important shot for them. I mean, rallying the ball, that's where they will win their point. Because, I mean, that wasn't a great serve. But, I mean, he's ready to play. So, yeah, it's fantastic
But isn't
to
that
see.
part of the fun? Is that, you know, if that winner was the serve, that would be it.
Yeah,
and like
that's
this, there's a rally. So we all hitting the ball and we're hitting it 4 or
Yeah.
5 times. Now we're in the game.
40,
Now
30.
we're having fun. Isn't
That's
that part
true.
of the fun?
Yeah. And I
Okay.
think almost all South Africans, we need to change our games because we hit a lot of winners. And I mean, what I've realized watching these guys, I mean, they
Game.
rally, they
Blanco
really
Fernandez,
rally,
they
and then
hold the point. Salandro
if it's
Prusa
the perfect
leads
shot to finish, they finish.
4 games
but
to
they
3,
don't
first set.
play for winners every time.
Okay. All right, so 4-3. The score now, it looks like Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez are making a little bit of a comeback. But Salandro and Bruiser still got that break point earlier on in the game, so they're still in a little bit of a command, and they're serving next. The heat is powering up. Do you
Sure.
think it's affecting the players? I mean, we're used to this heat.
Yeah.
But these guys are from, I mean, we've got an Argentinian Italian and an Italian, and we've got 2 Spanish guys. One of them, who tells me, lives between Spain and Finland.
Oh my goodness.
So, you know, this is very hot.
Yeah.
Do you think it's affecting them?
I think so. I think, I mean, for us, this is quite nice. And I played yesterday, and my feet felt like they were on fire. So I think these guys are struggling maybe a little bit. The sun is pounding down now.
Yeah, it is getting rather hot at the moment. Last time I checked on the meter, it was 26 degrees.
Oh, wow.
And as you can see from the sea, over there on the sea, there's not a wave in sight. It
No,
looks like a swimming
nothing.
pool.
Yeah,
So
it does.
even that light breeze that was coming off the
No,
off
it's
the
not.
waves is not here anymore. So it's a little bit of
Time.
a scorcher. But I think it'll start cooling down about for the next game.
Yes.
And might be. But these poor guys are suffering right now. I think that headband Mauro's wearing is going to be very wet. He's going to need
Oh,
to change
absolutely.
that.
Prusa
very
to
soon.
serve.
And we can see by the change of the balls. In the previous game, they changed balls 3-4 times because the balls are also starting to suffer with the heat.
Yeah. And the way these guys play, I mean, we play 5-6 games with a sleeve of balls,
50
but
love.
they change every 6 games. So, yeah, it's beautiful to see this kind of,
Okay, now you've
paddle.
got to tell me. I'm going to put you on the spot because
Yeah.
you now that you play a lot of paddle and you obviously watch a lot of paddle because I think the greatest or the most popular coach of paddle in the world is YouTube, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you watch a lot of paddle and there's a lot of
15
players, male and female. Who's your favorite player?
$15.30.
I
Come
can't.
come on, Elisa. I'm putting you on the
I
spot.
cannot pronounce his name. Chostri.
Chostri, yeah, Federico Chostri. So you know,
Yes.
Elisa, he's going to be playing tomorrow.
Oh, fantastic. I'll
Okay.
be next
So
to the court.
tomorrow, lunchtime, 12 o'clock, he's going to be playing those youngsters that won our first game of today.
Oh, wow. That's
Lautaro
gonna be a good
Martino
job.
and Facundo Lopez.
30
They're
all.
going to be playing, and you know, Federico Chostri is playing with his partner, Gonzalo Alfonso, and they were semi-finalists just this weekend at the Monaco
Monaco.
Masters. So really strong pairing. Federico is literally an ATP legend. He's one of the top players. I think he's ranked number 3 or number 4.
Oh, wow.
Not bad. As a
40,
choice of
30.
favorite player. And what type of game do you favor? Do you favor a softer, more controlled game or a power, hard-hitting game?
I think me as a player as well, I love, it's almost like a chess game. I mean, finding a spot you can get the ball through. So I don't like the powerful games.
Game.
It's
Salandro
beautiful to
Prusa.
see a
They lead
smash
5
that
games to
they
3.
hit
First set.
out of the court. But for me, the precision and the placement, I love those games where they just soft hands, beautiful
Mr.
hands.
Fernandez
They
to
just
serve.
place the ball
Okay, well,
in
this
the
is-
spot.
It's great. This is a crucial game. So Fernandez serving here tomorrow. 3-5 down in the first set. Very crucial to hold the serve to stay in the game. A break could mean a loss
Sure.
of the first set. Looking good.
Yeah.
15 love.
up. But a very crucial game. Here we go again. This time serving to Nicolas Bruiser.
Oh.
So, yet
15
another
all.
forced error. Somebody recently told me that 90% of the points are not won because it was a great shot. They won because somebody made a mistake.
Yes.
This leads us back to consistency and percentages. Would you
Yes.
agree with that sentiment?
For sure. I mean, they do not make mistakes. They don't make unforced errors as much. And I think
That's called the commentator's curse. As you said that they don't make errors, he smacked it into the net.
It was a smash.
30-15.
But yeah, that's one thing I realized in Egypt as well. I mean, we got beaten because we played balls in the net against the backlash. I mean, these guys, they don't do it
You're
a
talking
lot.
in Egypt.
Yeah. For me as a player, that I think as soon as we stop making so many unforced errors, I mean, you will start winning much more games.
Correct. That's a very good assessment.
40-15.
Here we are at 40-15. It looks like Manuel Fernandez is holding his serve at this stage and trying to get back in the game. Holding this will take it to 5-4, and they're still in the game. So hotly contested.
Oh.
Seems the Italians have gotten control of the net.
Sure.
Ball smash out
Just
of the
look at
court
it. Oh.
and a return. So that
He missed
return
it.
missed the
40-30.
it went into the wrong side of the
Yeah.
court. So at 40-30, looks like Mauro Salandro and Nicolas Bruce are fighting back. And we may yet see another golden point. Here we are, and we are going to see that golden point. So
Deuce,
very
golden
crucial.
point.
Absolutely.
Just as the
Mr.
service
Brusa
crucial,
to receive.
because these golden points are like double points. And Manuel Fernandez is serving to Nicolas Brusa.
What
And Nicolas
a
Brusa
shot.
smashes it
Game
out of the
on
court,
first set.
off the rebound of
Salandro
a
Brusa
previous
leads.
smash by Manuel Fernandez.
6-3.
And that's
Change
the
of the
set.
balls.
6-3.
Oh,
On that
what a
note,
shot.
Julizna, thanks for joining us.
Thank you,
It's
Paulo.
really been great. It's nice to get insights from a female perspective and a love of the sport. And I thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the games.
Thank you
We
so
know
much.
next up after this game, we've got the South African teams playing against each other.
Oh, that's
So we're
gonna
going to
be
be cheering them on, and because they're playing not only for South Africa but for Africa.
Yes.
So it's going to be exciting.
Great.
Yeah. Any
Thank-
early predictions?
No.
Beautiful. I love it. Thank you
Thanks,
very much.
Paulo.
Thank you. As we take the break, we check again on the weather, and we've got a 26 degrees centigrade reading with no wind and no breeze at all coming in from the sea. Beautiful conditions, but rather on the hot side. As you can see, the players are taking a break, covered by umbrellas, rehydrating, trying to battle dehydration and fatigue. The sun is really beating out on them, but the court is holding exceptionally well. Balls are bouncing beautifully, and we should have a change of balls right now because it's the 9th game. So I think there will be a change of balls. Right now, the Italian-Argentinian pairing of Nicolas Brusa and Mauro Salandro in control, 6-3 up on the first set, and we will be back shortly with the second set.
Time. Now starting the second set. To serve with the new balls, Mr. Salandro. Fifteen love. No, second serve.
And we're on in the second set with Salado and Bruiser leading already 15-love in the middle of another very exciting point. Bottom smash, well controlled on the return. Bounce off the net, well controlled. 360-degree turn. And we're into a spectacular rally. Forced error by Mauro gives the edge to
15-all.
Manuel Fernandez at 15-all. Mauro Salandra to serve. 15-all. Second set. 6-3 the first set. Oh, and soft lob, ball bouncing directly
30-15.
out. Great point, 30-15. Unfortunate accident, but it's part of the game. Salandra forcing the error there from
40-15.
Jacobo. Tremendous vibra there from Nicolas Bruiser. Well returned by Jacobo
40-30.
Blanco, forcing the error again from Bruiser at high speed. Marco and Nicolas engaged in strategic conversation.
Deuce, golden point. Mr. Blanco to receive.
Off the golden point, Mauro to Blanco. Feint of the smash. Nice lob over to Manuel Fernandez's head. The return back into the center. And Nicolas Bruiser with a smash. Well returned by Blanco, showing his experience on the tour. And finalizing with a low shot to the side. And that's the game to Manuel Fernandez.
Game Blanco
and
Fernandez.
Blanco.
First
blood
game, second
in the
set.
second set.
Mr. Blanco to serve. Love 15. $15-all.
15-all now in the second set. And with me I have Philip Sheldon, affectionately known as PK, and the founder and chairman of Africa Paddle. Now, for listeners out there and people all over the world, Africa Paddle is a paddle company in South Africa dedicated to promoting the sport and creating paddle clubs on a national and African scale. And importantly for today is that Africa Paddle and PK in particular were instrumental in bringing, promoting and sponsoring the APT Tour to get to South Africa and onto African shores. And because of this, we are able to enjoy this magnificent event in the spectacular setting. Welcome, PK. You must be extremely proud of what we're witnessing here.
Hi, Paolo. It's an honor to be able to sit here in person and see this, not only because of the paddle, which is obviously amazing, but the surrounding around us. It took me over a year and somewhat to actually be able to convince the this particular location to give us permission to be here, and here we are today. So it's a year-long, mission, and here we are. So it's really cool.
30-40.
Well, we're very grateful, PK. So let's start with, we know that this is going on and there's a spectacular match on, but let's touch a little bit on Africa Paddle itself. Tell us about Africa Paddle, because I know, I met you when we played paddle on the second court ever built in South Africa. And already then, the enthusiasm was infectious. And then Africa Paddle was born. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I'm from Sweden, and in Sweden, obviously, the sport has grown in record speed. I think it was 186% growth last year. It's the fastest growing country in the world for paddle, with Italy number 2. And I live in South Africa 6 months of the year, and every time I came back to Sweden, more and more of my friends that normally play tennis were playing paddle, and I didn't know what paddle was. I sort of like, what, stand-up paddle? No, paddle, you have to try it. So I tried it a few times, and because it's an easy sport to learn, etc., I immediately got picked up. And then I said to myself, living in South Africa part of the year and knowing the South African mentality of being so sporty and active, everyone does sport here. So I said, it must be able to work down here. And as you said, there was only 2-3 courts in all of the country. So I decided to create the brand Africa Paddle, and then to bring paddle here in a big way.
That's amazing, and of course that has now grown. So Africa Paddle is now national, multi-club, lots of facilities, lots of people.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. When we opened the first one here in Camps Bay at the Bay Hotel in the historic Rotunda, which is the oldest building in Camps Bay, we had one court, and there were 30 people approximately in all of Cape Town that knew what paddle was. And now, 1 year in, we have 3,000 individually registered players in the Camps Bay Club alone. And we just opened 2 more courts and have 5 courts here in Camps Bay. Overall, we now have 5 clubs across the country, and with 27 courts in or under production, and a lot more to come. Our plan is to do about 200 courts in roughly 30 to 40 clubs in the next 2 to 3 years.
That's amazing, PK. So, it's a great example of entrepreneurship, both in Africa and internationally, and I know you've got partners from literally every corner of the planet involved with you, but they see the vision, and they see the vision in Africa, which for us as South Africans or Africans, is very, very positive news. That was Africa Paddle. And then, boom, we thought, well, we'll see an international tournament maybe in 10 years. And here we are, 18 months later. One of the greatest paddle tournaments in the world is right here on our doorstep. We're watching it. It's on our screens. And it's here, and it's you, PK.
1540.
Yeah, it's so what I did with Africa Paddle was that I brought in 8 like-minded people that I knew from various parts of the world, as you say. Funny enough, it happened to be 4 Swedes. They don't live in Sweden, including myself. One is based in Monaco, so we have also another Monaco resident or a Monegasque person as an owner, Fabrice Pastor, that also happens to be the owner of APT Paddle Tour. He was a client of mine, and I met him through Thomas Johansson, who's now the general manager of the APT Paddle Tour. And then we have 4 South Africans as well that are our partners. And I immediately, when I started paddle here, I said to myself that, I need to get Fabrice as a partner, and because of the potential of maybe convincing them to bring APT Paddle Tour here. What's interesting, what viewers probably might not know, is that APT Paddle Tour is now the most international tour in the world, with Africa being added as a continent for the first time in the history of paddle. But it's also the one with the highest prize money for the men's tour, and it's incredible to have it here on our shore. So it took me, again, a year and a half to say, we have to have APT Paddle Tour to come here. And when I showed pictures of the venue, and we have 12 apostles behind us, as you can see, you have Lion's Head on the other side, and then you have the ocean, and then the beautiful rotunda behind us. it's
Game,
funny, the players, as you
Blanco
probably already
Fernandez,
have covered on
the
this
leads.
show,
games to love.
is that
Second
players are blown away. They've never seen such beauty, and to be able to watch paddle here live and see some of the best players in the world it's really an honor. And of course, this is the year to promote paddle. We are hoping that next year, obviously, the whole of South Africa and the rest of the world are going to know that this is part of the annual calendar for the APT Paddle Tour. But someone has to take the first step, so I did it.
No, and it's an amazing first step. It might not be a first step for mankind, but it's certainly for paddle in South Africa.
Or even Africa.
Or even Africa. Correct. So we've got African paddle, entrepreneurial venture, commercial venture. We have APT coming to South Africa, a huge highlight. Tucked in the middle of this is the growth of the sport. And that's development, and that's growing the sport from at every level, grassroots, intermediate and advanced level. And in South Africa and in Africa, development and grassroots are all really not trendy, but necessary catchwords. I know personally that you're committed to that, but I think our viewers need to know how the APT and how Africa Paddle what their commitment is to that and how they plan to go forward with that.
Well, what we have done, we've pledged to open one court for every 10 courts that we build in South Africa, and we have pledged to open those in underdevelopment communities. We have Lavender Hill. It's a huge sports complex in Khayelitsha, which is the toughest of all township, in the middle of the ganglands of the townships. In fact, they built an amazing facility for 160 million rand, I think that they spent, and 160 million rand they spent for this complex, and which is a lot of money. It's about 100 million euros for those who doesn't understand what rand is. And we are opening courts there. We're going to be part of bringing the grassroots to learn paddle. What's amazing with paddle is obviously it's one of the easiest sports to learn. If you have great hand-eye coordination, you have athleticism, and you also have a little bit of tactics. If you're a little bit of a chess player, so to say, you can actually thrive in this sport. So we believe that in South Africa, you're soon going to see some top athletes from these countries, from this country and other African countries, and we are here to support that, and we're starting some academies under the Africa Paddle brand to make that happen.
That sounds like wonderful news. I can't wait to see all of that. Let's get away now from the APT organization and from Africa Paddle. Let's get on to this tournament. Here we got Mauro Salado, Nicolas Bruiser playing against Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez. 4 players, both all 4 well entrenched in the top 100 players in the world. 2 Italo-Argentinians, 2 Spanish players playing an incredible game. These guys, so just to recap if you weren't watching, Mauro Salado and Nicolas Bruiser won the first set 6-3, and the 2 Spanish, Jacobo Blanco is one of the experienced players on the APT Tour, and Manuel Fernandez were not taking this lying down.
40-30.
They're now 3-0 up, 40-15 up in the second set. And this is the dynamic of paddle, isn't it? That it doesn't matter if you lose, you can always come back. It's really a pendulum, isn't it?
It is an incredible sport because it's not about how hard you hit. It's not about being desperate to finish off the ball. It's about having patience and tactics. And if you look at these guys playing, it looks so easy. They have all the time in the world, and they just use the walls to their example. And that ball we just saw there, they just put it just behind the other player, and it was a winner. But it's the harder you hit, the longer the ball stays in play, and that is completely different to, for example, tennis, where it's all about brute force and the hardest serve and that sort of thing. Here it's about tactics, it's about placement, and now you have 4 love in the second set, and they lost the first set. It's incredible.
It's incredible, eh? And you've obviously met you know
Mr.
paddle, you play it socially. You've met all of these players. You've got them here in front of you now live, and you know some of them. You've watched them win and you've watched them lose. you must have some early fancies. You must have a favorite. Who's that guy?
Well, I
Who
do
does that?
because I mean it's obviously I was one of the lucky few to do a clinic for 2 days here or 3 days before with Willie Lajos, who's one of the great of the game and a legend. I mean, he won 6 Spanish championship, 3 European championship, 1 world champion. He was former world number 3. He's in his, I think he's over 45, 47 I think now, or something like that.
He's nearly 50,
And he was the oldest guy to ever win an international tour title. He is incredible. And I mean, myself, and I know that you joined one of the clinics as well.
40
I mean, my game got improved. I mean, I played twice as good as I did before. Or I should say I was bad before. Now I'm just not as bad. But it's incredible with some small tips on how to move and how to stand and how to read the ball, etc. And so, of course, I hope that Willie will now beat his own record of being the oldest guy to win a title.
Yeah, so Willie's the man, eh? And he's playing in this tournament.
He is playing in this tournament, which is amazing. So check out Willie Lajos. He is a legend, and it's absolutely fantastic.
So for our viewers out there, Willie Lajos is playing. He's playing
Game
tomorrow,
Salandro Brusa,
Wednesday,
Blanco Fernandez leads
at
4 games to
11 o'clock
1
Central
second
Time.
set.
And he's playing with Daniel Otero, and they're playing against a very interesting Dutch player, Ivo Andermatten and Joaquin Gaitan.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be an amazing game, and we get to see one of the real legends of the game live.
Yeah.
So we're going to be out here supporting him. I get your feeling on Willie completely because he's just, he's a legend for sure. And if you see him play, then you understand why. So I think everybody should grab the opportunity. And as I've said before, if you can be here live, of course it's the best. There's a lot going on. There's some music in the background, some food courts, some sponsor stands. Beautiful location, incredible paddle. Get down here if you're close by. Do not miss this opportunity. But if you can't, you've got to watch it. YouTube, Super Sport Channel 245 or 246, YouTube channel, APT channel, or on the apt.com website. Watch it. This is life-changing. This is true class. PK, thank you for joining me. 4-1 in the second set, coming back from a defeat in the second set. And we might be in for a 3-setter, yeah.
It looks like it. All of the matches today have been 3-setters, funny enough. So let's see what this happens, and we might be here until midnight. Who knows? But
That's
it's there's no better place to be than here right now. So if you are in Cape Town or near Cape Town, or can
Mr.
get to
Blanco
Cape
Dussel.
Town, come down and see this live, because this is a historic event. For the first time on African soil, you have an international professional paddle tour. So thank you very much, Paolo, for having me, and look forward to seeing many more of these. And I have to say congrats to you, Paolo, for being also the first paddle commentator in Africa. How does that feel?
Yes, the first paddle commentator in Africa. I hope I'm not the last. I hope there's many more.
No, you've set the bar very high, so I think that from here on, I think you are stuck with this game, my friend. Thank you very much for having me on the show.
My pleasure, PK. Thank you for coming.
15 love. Second serve.
So Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez coming back from a 1-set down, 6-3 loss to a 4-1 lead in the second set, and 15 love into this last game. The momentum is certainly with them, and we look set for a third set. As PK said earlier on, for the third time today. Every game today has turned into a
15 all.
3-setter. That's such is the competitive nature of this, and for sure, we are witnessing tremendous paddle.
Thirty 15. 40-15. Game Blanco Fernandez. They lead 5-1 second set.
Blanco Fernandez now taking a 5-1 lead in the second set. Once again, coming back from a 6-3
Mr.
defeat
Brusa
in the
to
first
serve.
set. An amazing comeback, really taking control and gaining momentum into the second set. Attacking tennis, attacking paddle, and really taking it out there. Brusa now serving to Manuel Fernandez. Oh, and Mauro Salandro with an unfortunate
15.
forced error. A little bit perhaps too close to the net. Smashing the APT banner on the net with a beautiful low cut slice.
Let first serve. Let first serve. Fifteen all.
15 all. Nicolas Brusa serving to Manuel Fernandez once again on the center line stage. A little bit of Nicolas Brusa finishing the point on
30-15.
Manuel Fernandez's blind side after a little bit of taka-taka at the net. The game is certainly getting a lot more exciting as we go into 30-15.
No, second serve. Thirty all.
30 all. Salandro once again going to serve to Manuel Fernandez. And recovering the point. It's now break point, 30-40, with Salandro serving to Jacobo Blanco at 30-40. Set point. Recovering
Yes.
that
Golden point.
to golden point.
Mr. Blanco to receive.
Mr. Blanco has chosen to receive. Jacobo Blanco receiving to Nicolas Brusa on the forehand serve. And Manuel Fernandez finishing the point
Game
and set
second set. Blanco
with a
Fernandez
smash down the
leads
middle, unreachable
6 games to
for a
1.
rebound by Mauro Salandro. What an amazing comeback. After losing the first set 6-3, Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez have come back to win the second set 6-1, and we're in for a deciding three-setter. And don't let the scoreline fool you guys. 6-3, 6-1-6 does not reflect the game. Several golden points, several 30-40 games. The competition is fierce. So conditions are certainly taking their toll. The players are rehydrating. Balls that have been changed, and the players are taking a pounding in this glorious heat. Heat pedometer is showing at 26 degrees, 0 wind, 0 breeze from the seaside. A lot of rehydration going on, and the body language of, particularly of Nicolas Brusa and Mauro Salandro, is looking for an uptake.
Time. Now starting the third set. Mr. Blanco to serve. Fifteen love.
With the third set underway, Jacobo Blanco serving to Nicolas Bruiser. 15 love up, looking to capitalize on the momentum gained in the win of the last set. Now 30 love.
30 love.
The momentum is certainly shifted, and it's firmly in the hands of Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez. Now at 40 love. First game of the third set after a 6-3, 1-6 result in the first and second sets.
Game Blanco Fernandez, first game, third set.
First game of the third set, 1-0 to Fernandez and Jacobo Blanco. Interestingly enough, Manuel Fernandez, when talking about the conditions of the court, was telling me how incredibly hot it is. Manuel is based between Spain and Finland, where he plays paddle and runs some clinics in Finland, and of course the temperature apex is on opposite spectrum of what he's finding here right now in Cape Town. Nevertheless, he told me he's handling it well since arriving yesterday and was looking forward to the match. And it certainly seems like he's handling it really, really well. We have Nicolas Bruiser serving to Jacobo Blanco.
Second serve.
Interestingly, just like a previous game, we're starting to see a higher percentage of second serves as fatigue sets in, both because of the tempo of the game as well as the conditions, the heat conditions. We're starting to see a lot more second serves than what we did in the first set. And we're starting to see a lot of tired shots out there. Nicolas Bruiser and Mauro Salandro now 40 love up. Well on their way to holding their serve. And And yet another second serve.
No. Espera. Let. No. Paco, yo te canto que fue mala. No. Segundo.
And there's a spectacular
game. Salandro
spectacular
Brusa.
bandeja to the blind side.
One
of
game
Jacobo
all,
Blanco.
third set.
1-1 takes the serve.
Mr. Fernandez to
Manuel
serve.
Fernandez to serve, and he'll be serving to Mauro Salandro. Salandro with a lob. Fernandez with a vibra. Change of pace on the bandeja. Volley to the center of the court, followed by a lob from Blanco. And an outside smash, well brought back into the court, and excellently finished by Mauro. Returned by Fernandez and into a forced error by Nicholas Bruiser.
15
Excellent
love.
play. As we go into another deep rally, Nicholas Bruiser over the net, well read by Manuel Fernandez, who smashes out of the court into a point-winning smash.
30 love.
Love, Fernandez, Blanco. Some exchange of notes between Blanco and Fernandez. Clearly, Blanco has spotted something. Excellent serve by Manuel Fernandez, causing the force
40
error
love.
by Mauro Salandro into the net, and it's 40 love. And it's game.
Game Blanco Fernandez. They lead
2-1.
2-1. Third set.
Third set, Blanco Fernandez lead. And we see the momentum being held up by Fernandez and Blanco. Will we see a turnaround? Mauro Salandro and Nicholas Bruiser seem to be struggling with a little bit of fatigue and the conditions. Body language does not look as positive and as gregarious as the others, but it could change. Looking for shade whilst rehydrating at change of point. Clearly the sun is creating havoc with their play. Two excellent players. Nicholas Bruiser been in 3 successive last 8 rounds, including 2 future 1000s, both Monaco and Monte Carlo, and pre-qualifier last 8 at the Monaco Masters. Excellent stats coming into the game. Perhaps a little bit less experienced than the pairing of Blanco and Fernandez, who clearly are dealing with the challenges of the conditions and of coming back from a loss in the first set in a more positive way. Nevertheless, we go back onto court with Mauro Salandro serving 1-2 down in the third set.
Mr. Salandro to serve. $15 love.
Mauro Salandro and Nicholas Bruiser in deep conversation. Oh, forced error by Blanco
Very low.
into the back of the glass and the back of the court for a 30-love lead for Mauro Salandro and
No,
Nicolas Bruza.
second serve.
And yet another second serve. Highly unusual from the first set where we saw practically none. And 40 love.
40 love. Game, Salandro Brusa, 2 games all, third set, change of the balls, cambio de
That's
bolas.
the game. 2-all in the third set. And once again, we change the balls. Once again, we change the balls. The balls also falling foul of the conditions.
Cambio de bolas.
Extreme heat, affecting the pressure on the balls and the wear and tear of the bounce. It's something very considerable. Whilst on a social level, we're able to use balls for several sets and several
To
games.
serve with a new balls, Mr. Blanco.
In a professional environment, balls are exchanged on a regular basis, almost every
No,
10 games
second serve.
or so. And we have Blanco serving to Mauro Salandro, testing the ball against the wall. And Manuel Fernandez with the smash straight back onto his side of
15
the
love.
court for a 15-love lead. Jacobo Blanco now to Nicolas Bruza.
Thirty love.
And it's 30 love. Again, Manuel Fernandez, who's hyped up the aggressive game, the positive play, 2 successive smashes, point-winning smashes, one into the back right-hand side, one into the back left-hand side of the court, one low, one reasonably high. A third one coming now with a change of pace, followed by a partial chiquita,
40 love.
forcing the error of Mauro Salandro into the net, and it's 40 love. Very tense game, no breaks thus far. 2-2, 40 love in the third set. Blanco to Bruza. Into the side fence by Blanco
40-15.
at 40-15. Positive encouragement by Manuel Fernandez. Forcing the error.
Game,
Manuel
Blanco Fernandez.
taking
David,
up his game
3-2,
another level,
third set.
and it's 3-2 in the third set for Fernandez and Blanco. Change of ends, and the Salandro and Nicolas Bruza to serve next.
Time.
Beautiful views of the 12 Apostles as the players walk back onto the court. We're going to see Nicolas Bruiser serving again. Manuel Fernandez to receive first. The strategic discussions are intensifying during point breaks.
Mr. Brusa to serve.
As the game comes to a real edgy climax. Positive smash from Nicolas
15 love.
Bruiser. Down the center, back to your own court. And again on a change of
30
pace
love.
on the serve, forcing the mistake from Blanco. Drop shot, well recovered by Manuel Fernandez, forcing the error
30-15.
from Nicolas Bruiser. Extremely well defended by Manuel Fernandez. High lob from Fernandez. Bandeja from Nicolas Bruiser, and another one, followed by a slightly faster one from Mauro Salandro. A little bit of taka-taka, ended by a smash by Mauro Salandro.
40-15.
Straight into the body of Manuel Fernandez. And that's the game,
Game.
for Salandro and Bruiser.
Salandro Brusa, 3 games all.
3-3,
Third set.
game poised on knife edge. No service drops whatsoever, no service breaks.
Mr. Fernandez to
3-3
serve.
in the third set after 6-3, 1-6. Manuel Fernandez to serve to Mauro Salandro. Change of pace by Jacobo. Well read of a net bounce by Mauro Salandro. And a great switch of direction by Manuel Fernandez to take the point.
15 love.
That was a 20-plus shot rally, ended in spectacular fashion by Manuel Fernandez, or the cross-court slice. Manuel Fernandez with a bandeja to the
30
corner
love.
wall, forcing the error from Mauro Salandro. Sky-high lob to Manuel Fernandez, and well dealt with a smash,
40 love.
returning back to his court, unreachable even by the height of Nicolas Bruiser, who, by the way, is 1.88 meters and yet could not reach that smash. That's a beautiful
40-15.
bajada from Nicolas Bruiser through the middle, forcing the Manuel Fernandez into an error at the net. 40-15, Manuel Fernandez serving to Salandro. No quarter given. It's now 4-3.
Game Blanco
to
Fernandez.
Blanco and
They lead
Fernandez.
4 games to
leading
3.
4 games
Third
to
set.
3. With Mauro Salandra next to serve. No quarter given. Game tightly poised at 4-3 to to Manuel Fernandez and Jacobo Blanco.
Time.
Just some background on our players. Jacobo Blanco, a tremendously experienced player, now 36 years of age, 1 meter 79, hailing from Madrid. He's one of the most experienced
Mr.
players on
Salandra
the
to
paddle
serve.
tour, on the APT, and his experience certainly coming to the fore in these final moments of this match. As him and Manuel Fernandez have a 4-3 lead in the third set, after having dropped the first set 6-3, returning for a 6-1 win, and now leading 4-3. Manuel Fernandez received from Mauro Salandra.
15 love.
Salandra to Blanco. Seems to be some dispute about whether that ball was out, whether it touched the side glass. Going to the umpire for clarification. Mauro Salandra seems to think that the ball touched the glass on Manuel Fernandez's return, with Manuel Fernandez not necessarily agreeing.
15-0.
And the point has gone to Manuel Fernandez. Referee has called it that it hadn't touched the wall, and therefore it's Manuel Fernandez and Blanco's point. 15-all, Fernandez to receive from Salandra. Jacobo showing his maturity and his experience there, with what looked like could be a beautiful smash down the center, an open gap down the center, tucked it in on Nicholas Bruiser's blind side, slowly and against the fence for a 15-30 lead in the set, in the point. And a beautiful smash out of the court by Nicholas Bruiser, taking the game to 30-all.
30-all.
Mauro Salandra, also known as Mario Agustin Salandra, birthplace San Miguel de Tucumán, 167, living in Milan, but born in Argentina, but very, very much an Italian. Italian
40-30.
descent, representing Italy. Now leading 40-30. And it's golden point, a potential
Yes,
of the
golden
first
point. Mr.
of the first
Blanco to
break,
receive.
with Jacobo Blanco looking to receive a
Blanco to
golden
receive.
point. So Mario Salandro to Jacobo Blanco on a golden point. Potential break. Oh, that is spectacular. Mario Salandro killing the ball on the side of the court after
Game
an
Salandro
intense
Brusa,
rally.
4 games all. Third set.
The game continues poised on the edge of a sword at 4-all. No
Mr.
service
Blanco to
breaks,
serve.
No service drops. Third set, 4-4.
Fifteen love.
Blanco to Nicola Busa. And yet another second serve, a forced error by Jacobo
15 all.
Blanco. And you can see by the sweat dripping off the shirts that conditions are really intensifying now. At love 15, the hydration factors are surely coming into effect. With temperature meter now sitting at still a steady 26 degrees with no wind whatsoever. Oh, and yet another forced error. Perhaps a little too far from the net.
15-30.
Jacobo Blanco. So 15-30. Blanco and Martinez. And a magnificent smash by Nicolo Bursa back to his own side of the court.
15-40.
And now the pressure's on. Jacobo Blanco serving at 15-40, potentially the first service break in the set. 4-4, 15-40.
Second serve.
Second serve. And a forced error by Jacobo Blanco gives
Game
Nicola
Salandro Brusa,
and
they lead
Marco Salandro the
5
first
games to
break
4.
in
First set.
in the set. A strong position indeed. Mauro Salandro and Nicholas Brusa, who will now serve for the set at 5-4. How the pendulum of paddle works. Mauro Salandro and Nicola Brusa won the first set 6-3, lost 1-6, and now 5-4, about to serve for the set after an intense and closely matched third set. The strategic thinking is complete. You see them deep in conversation as we watch on our screens the backdrop of the 12 Apostles, the beautiful rotunda. Just out of interest, the rotunda building is the oldest building in the beautiful suburb of Camps Bay in Cape Town. And inside that beautiful building is an indoor paddle court, the first and only at this stage indoor paddle court in South Africa. Players are back on the court. Salandro and Nicholas Brusa eager to get going on the court, ready to get going. Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez just arrived.
Mr. Brusa to serve.
Nicola Brusa to serve to Manuel Fernandez. And off we go. Close one down the middle. Vibra from Mauro. Oh. Well dealt after a net bounce by Jacobo Blanco. And a beautiful point. Jacobo Blanco with a kick smash from the
Low
back of the
15.
court, not making it out the court, but creating an almost impossible angle for Nicola Bruiser to return, who sends it out the door, but on the wrong side of the court. Love 15, Nicola Bruiser to serve to Jacobo Blanco, who returns the serve off the glass, a high lob.
15-all.
And gains the point for a net touch from Manuel Fernandez.
Thirty 15.
So, after looking terribly exhausted, Nicola Bruiser serving at
No,
30-15.
second serve.
First serve too long. Having broken Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez in the last game. Mauro comparing notes with Nicola, and Nicola serving to Jacobo Blanco. Very high lob, the center of the court, which Nicola Bruiser takes full advantage of with a smash straight back to his side of the court.
40-15.
And is now 40-15, serving for the match. Nicola Bruiser to Manuel Fernandez for the match. And Mauro Salandro forces the error return from Jacobo Blanco.
Salandro
And it's
Brusa
game,
leads
set,
6-3,
match.
1-6, and 6-4.
Mauro Agustin Salandro and Nicola Bruiser, 6-3, 1-6, 6-4 to Jacobo Blanco and Manuel Fernandez. Extremely entertaining match with the last set holding on a knife edge until the first break of serve at 5-4. Fantastic viewing. Players are absolutely exhausted, drenched in sweat. It was a battle. These were modern gladiators of racket sports. Incredible game. So pleased to see this. Next up, we have the South African pairing, what we've been waiting for all this time. So grab your seats, grab the popcorn, entertainment is to come.
Cape Town, welcome to the APT Masters. As you just witnessed, a phenomenal game. Congratulations to the gentlemen. Oisin Bubu, Nicholas, outstanding game. If we can join us. There we go. At the moment, we've got a fantastic crowd that's gathered behind us on an event. Gracias. Coming this side, Willie. And again, we are live with Supersport, welcoming all our viewers that have bared witness to an outstanding game. Willie, I'm going to hand this over to you, gentlemen. Gracias. Grazie mille. I don't know which language we're on, but outstanding performance. It was very, very entertaining and super to watch. As always, we've got a lot of paddle enthusiasts that are here loving seeing you boys enjoying yourself and doing what you love. And I'm going to hand it over to Willie because I think that's going to be a bit of a questions and answer from his side. Thank you, Willie.
Gracias, Rudy. Thank you, Rudy. Bueno, enhorabuena por el partido duro, como todos los de hoy. Parece que hoy os habéis puesto todos de acuerdo para entrenar bien la pista y ver las condiciones de la pista. No sé si os habéis llegado en algún momento a pensar que estáis un poco en un momento histórico del pádel, ¿no? Estamos visitando un país nuevo como Sudáfrica en el pádel, con toda esta gente, con todo este público. ¿Qué habéis llegado a pensar en ello en algún momento o simplemente estáis como un torneo más?
Respondo yo. Justamente, primero que nada, hola a todos, buenas tardes. Justamente esta mañana lo comentaba con mi compañero, nunca lo hubiera imaginado venir a jugar a Sudáfrica al pádel cuando niño, cuando empecé. Así que bueno, estoy muy contento y quiero agregar que es mi primer APT, primero de muchos, esperemos. Y bueno, estoy muy contento. El trato y la organización es genial. Felicidades y muchas gracias.
Bueno, he said the question was that it's a historic moment today. Today we have paddle, this unbelievable country, a new country in the APT, and congrats on all people who make it possible, obviously. And the question was if they think in this morning, no? And I said, yeah, in the first moment is, wow, it's unbelievable. This is our APT, our first APT together. Our APT in a new country like this. And it's unbelievable, and he wants to thank all of the guys, all the people, all of the sponsors to make it possible. Thank you very much. Bueno, fue muy cambiante. No sé si también, aparte de pensar, comentado antes, ha habido un momento en el tercer set que habéis estado ahí con una bola de oro que Manolín saltó a por ella y casi la saca de la pista. Al final la pudiste recuperar y en el último. ¿Cómo es importante y cómo cambia un partido con solo puntos, ¿no? O sea, cómo de repente de estar prácticamente un poco al borde del caos, pues de repente le disteis la vuelta y conseguisteis el break, ¿no? Qué importantes son jugar esos 2 puntos realmente importantes en un partido, ¿no?
Bueno, como dijo mi compañero, muchísimas gracias a todos. Y sí, lo que decías vos, creo que en el pádel, desde que se comenzó a jugar con el punto de oro, cambió muchísimo. Y bueno, tratamos de jugar muy concentrados en esos puntos y lo pudimos sacar adelante. Felicitaciones a los chicos que también jugaron muy bien. Y bueno, gracias a la familia, a los sponsors, a todos.
Perfect. Thank you very much. The question was in paddle. You see today all the scores was very tough, all within 3 sets. They was at the moment in the end of the third set almost cow with a golden point, but finally in 2 points changed the match a lot. And finally they can win. They are very satisfied obviously for his work today. They won't continue all this amazing week with all of us. Well, thank you very much and good luck all the rest of the week. Thank you guys.
Gracias, Willie. Gentlemen, again, thank you very much and appreciate what you say. We've got the mountains, the ocean, the crowds, and a beautiful paddle court waiting for you. We look forward to seeing you both tomorrow on continuing on your journey in the APT Cape Town Masters. All the best, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Gracias. All the best. See you later. Ciao. Willie. There we go. And now we've got a humdinger of a 4th match here today, where it's extremely exciting for us to have 2 South African teams. As you know, today is the start of the competition in the main draw, and with a little bit of luck, not only from the wild cards that have come through from ABT, but through an alternate, we are now going to be witnessing our own 2 best South African teams going head-to-head to continue their journey in our main draw and the APT Cape Town Masters. Stay tuned and looking forward to seeing you. All the best. Thank you for that support. That's all we want to hear. Already said good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is at least a few of the colourful faces. Mr. It's nice to see you. How you're doing? Please have joined us this evening. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for joining us. We hope that you're going to enjoy yourselves as much as myself, Pablo, and everybody else has on this fantastic stage.
stage that has been brought to you by Africa Paddle, Philippe Kelly and everybody else. The hard work, delivering one of the best paddle courts that has been spoken about by William Athletics competence, but somehow phenomenal this court has already handled the games that we've seen today. Not only is Mother Nature on this show, for the crowd, I really hope that you start getting involved behind our next four competitors, being the South African teams on the main court today on the next game of the main court. Thank you very much.
Il faut travailler dans la vie. Il faut pas croiser les bras dans la vie. Il faut se rendre utile dans la vie. Bofu safu ya maninde. Bofu safu ne make bofu safu ye. Bofu safu kanake bofu safu ye. Bofu safu ne make bofu safu ye abada. Bofu safu kanake bofu safu ye. Bofu safu kanake bofu safu ye dinye kono. Bofu safu kanake bofu safu ye. Bofu safu kanake bofu safu ye dinye kono. Bofu safu kanake bofu safu ye nderi.
So here we go, the South African boys, Mark, Keegan, Brett and Luke, stepping on the stage to what's going to be a fantastic game.
within minutes, no matter how skilled you are. If you hit a beach bat, you can play paddle. To be good's a different matter. And this is the fastest growing sport in the world.
True. And 25 years ago, and on your involvement already, I mean, a very proud moment for you to be involved as you are with Africa Paddle and obviously bringing APT here.
So a group of South African friends, myself included, and some Swedish friends who have a passion for South Africa, got together a year and a bit ago and said, paddle, Africa Paddle in South Africa, and roll it out through Africa. It's been a huge success.
It has.
You know, we opened some courts in Camps Bay, then the waterfront, then in Johannesburg, we're opening more, and we're getting 100% capacity now.
It is fantastic to see, and especially as we've spoken about Cape Town being somewhat of a microclimate, but nonetheless, the embodiment of sport in the late Nelson Mandela, sport unites us. And out of paddle, what we already know is, as much as I'm supporting Africa Paddle and APT to be forever grateful for what you've all done for it, but to really get the sport to grow as much as we can throughout the nation. Is that something that we are joining and seeing? I mean, obviously at the international stand, we know what's happening.
Absolutely, and there are tennis courts all over South Africa, unused or barely used. We can convert those into paddle courts, and they'll be absolutely chock-a-block full. And we want to get into the townships, because the townships are not only a dynamic entrepreneurial areas, but there's some super athletes in there. And I'd like to see some of the kids coming out of the townships competing internationally.
Absolutely.
And we're going to make that happen.
That's very, very true, and I'm happy that we can stand on that point, obviously from the South African Paddle Association side, but to unify that joint journey on identifying not where paddle is going on its own, but looking at things like the Olympic levels. We got an earmarked of 2028, 2032, if we're around still kicking along and being on
time for that.
No, I think we can. You know, I'm on the anti-aging side, but thank you very much for your time, your involvement, everything else. Always a pleasure and an honor. Absolute pleasure. Thank you. All the best. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's an amazing story. Rob Hersoff there with Rudy Kyle. Look at the amazing sunset. Look at this view. Beautiful sunset. Wonderful location.
And it's
still 24 degrees out there, and almost the moment we've been waiting for. Two South African teams on the court. Our wildcard entry, Luke Potter, Brett Hilarides, and our alternative card, which got into the tournament a little bit fortuitously due to an injury to one of the scheduled players. We've got Martin Riedlinghuis and Keegan Roy.
There we go again, same face, same t-shirt, but different person in front of me. This is the birth child of Africa Paddle, and one of the influencing people on bringing APT Masters to Cape Town.
Brett
Hilarides, thank you again for everything
recently
you've
returned
done.
from Egypt from an invitational club.
Hello Cape Town, hello everyone, and thank you for coming. We have a lot of VIPs here tonight. I want to say thank you first of all to all of you for coming here and seeing this fastest growing sport in the world, paddle. It's a historic moment for Africa actually, because this is the first time in African history that we have an international professional tournament on African soil. So there's also something else that's historic with this moment, is that we have, by fluke, we have two South African teams on center stage. I want to hear a big applause for these guys. So how come that we are able to get two South African teams on an international professional paddle tour? Well, as a promoter, I am a promoter of this with APT Paddle Tour. We are the biggest sponsor with PK's List and Africa Paddle. But as a promoter, I was able to get one wild card into this. And of course, also wearing the Africa Paddle hat, we have a beautiful team in pink and blue with Africa Paddle on the back, which is a team backed by Africa Paddle. So anyone that's been invited by Africa Paddle, I hope you scream and shout for these guys.
1 minute.
On the other side, we have qualifiers. What happened was that we had one team on the professional tour that had to do a walkover. And the reason what happens then is that you have an alternate list. And we were lucky to have Thomas Johansson, the general manager of APT and a former professional tennis player, and Willie Lahos, the legend of paddle with many, many titles to his name, doing a trials over the weekend at one of the Africa Paddle locations. and we had a winner who won a space in the main draw, but we had to do a alternate list. And as it happens, one person withdrew from the main draw, and as a result, we have an all South African game for the first time in South African and African history. So please give them a last big applaud, and congrats to the best people in South Africa and all of South Africa. Thank you for coming, guys.
Thank you, PK. And I've said on that, now looking forward to the match, everybody. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy.
Time. 2 minutes before the game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good evening. Welcome for this match. The match will be played in the best of 3 sets with golden point and tiebreak in every set if necessary. The change of balls will take place after 9 and 11 games.
Welcome back. As you heard from our fellow presenters, first time ever South African team in the rounds of the APT Tour, and historically 2 South African teams on board.
15 love.
One got an entry due to a walkover as an alternate team, and one as a wild card. So closest to your screen, you have Keegan Roy and Martin Riedlinghuys, who were the alternate team, and in pink and blue, the wildcard entry of Luke Potter and Brett Hilarides. Now, Luke Potter and Brett Hilarides won a South African Club 2021 South African Paddle Association Club tournament, and as such were invited recently to play in Egypt at an invitational, All-Africa Invitational, where they represented South Africa with pride and joy, and did extremely well. This has been is a highlight both for us as South Africans and Africans, while we celebrate the presence of the APT Tour, but also to celebrate the fact that these players are on centre court and playing for a place in the next round, which will be the last 16 of the APT Paddle Tour. Serving now, we have Keegan Roy to Luke Potter. Slight forced error.
40-15.
40-15 to the service.
Game, Roy Riedlinghuys. They lead by 1-0.
1-0 for Keegan Roy and Martin Riedlinghuys as they swap ends. And I welcome back Rudy Kyle back onto the commentary box with me.
Paulo,
Rudy,
my brother from another mother, back into the mix here. Really excited to be back into your box. I mean, phrasing, please, people. But in the sense to be witnessing this together is really exciting. I mean, you've been watching these guys probably more than anyone, obviously being on the same courts as you.
Yeah, it's been amazing. You know, these are the guys I play with, well, let's say, I try play with on a regular basis. They've got real potential. They play this game like absolute stars.
Love
15.
Know,
as I mentioned earlier, Luke and Brett in particular, you know, they did it. They went on that invitational,
they've got
the South African Paddle Association tournament, which they won locally. They went to Egypt and played there, and they got tremendous experience. They did us really proud there.
Yep.
And then these guys here, you know,
Keegan and Martin coming in from the trials.
Yeah, they came in from the trials. They got the alternate card, but you know both come from a tennis background.
Yes.
And this is proof of how players can adapt
30-15
from tennis into paddle in such an easy format.
Exactly.
They're going to hold their heads up proud, and we're going to hold our heads up proud watching them.
Exactly that, and I think that's what's just super, is because it's almost a bit of not in any way with a negative connotation, but poetic justice in the sense that we've got two South African teams. So it's nice for the crowd, for the people to see, okay, this is the two best South African teams going at it. Obviously, well, within the realm of the top 10 players in Cape Town at least, and here they are playing it out to go to the next round. And the fact is that next round means they've gained international points. Massive.
That's absolutely incredible, which means they can follow on from this.
There we
and
go.
Another important point is the aspirational aspect of this. So anybody out there who's playing this game can look at these guys and say, wow, here's Africans, South Africans that didn't know what paddle was 18 months ago, and they're playing on an international stage.
Phenomenal.
Holding their heads up high. And one of these guys is going to, one of these teams is going to progress to the next round. They're going to be in the last 16 of an international
15 love
tournament. It's just
amazing.
You know, when I struggle to say it
the words
because it's so unbelievable. It's absolutely
It is.
incredible.
But it absolutely is.
And they're not here because we're doing them a favor. These guys are here on absolute merit.
Too true. They want to play. They want to play.
Correct.
We'll start hearing this crowd getting involved. Might jump onto the other microphone and might need to rile them up a bit. What do you say, Paolo? Sitting at 15 all, 1 all.
1 all, 15
Nice
all. I
restart.
predict, because I know these guys
Luke.
and I've watched them play so many times, I think that this is going to be a really tight match. You'll see the guys are a little
15-30.
nervous, so you're going to see a lot of forced errors in the beginning, which we're seeing now. A few nets, a few long balls into the net, high lobs. But I think as they settle into the game, we're going to see some real high-quality paddle.
There we go, Luke. Nice.
there
Keegan
we
going
go.
for a big
Keegan
shot,
with a
knocking
big
it out of the park.
big smash out of
Lovely
the court.
stuff, lovely stuff. At least we're getting a bit more involvement from the crowds
Taking
there.
it to 30 all.
And as you said, them settling down. New stage for them, getting nice rallies going. Lovely touch by Luke on the side there, trying to thread it through the middle. Oh, an unfortunate error there, but exactly that. They're covering it nicely, and it's even somewhat to say we know the level of these players. We've seen them, we've played against them, with them, and it's nice to also see the coaching skills that came through from the trials as under Willie and Thomas.
Correct.
You can see Semi being executed.
So all of these guys were at the trials and
Juice.
and
Golden
at the
point.
clinic.
That's it.
You know,
Mr.
which
Potter to
was a
receive.
great initiative by the APT to all these clinics as we develop the sport in South Africa. Those things are of immense value to anyone who's
Vital.
playing paddle or even who isn't playing paddle but is
Oh,
just
big
interested
hits.
in the sport. And that's
Game
another
Roy
fantastic
Ridlinghouse.
smash.
They lead
On
by
the
2
golden
games to 1
points,
first
Martin
set.
just stepping it up. You can see now, so between Keegan and Martin, definitely showing quite an aggressive dominance on two of their attack smashes going straight out of the park.
Yeah, so, you know, for me, from watching them previously, Martin is the aggressive player in the pairing with Keegan.
Got you, exactly,
and,
yes.
And on the other side, Brett
will be
is
the
aggressive player.
the powerhouse.
With Luke and Keegan being the more delicate defensive players who are gonna be more tactical about the whole thing.
That's it.
Brett is a mountain of a man. Is well into the 190s.
He
in
has got the height, yeah.
Very difficult to get past him or to lob past him.
Too
and
true.
anything that's loose or short,
He's going to put it away.
punish.
Exactly.
He's going to punish.
I don't even think we're going to have to worry about the walls being touched because he quite enjoys doing a straight out the court, one bounce, thank you very much, and get out of here.
Correct.
His slam dunks on his smashes are rather renowned of when he gets that angle with his height. He's got the power as well as the tennis background to put it away.
Correct.
Mr. Hilarides to
But
serve.
you're going to see on the other side, even though the guys are not that tall, they're difficult to get around. They're very, very mobile. Both Keegan and Martin are very mobile players. So you're going to see them really running around, and they're getting a workout. This is very serious for them. They're mates and they play together, but this is super serious for them.
It is.
Love
It
15.
is. It is. And as we've really identified a few times, because there's a lot on the go here. There's a lot on the line for this victory. Oh, lucky
a
little
bit
touch.
fortuitous.
It was.
Correct. A little bounce off the net.
15 all.
But under
still
Luke's
very
service,
good.
15 all.
15 all. Luke to serve to Keegan Roy. Nice
high
lob over the
return.
top.
Out.
Oh,
30-15.
A little bit of a
and
forced error.
with Brett's reach, he just does have that ability to cover that scent, as we discussed in the previous matches. wanting to try thread the ball down the middle when you've got that extra reach from Luke.
40-15.
I think you're going
It
to
is
see in
sort
this first set, especially the first 4 or 5 games, as I said before, you're going to see a lot of these forced errors, slightly long
There we go.
lobs, slightly overreach
40-30.
smashes, guys trying to place the ball onto the sides and just edging the fence. It's going to be a little bit tough, but once they settle in, you're going to see all of those things minimizing, and we're going to see some really attractive shots and rallies.
Oh, unlucky. Unfortunate reading that.
Game.
Kicked
Potter
off,
Hilarides.
kicked off the glass.
2 games
A
all,
lot
first
more than
set.
I think
2
he's
games all.
expected. 2 all.
And we've got Keegan Roy serving to Brett.
Solid and steady.
Mr. Roy to serve.
Nice and solid. No, as you said, nice and solid. No service breaks thus far.
Yep, no rocky on the boat just yet. Both teams probably just finding their feet. Crossing over, good talking by Luke and Brett. Switches on.
Yeah, so that is highly unusual for that switch to happen. You're going to find a lot of the players on the tour
Love 15.
hardly ever switch. They tend to move in unison in position. And often it looks like they're opening up gaps because they're both on the one side or both on the other side, but they're just so mobile. And I think that's just almost a lack of experience from our players' perspective.
if you don't mind.
And also from the tennis background.
15-0.
obviously.
Sometimes I'd say yes, sometimes I'd say no. I mean, just because of international exposure, where you've got the players like LeBron, and then they're so comfortable. They sometimes even
Fault.
deliberately play the opposite switch. But as I said, it's an open field where, at the moment, it's where I
Wait,
think
please, wait, please, wait,
100%
please. Wait, please. Wait.
we're structured
The
to
ball
what we've
next to the
been
post,
taught
please.
to, instead of
Yes,
letting it
thank you.
flow more. But the more
No,
the
no,
confidence in the game comes in, they'll be able to be comfortable. And then only when the necessity
Thank you.
comes to go back to a switch.
1.
And this gets quite tactical as well, if they know that one player is far more dominant on his overhead smash, which I think we'll start
Out.
discussing or maybe seeing on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. where we see
30-15.
that
Sure.
if the switch coincidentally happens by clever play or by one player covering each other, like we saw earlier today in Flores, it was the switch, but then, as you very rightly just said, it was a quick return back to their natural way.
Correct.
So, no rule
but
of
that
thumb.
comes
but
with experience.
Exactly that, and
so
communication.
You know
but,
what I'd like to see is I would like to record this, and
And
then,
then- and then-
watch them playing.
40-15.
Yeah,
live, and I think
beautifully
we're
said
going to
that.
see
Yeah.
a night and day.
There we go. I think that's going to be very much the case in many of the players, especially with our South African players. There we go. That's a big smash. There's
Aggressive
Martin
Martin
bringing
with
in.
a big
Game
smash.
Bringing in
Roy
his power.
Gillinghurst. They lead by 3 games to 2 first set.
3 games to 2 in the first
And
set.
that was a break, if I understand.
No break. Keegan was serving, so we've got in the next set, we've got Brett serving.
Double checking. Thank you for helping me out there, Paulo. So holding serve and a big powerful end from Martin, stomping his authority down, and this is something that we know South Africans do,
smash.
they like to do, they want to do, and they will keep doing. But it's going to be the finesse side, which I think again we'll see in tomorrow. To whichever team goes forward, we're going to see that combination of what our South African teams look like against these international players that have that innate ability to vary from power to skilled finesse placement shots with a touch of grace.
On screen, look at a beautiful shot of the Table Mountain cable car.
Mr. Potter to serve.
Moving down from the top of the mountain to the bottom. And, that is just right up at the top of this court.
It is. It's quite frightening with our 360-degree view
Hilarides to
from the
serve.
beach, the
Here we
village.
are, look at that. The camera shot coming down.
Lion's Head going to the 12
All
Apostles.
the way down to where we are right now on our court, on center court.
The big smash by Martin, pushing Luke into the corner. Oh, well threaded. Lovely
excellent
touch.
shot by Martin.
Lovely
Love 15.
touch. Oh, there we go. That was from power to direction. Lovely executed, threaded shot down the middle. Good reach by Brett. Keegan bringing in his bit of heat there. Joining his
30.
partner in some big rebounds. Putting the pressure onto Brett and Luke. Nice replied lob.
Nice defending over the net.
Oh, just too long. This is a big one because we'd love 40 on
Love
serve.
40. I'd love
We're looking
40.
for the first
We're
break.
looking for the first break.
We got the first
Correct.
break in.
This is
Out. Second serve.
Brett coming with a solid volley. Rebounds there, Martin's in, boom, it's out. He's kept it in. Brett with a return.
That's
Keep your line
excellent.
on Keegan. Oh, unlucky. That was a beautiful rally. Beautiful rally.
Beautiful rally.
Run me through that, Paolo.
A lot of
15-40.
Run me
aggression,
through that.
A lot of smashes, lots of aggression. I think Martin, he literally, you know, as they say in the classics, he saw the white of the other guy's eyes there. And I think the excitement got the better of him.
He wanted to hit the yellow of that ball.
Absolutely, yeah. But really good
Oop, there goes.
directional play from both sides, getting the ball across.
30-40.
But it's 30-40.
And
So-
two points that are now hoping to not
Correct,
cost
so,
Keegan and them their break. Last break, holding on tight to see if they can get it going. Clever lob by Luke, pushing him back, playing it safe.
Martin with a return lob. Luke with the bandeja.
Coming in tight on the
Taka
volleys.
Taka at the net.
This is where they're slowing it down. Is he going to go for it? Oh, forced error.
And
Clever play.
Keegan very clever.
Roy Ridlinghurst. They lead by
Putting on
4 games
all
to
the
2.
deceit of
First
the
set.
smash, laying it softly on. I think surprising Brett.
Exactly.
With a light touch to the body, forcing the error.
Mr.
That's a
Ridlinghurst
first
to
service
serve.
break.
And that's it now. 4-2 with Martin's serve. That was a big point. I mean, obviously,
That's a big point.
There's a lot weighing up there because they had them at love 40, which meant with the 3 breaks. So, you know,
But still, they held their nerve, and it's 4-2, and they're serving for the next, which is very good. Martin holding his head.
oh,
They're really stretching.
they are. They're really
They're
pushing
really
Luke and Brett.
stretching Luke a
15
little bit
love.
into the back corner on his blind side, and I think almost because of that, taking Brett out of his natural position. So they're taking real advantage of that.
They turning. They seem to be
30
turning
love.
both Luke and Brett on that
Correct.
side, which is
But
clever
you know,
play for them.
Brett and Luke are not going to take this line down, so they're going to be fighting back. They'll
Absolutely.
readjust their game. But for now,
Absolutely.
the momentum certainly in Keegan and Martin's court.
Well left there.
30-15.
Luke and them putting the pressure on with a little bit of an unforced error from Keegan, just overcooking his half volley. Martin going big, and out it goes.
Now that's a massive smash out of the court. And I can tell you this
40-50.
really that literally a couple of months ago, very few South African players could smash out of the court that way. So
Nope.
that's testimony to the development, and certainly to a lot of the learnings of the trials and the clinics held by the APT over the last week, where that was a particular point of reference about not necessarily the power but the technique around those type of smashes.
Exactly.
Because it certainly was a skill not many of the South African players had or were able to carry through.
Too true. And that's as he beautifully
40-30.
says, testimony to the execution or the follow-on of what's been taught.
Martin and Keegan exchanging strategy there.
And not only on the VIP stage, but equally so, got a lovely crowd that's gathered here on the
Well,
stands.
the numbers are starting to come in. It's pleasing to see. And that's the game.
Game,
And this
Roy
puts Martin
Ridlinghurst.
and
They
Keegan
lead by
on the
5
lob.
games
This
to
puts
2.
Martin and
First set.
Keegan in a very strong position.
At
5-2
5-2.
up in the first set. They are going to be receiving from Luke Potter on the next as they change ends after a little bit of rehydration, but very much in a strong position.
Exactly. This is where similarly in score, but different because from what we know of these players, this is where they're going to try and go on an even further, more aggressive note to close this out as soon as possible. Obviously, we'll have the reverse serve, I think, as it's Brett's serve, if I stand to be corrected.
Yes, it's Brett. No. It's Luke.
Luke on
to
serve.
Yeah,
Luke
yeah.
on serve. And obviously them reassessing. You can see they're not exactly thrilled, but
Yeah, but
a
they're
lot of
not
faith
hanging
in. No,
about.
hell no.
They're back
They're
on
already back
court.
on the court. First step
on
on
the
court.
court.
Always a noticeable thing on the eager side to get onto court, start locking it down, start getting the game back
Mr.
on.
Poto to serve.
Correct. The one thing that shouldn't be against any of these four are the conditions. So you know, some of the other guys in the other games have been struggling with the heat
Yeah.
and hydration. And,
Under the acclamation, these are South African boys.
These guys, they
Cape
know
Town.
they've played like this day in day out, so they know what's going on.
Their home ground court is only literally 150 meters away.
Correct.
15 love.
So you're telling me there's no love lost there?
No lost.
Full of love, Paolo, full of love.
15
Together
love.
we're here to spread it. Here we go, 15 love. Lukey on his second serve.
And you know, testament to how well they know the conditions is all four of them are wearing a cap.
Yeah.
All the international players, only one of them wore a cap.
That's
So
it.
earlier on in the day.
Brett with the
I think
shots,
tomorrow
all
you're going to
fun.
see all of them wearing caps.
30 love.
That I think I'm going to agree with you. So here we go. Luke and Brett more dominant straight off the bat here.
Out.
Up. Sitting 30 love strong. Wanting to shift these scores closer together as fast as possible. Good push by Luke. Oh,
A little bit of a forced error there. And that's 30-15.
30-15.
you can see Luke trying, he's wanting that corner around Martin, but Martin's got it covered enough that obviously the judgment pushed the ball out into the net, into the fence. Oh, Keegan unlucky. That was-
Beautiful, beautiful straight dipping
40-15.
shot at the feet of Keegan, forcing the error.
It was Keegan and Martin moving together synergistically to the net, and Luke being able to push an area by that dipping smash. Oh no.
This is what I was talking
40-30.
about
Yeah.
earlier. I think we're going to see a reduction in these as the
Mm,
game
so-
goes on.
They're still holding 1
Nice,
point strong to
delicate-
finish off
delicate
this.
shot by
Picked up.
and that
Luke
over
pushing
the
it.
top.
He's cooked it,
And he's
unfortunately.
cooked
Has.
it, and we are at golden point.
Juice. Golden point.
Now sitting strong in a game that they should have
Mr.
taken.
Ealing
Let's
has
see,
to
hopefully
receive.
they're going to be taking this to the next level of a golden point.
Oh, and a forced error looking into the net, and that's
Game
the
in the
set
first set.
for Keegan Roy and Martin
Roy
Redlinghuis.
Redlinghuis. 6 games to 2.
6-2. Again, once again, the score not reflecting the game. Keegan and Martin obviously edging it, but at 6-2, really good advantage.
It has been. I think part of the big thing is more so where we might have seen in the other previous games, and this is with absolute respect. Some beautiful shots being played, nice rallies, but I would say that the majority of the sway of the game going to those that are making less mistakes.
Always, as we said before, over and over again, consistency in paddle is king.
That's
So,
it.
but I really think that as the game evolves, these guys are going to become more consistent.
Yeah.
And it's going to get better.
No, an absolute applause and all of them on how well they're doing already. And I think also a different stage, different environment. You know, this is a different scenario that they both, it's new to them, as much as we say it's paddle, but again, the infancy stages of paddle into the country to the players now being on the court and playing their hearts out for the next few sets.
100%. Here we have another beautiful view of the 12 Apostles, at least 3 of the 12 Apostles. Direct view from the court, right on top of us. Magnificent mountain range in Cape Town where 12 peaks protrude from the Table Mountain range and provide us at this APT tournament
Second
with
set.
a view to behold.
Mr. Roy to serve.
Paolo, I'm going to actually have a little bit of fun here. I'm going to go find Mr. Hertzhoff and Ed Rob to do
Go
a bit of
and
a
find
chit
my
chat with you.
guest.
Let's get a few of the guys to have a bit of a chat with you.
Perfect. Back on the court.
15 love.
Back on the court, and we've got Keegan Roy serving to Luke Potter at 15 love, having won the first set 6-2. Beautiful, delicate touch,
30 love.
forcing the mistake from Brett Hilarides.
30-15.
Keegan letting his ball talk to the APT banner on top of the net there, and dropping a point. Great serve right to the back of the court.
40-15.
Again forcing the error from Luke. Players conferring.
Out.
And taking the first game.
Game.
A
Roy
change of
Riedling
court.
Heights. They lead by 1-0 second
Keegan
set.
Roy
New
and
balls,
Martin
please.
Riedling leading 1-0 in the second set after having won the first set 6-2.
Do we have a physio on the court, please? Yeah, you're bleeding.
Beautiful view of the sea in front of us, where today the tide is low, and there's very little activity in the water, no waves. Beautiful for water sports, and that is literally 200 meters away from this magnificent venue where the APT Tour is being held in Cape Town for the first time in history. Crowd starting to gather. And really picking up some momentum. This is only the first day of the APT Tour, and the audience is really beginning to enjoy the game. We've got one more game after this, match 5, but right now we have Luke Potter and Brett Hilarides against Keegan Roy and Martin Riedling Ace, an all South Africa tie. What's at stake? A place in the last 16. We have an extended break on a switch of ends. It seems that Luke Potter has slightly injured himself. It may not be serious, maybe just surface. He may have hurt himself on the wire mesh. On site is a medic professional looking at Luke Potter's injury, but it seems to be just a superficial cut, and we'll be able to continue with the game as soon as the first aid technicalities are done with. Just recapping, Luke Potter, Brett Hilarides versus Keegan Roy, Martin Riedling Ace, all South African heat. Keegan Roy and Martin Riedling Ace having won the first set 6-2, now leading 1-0 in the second set. This is the Africa Paddle Tour Cape Town leg. And great news, good to see Luke back on court with a Band-Aid on his hand. Luke and Brett taking up position. Luke will be serving. Brett Hilarides will be serving. Keegan Roy receiving. And off we go.
Love 15.
Beautiful lob by Keegan Roy, forcing the error bandeja from Luke Potter. Brett Ilaridis to Martin Riedlinghuis. A little bit of taka-taka, followed by beautiful lob by Keegan Roy. Fantastic bandeja from Luke Potter, and the taka-taka forces Keegan Roy into an error on the net.
Out, out.
Second serve at 15 all. Brett Ilaridis to Keegan Roy. Excellent recovery by Luke Potter. Ready to finish the game with a beautiful smash out of the court. Barely missing yours truly, the commentator. Fantastic shot, Luke Potter. At 30-15. Interestingly, all four of these players coming from a tennis background and adapting extremely well. Fantastic change of pace on that return by Martin Riedlinghuis, taking it back to 30 all.
No, no.
Excellent off-the-wall shot by Luke Potter, and a completely
40-30
deceiving Martin Riedlinghuis as the Potter-Ilaridis partnership takes a 40-30 lead.
No.
Paolo, I'm back with you. I missed you too much.
Rudy, welcome back.
I don't like being so far from you, my buddy.
You might not have missed me, but you missed some incredible action. The boys are getting really into it. We've had a slight injury. Beautiful shot by Martin Riedlinghuis to take the game to a golden point.
Golden point. Mr. Roy to receive.
On Brett serve.
Martin Riedlinghuis to receive to Brett Ilaridis.
Out.
First serve.
Oh, important point there.
Important point there.
Ilaridis.
Brett Ilaridis holds on to his serve, and it's 1-1 in the second set.
And Paolo, a big thing I'm hoping, well, either way, which only as South Africans, we try to push that inside serve. We focus a lot on our services to see what we can get away with as an ace. It seems like from what we've seen the whole day, the emphasis is not so important to the other players. Obviously, they want a good solid serve to be able to put the opposite team under pressure. But it's something in South Africa. Help me out there. Is it something in South Africa?
Yes, it is something in South Africa.
We want to go for that. We really want to get that ace.
So I think that's a legacy of the tennis background in players, and even the squash players who tend to serve at quite high pace. So it's for sure legacy of that. And what you find, and what I think the guys are learning and really rapidly, is that the intention of the serve is really to start the point, because the reason why we're able to serve aces is because we're not it's not because we're good servers, it's because we're really not so good at receiving. And at this level, these guys can really get anything back. So as they get the stuff back, you've got to start thinking of other things.
The percentage is going to change.
Correct. So you need to really get a good point going, and often a slower serve that allows you the time to position yourself for the return better is more optimal. And I think that's, at this level, that's what the guys are always looking to do. They're looking to serve at a pace which allows them to move into a really great position. That is excellent. Beautiful taka-taka there from all four. Well finished by Brett Ilaridis. And this puts Martin and Keegan under immense pressure at 15-40. But it's 30-40. Holding it on, and if they can get this back, they got a golden point. But I think Brett and Luke have got a tremendous opportunity here to claw something back. There we go. Exactly what we keep talking about. Margins. The
Use.
slightest
Golden point.
margin gets punished. That volley
Mr.
was
Hilarides
slightly
to
short,
receive.
and Martin hesitated zero in taking advantage of it and putting it out the park. So here we have a golden point, a very important golden point. And again, oh,
Game
great
going
smash.
Hillinghurst. They
Again,
win by 2 games to
slightly
1,
short,
second set.
but Brett wasn't able to capitalize on it and punish them. Another forced error, and they managed to hold on to the serve.
You can see his movement was there, he was ready for it. Just a slight loss.
Correct. And this is development. You know, I can guarantee it that in 3-4 years' time, Brett will not make that error.
Even 2-3 months, I'd say.
You're probably right. The advancement has been so fast that you're probably right.
Quick announcement, please. The gentleman or the female who owns the Mustang with the Johannesburg registration JS19THD, please move your car and before it gets towed away.
Mr. Potter to serve.
Bogart. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, apparently I was.
Love 15.
There we go, Paolo. Sorry, my buddy. I'm back with you now.
Really, we lost you there on the broadcast.
I'm going to call
I
it a
think you went
technical
out.
fault.
You went out for a walk to see the real pros play. I want to know where that is.
It was very entertaining. I went walkabout. Not that we've got any other Australians here. Oh, unlucky Luke.
So the boys are back on the
15-30.
court, and it's 15-30. Luke Potter serving, and Martin and Keegan are really have upped the ante. I mean, they are really working hard at taking advantage of the errors. That's a nice push into a forced
30
error.
all.
But at 30 all and at 1-2 down, they're really holding their own.
Well, this is exactly where hopefully Luke and Brett can tap into that experience that they've got on where they've played in positions together. They've experienced
40-30.
coming from behind. So here we go on a 40-30, wanting to just close out, holding serve in a very, very important set, being
There we
one
go.
set down.
Game
Oh,
Potter.
so the elbow
Hilarides.
service. This is
2 games
tight,
all,
eh?
second set.
This is
2-all,
knife
exactly.
edge. This is not the 6-2 of the first set. This is a
Absolutely.
2-all
Right to serve.
game, and it's going to keep going this way. So they're all holding the service. Nobody's breaking anybody, and this is going to be very tense as we move forward.
It is, and this is where it's going to amount to BMT, the big match temperament. Obviously, the stage is set. There's enough people here watching, but it's more about going forward into the next round of the APT Masters here in Cape Town. Takataka, lob over to slow it down. Brett going in hard, able to return. He's pushed it beautifully into the back. Good rebound. Martin being pushed. Oh, great stuff, great stuff.
That's an amazing point.
Stunning point.
Great recovery from Martin. Great finishing
Love 15.
from Brett. Not without Martin putting in a really deep effort to recover. I mean, that's what it's about, isn't it?
Exactly, that
Great
outstanding
lob into the
return
corner.
from Luke. Going up high, is Brett going to take it? He's going for the attack shot. Well counter-attacked by Martin. He's ready for it at the net,
15-0.
in the face.
So I watched Martin play this weekend, and I can tell you that this is a different Martin. This is a Martin that's upped his game.
Out.
This is a Martin that is definitely taken on everything and more from the trials and the clinics held, because his game is
30-15.
not what we saw this weekend. This is another league. This is another one step up, and that's what it's about, isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
You go to a
Competition.
trial. These guys from the APT are putting in the effort. These professionals are giving their time and giving their expertise and sharing their knowledge, and the guys are coming in and learning from it and taking it and putting it onto center stage in a positive way. That
True,
is
but that's
fantastic.
exactly taking away. It's not what you learn, it's what you do with it. I think that's
He's
also-
doing it with it. He's doing it. He's doing it for sure. He's doing it.
Absolutely, he's putting it into action. Putting into action. This is 40-15. Strong off the wall. Lukey answering nicely. Pushed it past him. Well placed.
Put it past him on.
Well placed.
Very well
40-30.
placed. Also
Able
that
to find
change
that
of pace. Some fast taka-takas and then
And then
it's
into
much slower, well-positioned, angled shot. It was, you know, when it's like that on the blind side, it is so hard to turn. It's so hard to get that right.
Because on the taka-takas, you got your feet planted quite strongly. Here into the golden point. My apologies. I was looking at the score from the wrong way around. Golden point. Equally so, can both go either way. Extremely valuable whether they get the break or hold the serve. Been pushed to the side and there's
Push to
the
the
error.
side. There's the arrow. Not
That's big. Have we just
now we have the
sorry.
no.
Golden
It wasn't
point,
golden
Mr.
point.
Porto to receive.
Now is the
Apologies.
golden
Please tell me-
point.
please tell me that it's not my eyes. There was a golden yellow on the scoreboard.
Well, I think it was the commentator's
To my
error.
viewers- my
Not the
viewers, I
commentator, the
apologize.
referee's error.
Sorry,
It wasn't
sorry.
golden point. Now it's golden point,
There
and
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 Keegan
they've held
pushed
their
it on.
serve again, and we're back to 3-all. Keegan pushed that
3-3-3-2.
beautifully deceitful.
Game going Illinghurst. They lead by 2
Maybe
games to 2.
if our viewers can just bear with us.
Second
We've
set.
got scores that are changing in front of our eyes. There's the golden point.
The score is 3-3.
3-2.
3-3. No?
No, they're changing 3-2. Ladies and gentlemen, we will get there together. By hook or crook, Paolo and Rudy will find the way.
For all our viewers and all our listeners, we almost guarantee, in fact, we guarantee there are only water bottles in front of us.
It might sound otherwise. I don't think we're dehydrated. There's no hallucination, but the sunset is that phenomenal, that beautiful. And for the crowd that has gathered here today, please, anybody in Cape Town, we're imploring you to come and join us at this event. We've got tickets being handed out with Ryan O'Connor on various radio stations for victories and for victories and games to be won. And furthermore, if you do get down here, we'll make it any way in our possibilities to get you in to enjoy this magnificent show.
Time.
Back to the game, we have Martin Redlinghuysen and Keegan Roy. One set up at 6-2 and winning 3-2 in the second set. We now have Luke Potter. We have Luke Potter and Bretty Larides. Bretty Larides serving to Keegan Roy at 2-3 second set.
Let's go, boys!
Beautiful rally. It was a lob gone wrong from
Love 15.
Luke Potter, but at love 15, it's not looking too bad. But certainly the Roy Redlinghuysen partnership is upping the ante, and they are on full attack mode.
Love 30.
Martin in particular is coming to the net
Yeah, you can
with some
see
beautiful shots.
his
He
speed.
wants this. He's hungry. The body language is very positive, and he wants it.
And I support you in that. Absolutely no favoritism here, but I'm watching what the boys are doing. Your own nice little adapted shot there by Brett to get it back.
Beautiful.
A defensive play by Luke and Brett. Whereas you've seen Keegan and Martin attacking every
Again.
opportunity.
Did you-
Oh, we got the
Oh,
chest
look
bump.
at the boys.
There we go.
Love
They
40.
pumped up. They pumped up.
So Martin with a beautiful vibra from the back of the court, dipping into Luke's feet, forcing the error into the net. And at love 40, or 15-40, Brett have got their
15-40.
work cut out to hold on to the serve.
Unfortunate there.
It was
Game
unfortunate. Time for
going Illinghurst.
refocus
They
from
lead by
Brett
2
and
games
Luke.
to 2. Second set.
But it's 4-2 now. Powerful position now. Martin to serve. Martin Redlinghuysen to serve. 4-2 up. Not an enviable position for
Mr.
Brett
Illinghurst to serve.
and,
Not where
and
they- I
Luke
think
to be in.
Not where they'd want to be, obviously.
No,
But-
you know, then they don't want to give up, and they'll be back. They'll be fighting on.
I I think what's noticeable is if I may say so, and it's out of love again, is there's just the rhythm difference. You've got a rhythm from Keegan and Martin that I think where Brett and Luke are just still trying to sort of get into their stride.
Love
Or
15.
these being but just a bit disjointed, as we saw it earlier with our Argentinian and our Brazilian players, that even when they'd lost that first set, they suddenly, when they get into rhythm, they get into rhythm. This is both for players to identify on ways to try and reset, and this is exactly it's a well competed game, and you're just seeing with the one team finding
Love
their
30.
rhythm, within flow of their rhythm, and the other team being not so much, and you see how the points are just falling in their way.
But you know, in this game, all it takes is a moment for the pendulum to swing.
Out.
So, and here we have a moment. You know, this was a
Love 40.
This is a
Love
double
40
fault.
break serve,
I think
exactly,
it's the
3
first
points.
double fault we've seen today, and we've got a break point potentially.
And 15:42 break points to go, and important.
15:40.
I mean, the weight of these next 2 break points. There it is.
And here we go. There's the break, and
Game Potter,
Brett
Hilary Des.
back in the game.
Back into
Roy
to serve,
3-4
has
hold
lead by
it,
4
hold
games to
it.
3. Second set.
4-3
3-4,
as
and
they
I-
change sides.
And I think Luke to serve next.
And with these 4 players, as even if they're new in the paddle world, they've all been in respective competitions themselves, so they know the mental necessities to be called upon. So I think, how about me putting you on the spot there, Paolo?
Spot's my middle name.
Touche, baby. I'm going to draw my sword. Show me yours, show me mine, we'll show you anything. Let's see what's going on. What do you feel is going to be the most important thing for Brett and Luke to focus on in this next game?
I think the next game is going to be very crucial. I think if Luke and Brett manage to hold this game, I think the pendulum will swing, and we're looking at a 3-setter. But if they drop their serve here, then I think it's all over, and it'll Martin and Keegan will take it. Yeah.
Notice for the sake of the crowd, unfortunately, for the sake of the crowd and the people here, we obviously would like it to go
Love
3
15.
sets way. So we're in the routing of a 3-set game. But as identified a lot, is the unnecessary mistakes are still creeping in. As much as there's been some beautiful paddle, great shots,
15-0.
mistakes being evident to be the biggest turner of the points versus the constructed shots. But beautiful paddle by all 4 players, and an outstanding level being shown by our South African men's teams here.
You know, both teams are now
30-15.
quite tense.
Yeah.
One because they're trying to protect the game and trying not to let the game slip away from them. The other ones is exactly what you said earlier about the big match temperament,
40-15.
where they're leading, they've got an
Yeah,
opportunity
yeah.
to kick on, and now the jitters are coming.
Exactly,
You know,
that hesitation.
Correct.
That hesitation comes in as, would I naturally, if I was fighting for this game, would I just put this away, or am I just going to play it safe? There we go. Big
Indeed.
shots coming in. Nice return there by Brett. Luke going up, pushing, getting into the corner. Nice volley. Luke putting it away. Does it get over? No, it's nice return. Oh, when it catches the side net.
Oh,
Other
got the
side
side
cage.
net. Because remember,
Game.
as experienced as these guys
Potter,
are,
Hilary Des.
this is a big stage.
Wait, please.
Massive, exactly
Look,
that.
The biggest
That's it.
stage
Look,
they've been
please,
on,
please,
so
please.
so
You're
it's all of a
bleeding.
sudden
Leg.
it's
Your
it's
leg.
difficult. So, what's the umpire telling
Sorry.
us?
I,
He touched the net.
is that what we had as an injury? Can't quite identify.
So Luke cut himself
4 games old.
in the
Mr. Roy to
wire
serve.
fence earlier on with his arm, and I think he probably had a little. He's now scratched his
Oh, yeah,
leg as
blood,
well.
and that's
so
what they wanted to remove.
correct.
before
So
the game continued.
he had to have a plaster put on his arm, and now obviously the leg. You know, it's just good
50
good
love.
practice, good health and safety practice, and you know this shows the commitment. Luke's a warrior.
True, and also the professionalism, obviously, here in our environments, as much as we are the wild, wild west. There's a sign that we've been shown that with umpires, rules are rules, and everything needs to be abided by. As we saw earlier, when it was Flores or somebody that hit the ball out, that was penalised.
But the tension is on. We're sitting at 4-4. 30 love. 40 love.
40 love. That's it.
40 love.
And unnecessary. And unfortunately, you can see, and I'm feeling for Luke and Britt, because they're unfortunately getting caught out with one or two mistakes they would never usually do. But that's to take nothing away from Martin and Keegan, who have orchestrated a very identified hunger to win this game.
That's a tremendous return. Off the backhand, cross court by
Game Roy
Martin,
Hillingham
into the
by 5
fence.
games to 4 seconds.
It is,
Lovely stuff.
that is tremendous. So 5-4, very tense. Pressure, I believe, on Luke and Bretty Larides.
Absolutely.
They're going to serve 4-5 down.
Absolutely.
If this goes the wrong way, it's game over. If they hold on, then we see another 3 games, potentially another set even. So,
Well, that's it. That's
very
it.
exciting. Very, very, very.
A lot weighing on this next game, and very rightly put, Big Guy, on the money there. With if we get another game in this one, on whichever way it sways, we'll be seeing more of the entertainment value.
Yeah, that's correct. I think the guys are. Luke's getting some treatment on that cut of his. The medical lady must be thinking, what is this guy doing? It's the second time I've come to patch him up. But as we said, he's a warrior. The commitment is there. He's not going to give up because he's bumped himself. He's going to carry on right now.
Mr. Hilarides to serve.
Bretty Larides to serve to Keegan Roy in a very, very crucial game.
Strong smash by Brett there.
Great smash by Brett. Good effort by Keegan. Not quite good enough. 15 love.
They need this. You can actually smell it in the air. Tell me about it. Big game for them to win on serve. Oh, unfortunate. 15 all.
15 all.
15 all.
Yeah, I'm
One
counting
good thing
faster.
is that it's starting to cool down. So finally the heat has dissipated as we're getting into what we call the golden hour in Cape Town. Sunset's soon approaching us, and the players are starting to, or the conditions are starting to cool down. That is an amazing return of smash by Keegan Roy.
That was great play.
15-30.
So the conditions are improving slightly.
And Keegs is well pumped up.
There's a lot of glare in the air though because of the sunset. But the conditions are now,
serve.
I would say, perfect. Not too hot, not too cold, just perfect. 0 wind.
Oh, unlucky there, Brett. Well played by Martin. He forced it.
15-40.
He pushed Brett up against the wall there.
But this leaves us with a very, very crucial moment.
Is it right here?
15-40.
Set point.
We either
Game point.
Luke and Brett either make it back,
Or this is match point.
This is match point.
No.
Serves held off. Second serve, match point here.
We continue with
Hanging
a
in the
match
air.
point of the first serve.
Oh,
Overlob by Keegan, and it's 30-40.
there we go.
30-40.
There goes one of the match
There
points
goes one
gone.
point.
Still one.
This is big for our boys. This
The
is big for our
nerves
boys. It is.
are
It's
rattling
very, very big
everywhere.
for our boys.
Oh, what a fantastic
Game.
return
There
by
we go,
Martin
there we
Reading
go.
Hayes.
Absolutely outstanding.
That is
outstanding play for
superb.
Keegan and Martin.
Excellent serve by Bretty Larides.
Hillingham.
Phenomenal return by Martin
6-2,
Reading Hayes.
6-4.
This is what I said to you.
That's
that
it.
game, 3 games ago, was the crucial game. They were either going to make it back or it was literally just going to go the other way. So we have Keegan Roy and Martin Reading Hayes winning in straight sets, 6-2, 6-4, beating Luke Potten, Bretty Larides.
Unbelievable. An all South African match in Africa for an international professional paddle tour. What can I say? Keegan, you finally got your limelight. I know Keegan is one of the guys in all of South Africa that I've ever seen who tried the hardest to be in the limelight. Today, he succeeded. Give him a big round of applause. Martin, I just met you, but you're a hell of a fighter. And you know, to beat, you know, the Africa paddle team 6-2-6-4 on center stage with about 250 VIPs here. I don't know where all of your supporters are, but all of my supporters are right there, and they're rooting for all of you guys. Thank you so much, everyone. And Luke and Brett, listen, you look the best. Next time you will be the best, okay? Thank you very much. So, what's happening now? All of you guys up on stage here, can you sort of wave and show that you're here, please?
That's all of you. Yeah, let's get down.
Awesome. And all the people down in the bars, come up and fill that side also, because now we have something really cool to show you. We're going to show you paddle on the highest level. So we are very pleased to announce that the winner of the Monaco APT Master event that just happened last week is here. He took an early flight just to show you the next level of paddle. So for those of you who have not seen paddle, professional, real, top end paddle, you're going to be in for a show. So we're going to show you an exhibition match. But before that, we have an all South African performance, which I think Rudy is organizing from Khayelitsha. And before that, we're going to make a small announcement. So can I please welcome Terry, please, to the stage, and also Thomas Johansson, the general manager of the APT Paddle Tour. So, I'm standing in the middle of two very important people. And Terry, she manages the fundraising for Project Playground, where we, with my other hat on, Africa Paddle, we are supporting you with a project in Langa, which is a tough township for those of you who doesn't know it, where we support you guys, and we are putting up paddle court there, and we're going to make sure that there is some South African champion in paddle very soon. But Terry, we have donated tickets to the final. We have arranged with Belmont, our title sponsor. The general manager, Thiago, is here somewhere, but I couldn't find him. So if he's here, come on stage. But otherwise, we've given away, together with him, a stay for 2 nights in one of their top suites with breakfast and everything, and doing a raffle with you guys. Do you want to say a few words about Project Playground and what you're doing and why you're here?
Firstly, thank you so much to Africa Paddle, as well as everyone supporting today. You'll see us walking around selling some raffle tickets for those wonderful prizes. Project Playground was started 10 years ago by Princess Sofia of Sweden, as well as Frida Vesterberg, who is here with us today. We work in Langa and Guletu, ensuring that children's rights are protected through ensuring that they get education, as well as getting off the streets and doing programs with us, including sport, which is why we're linking here today, as well as we have social workers and ensuring we work with their family. Please have a look. We've got a table over there. Come and follow us on Instagram, Project Playground South Africa, and we look forward to many more partnerships with you going forward. Thank you.
And Terry, your husband, who happens to be John, the head of the DA, he's here tonight as well. So if you voted for him, I want to make sure you buy one of the bracelets from Project Playground tonight. It's 150 Rand. You can find the Project Playground team around. It's all for a good cause. Thank you very much. But also, Thomas Johansson, thank you for allowing us to bring APT Paddle Tour to South Africa. How disappointed are you to be on the African continent with the APT Paddle Tour?
Very disappointed. No, I mean, we are so happy to be here, and the venue that you found is probably the most beautiful venue of the APT Paddle Tour. So me, myself, and all the players, we're super happy to be here, and thank you for bringing paddle to South Africa.
Thomas, you're a partner in Africa Paddle, and
I first had to squeeze you to get you into Africa Paddle, but then we started immediately talking about the APT Paddle Tour, which was, of course, what I wanted to happen. But I told you about the beauty here. How beautiful is this place compared to any of your other venues?
This is, I would say, this is very tough to beat. And also what I like is that the interest for paddle in South Africa is just growing, and also in the rest of Africa. So, and this is the goal with bringing APT Paddle Tour to this continent, to try to grow the sport.
And considering that the guys that were just playing, 4 top South African players who started playing this game less than a year ago, how good would you say they are compared to other countries where they've played it for a very short time?
No, we've had 2-3 days here with playing with all of you guys, and I'm super impressed with the level. I think that, you know, give it a couple of years, and then I think we have 1 or 2 teams on the APT Paddle Tour from South Africa.
Amazing. And now, without further ado, we have the Queen of Khayelitsha, on stage with her very rowdy crowd that they're going to show you what South Africa is all about. This is broadcasted live all over Africa, South America, and globally on YouTube. So please, welcome these guys and show what it's all about.
It's time for Africa.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Ngiyabonga to everybody. Again, another round of applause for the beautiful choir on that side. Getting on stage just because we did miss the opportunity. A lot was said. I would just like to welcome and invite both Martin and Keegan to our sponsors board again. Please, everybody, another round of applause for our champions of today's match, the South African boys, who will be going through to the second round of our main draw here. APT, gentlemen, congratulations, man, really, really awesome. Keegs, outstanding. To both of you, knowing what you're playing for in the trial matches, to where you come, please share.
Yeah, wow. There's not too much that we can say. It's one of those things that when it springs up on you, you actually blink, and then you can't believe that we're in the second round of an APT World Tour event with a long-term friend of mine, Keegan Roy. We played junior tennis together. So we've come quite a long way, and to be standing here with the crowd and everything that PK's done in Africa Paddle, something special. So, yeah, just thank you to everybody that's been part of the organization, getting it here. It's incredible. Thank you, guys.
Thank you again, and greatly appreciate it. A special story on how you guys both started on the tennis side and now stepping into the paddle. Keegs, I know you're shy. I know you're the bashful, introverted type. I resonate with that. Tell me, my buddy, how did that feel?
That felt amazing. I mean, we were a little bit lucky to get into the draw. Never mind getting the draw that we got. I mean, if we had played any one of these guys, I mean, we would have... Yeah, I'll keep my language to myself.
We will still see. We will still see. Round two.
We'll see tomorrow, and we're coming for you boys, and we're getting there. Just give us a few more years, and we're coming. Vamos, let's go.
Vamos.
And I would like to say both to Luke and Brett, it was a good game, it was a solid game. We obviously know where paddle's going in the country, what our aspirations are for, but including that, you've got now 3 teams that are going forward, at least in the 6 of you stepping up to the plate on both your side. What are you seeing as paddle going forward? One being a coach, a player on paddle in South Africa in its entirety. Just a few words on that.
I mean, I see it growing extremely quickly. I mean, it's in its infancy stage, and look what we've done here so far. And the conversion from guys playing other sports, getting involved in paddle has been meteoric, I would say. And I think going forward, I can only see it going from strength to strength, and I look forward to being part of that journey.
Happy days to hear. Keys?
Yeah, same. It's unbelievable. I mean, we only heard about this sport last year. I mean, I've only been playing since August last year. So, and I mean, we started off with 1 indoor court at Africa Paddle, and now we've got over 20, 30 courts around Cape Town. So it's an unbelievable growth. I mean, I don't think I've ever noticed or witnessed something that's grown so fast anywhere.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've seen that from the fastest sport growing, fastest sport in the world. We're identifying that not just from the courts that are developing here, but what we're hoping to see in Johannesburg and Durban, and getting it out to everywhere we can in both South Africa. Gentlemen, again, massive congratulations from my side. All the very best and good luck for tomorrow. We'll see you back here on this hot spot. An outstanding performance, again, giving our warmest applause to the gentlemen who will be moving into round 2. We're now going to be going on as the 5th game of the day has been a walkover. We'll be moving on with an exhibition match with some outstanding paddle players that are just going to be showcasing all the best of the sport in athleticism and what it's got to show. Thank you, and please don't go anywhere. Fill up your glasses. If we've got anyone else to get round to the beer tents, come onto the stage and share this moment with us, as we've got a stunning sunset, an enthusiastic crowd, and the utmost and evermost amazing athletes taking the stage. Thanks very much.
Amazing entertainment here in Camps Bay, African Paddle Tour, Cape Town. Beautiful mountains on your screens right now. Lion's Head, the very famous Lion's Head, one of the famous landmarks of Cape Town, where people hike up and down on a daily basis as a form of exercise. Directly underneath it sits the beautiful venue where the APT Tour is being held. We have a beautiful sunset on the horizon of the sea, and we're about to witness not the 5th game of the day because of a walkover to 2 of the players unable to make flights to compete, but instead an exhibition game with some of the world's top players.
Sí, sí.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a full-on Argentina dance floor tonight. We've got Mati, August